The Åsum Bridge, the gateway to southern Sweden and the city of Malmö. And it's not just far from the home of Swedish karting, the Åsum Ring, in the humble town of Kristianstad. The town itself was founded in 1614 by King Christian IV of Denmark though, but Kristianstad is well renowned for its Renaissance architecture. But the circuit itself here for the final round of the FIA Karting European Championship kickstarts from here, from the Kristianstad circuit, the Åsum Ring. The track itself, founded in 2012. It is an oldish circuit in terms of its kart club, but the circuit itself is very fast, very flowing, and a demanding track for this last round of the championship. Event record, a brand new one, set by Jimmy Elias, a 48.729. That was in qualifying, a brand new lap record for the circuit here in southern Sweden. And again, all the way throughout that one, talking to the drivers, they say, I have no idea how I got that lap time in, but they did, and it was an absolutely superb one. The circuit itself, though, what can we say about it? 1.2 kilometers, 185 meters down the main straight. It's between 8 to 10 meters wide with an elevation change of 6 meters around the entirety of the circuit. Turns out there, well, there are many of them, 14 in total around the 1.2 kilometer circuit, 8 to the right, 6 to the left, and 6 hairpins out there. Those hairpins provide some of the best overtaking opportunities these drivers will have over the course of the weekend. You'll see them in towards turns 4 and 5, 6, 7, and turn 14 as well. We've seen them into turn 9. We've seen them into the chicane as well. We've seen them pretty much everywhere around the circuit. Top speed, drivers reaching 125 kilometers an hour with an average speed of around 90 kilometers an hour around the circuit. So again, it's a fast flowing, undulating up and down circuit. I took a track walk this morning and it's absolutely superb. I love the track here at the Åsum Ring. Well, myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the commentary box for what is set to be a very exciting day and weekend of racing. We've already had some qualifying heats, but the first qualifying heats are coming up for the Academy class for their final round. We're going to be crowning champions this weekend, Andrew. And in the Academy, it couldn't be any closer, could it? It
couldn't be any closer. This is one that will go all the way through to Sunday's final. But the serious business of racing starts here. And continuing on from round 2 at Slovakia, this young man here, Gilles Herman, is on pole position for race 1. Let's see what he had to say yesterday.
FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Really good performance from you there. Must be pleased.
Yes, I'm happy that I have the pole, but for me it feels not great. There was less grip than the last test session.
Why do you think that might be? Is it the setup change that needs working on, perhaps?
No, I think just the track. We changed nothing of the setting. So.
You had a fantastic round in Slovakia, leading the championship into this weekend. Just how have you been feeling? How have you been preparing for this final round of the season?
I do the same like in Slovakia. So pole, and then I want to win the heats and final.
And how does it feel with all that support from back home? You know, the support of the Belgian ASN. 2 Belgians have won this title before. Do you think you have everything that it takes to become the 3rd one?
Yes, I can do it. I'm fast. I won already in Slovakia, and in France I was fast, but in the first corner it was a crash. So.
How does this circuit compare, do you think, to Val d'Argenton and the Slovak Karting Centre?
To compare with France, it's the same, I think, but Slovakia, it's really technical and small. Here, not.
Very good. Well, Gilles, great work there in qualifying. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Gilles Herman, who starts this one, like we were saying, on pole position. Fabulous time qualifying for him. He went out in the first session, was slightly, wasn't the outright pole sitter. 51.335 was his fastest time, but he certainly poled it in his group. Engines fire up. The first race of the day under the sunshine here in southern Sweden. Air temperature 20 degrees is about to get underway. Let's quickly fire through that first starting lineup of the day. It is Gilles Herman and Ivan Simonova on row number 1. Turner Brown from the USA will have Erik Paulsen from Sweden on row 2. Lilian Suarez and Mika Vino go from row 3. They'll have Rian Damadasa and Fyodor Sedelnikov on row 4. Emilio Burnt and Kim Bernard round out row 5 with Tapale and Kasper Nissen on row 6.
Vian Boschov goes into this one knowing he needs a good race to keep his championship bid alive. Starts on row 7 alongside Emilia Vashmerska. Ethan Seto and Anna Solis start on row number 8. They're ahead of Khaled Al-Najjar and Martin Menezes, who impressed last time out in Slovakia. They're on row 9. Row 10, Alexander Termanidze is alongside Pedro Matavella. It's a 21 kart field completed by Latvia's Roland Spruda.
Well, this is set to be an exciting one. The championship at the moment going into this one. Gilles Herman leads the championship points 103 ahead of Jakub Gaspanovic with 91. Vian Boschov and Dan Alman sit just very closely behind that as well with 77 and 65 championship points apiece. But again, going throughout all of this, it's a little bit unknown. Herman, he has the points advantage here. He is on pole position for this one. But again, he's got the likes of the fact that Dan Aleman out-qualified him as well. You've got Groups A out there as well. Aleman's there. You've got Fredrik Flön Egerbretsen, who was looking really quick here as well. Noya Stasionis, who was looking quick, as well as Ivan Simonova. There are so many quick drivers. And then you've got local drivers. You've got Erik Paulsen from Sweden starting on the second row of the grid in this race alone. There is a look at race control, the live feed from inside. The head of race control, Chris Lambret, in the middle, joined by Joanna Falcao and Sara Blanco on either sides. They have got the distribution of around 40 cameras out on circuit, plus many more around the rest of the venue. We are looking good. Lights are green. We are racing for the first race of the day down in towards turn number 1, and it is a great start from the front row. Herman holds on to that lead as he pushes his way down the hill. Now there's some karts off in the background there, but they rejoin safely at the back of the grid. Herman leads. Great breakaway as the battle for third rages on.
Yeah, really good start for Gilles Herman there. Another professional start from your championship leader. Does get tight through the first chicane, turns 2 and 3, and we saw a few drivers towards the back. Well, I think it might have been Erik Paulsen who's lost out there because he's had a bit of a slow first sector. Paulsen, who missed the final at Slovakia. That's not the way he would have wanted to start after a positive timed qualifying yesterday. At the front of the field, though, Turner Brown has taken first position. The American on the podium last time out, impressed earlier in the season at Val d'Argenton as well. He's exactly the kind of driver who I think is the pressure's off this weekend, Anthony. He's not necessarily right in the mix in terms of championship, but we know he's got the speed, we know he's got the talent, and now he can race a bit freer. I'm looking for some good things from the American this weekend.
Exactly that, and he pushes on in the lead of this one, like you were saying, on board with Lilian Suarez from France, currently in P3, chasing down and going for the move for second place on Gilles Herman, and Herman down to third place, and this is what we were saying, but he's going to fight back instantly here. Back down the inside through turn 9, we were saying those moves were possible, and those fresh tyres that they've got, of course, they're not brand new, they've done qualifying, they're only a few laps old though, so they're still the best they can be, and there you go, he's put them to good use, retakes second place, back onto the start-finish straight they go. I saw a flash of a warning flag there, and it went to the United Kingdom's Kim Bernard, unfortunately, so he's got to be careful out there. Any more of those, he might end up in trouble. We go on to lap 3 now of this race. It's still Turner Brown who leads the way from Gilles Herman, Lilian Suarez from Rian Damadasa. Rian Damadasa this weekend has come alive here, Andrew. 3 places gained and is pushing on. You can see currently P4.
Yeah, really good driving so far from the driver representing Sri Lanka. A little bit further down the order, change for 13th place. Martin Menezes, representing Portugal, has got past Mika Satrio for that position. Menezes needs to gain places here. Sits 5th in the points heading into this weekend. has an opportunity to win the title, but it's got to be with a kind of performance where he's right up at the front through these qualifying heats, setting himself up for a strong result in the final. A lot of work to do there from 13th in the field. On to lap number 4 then. Turner Brown is your race leader, Gilles Herman second. We're on board with Lilian Suarez representing France. Very strong run. He was in his home nation for round number 1. Was a little bit off colour last time out in Slovakia, but this feels more like a proper return for Lilian Suarez. Is pushing along quite nicely there in 3rd place.
Yep, certainly is. We'll keep an eye. We've got both live on-board and outboard views of this battle here. Great to see. Great work from the production crew going into this weekend to bring you these live feeds. Absolutely fantastic shots here. As you can see there, the difference in racing line and the undulation that you get here. Look how much it goes downhill into the final corner. You cut through it, widens on the exit here, and then it climbs back uphill here onto the start-finish straight. You come over the crest here, and then you dive back downhill. It's a cambered turn number 1. You can really carry the speed. Then you dive through the chicane here. Such a fast chicane. You've got to be so careful. Really easy to run out wide. Then you come into the next sectors here. It tightens first on the entry. It opens out on the exit. You go over the crest, the air time, the jump that you have on the circuit. Back downhill you go now in towards turn number 7. And this is a prime overtaking opportunity. Again, the track widens to around 10 meters on the apex of the turn. Then it narrows back down to around 8 meters as they exit through now turn 8, 9, 10. This is in towards turn 11 now. Again, similarities to, like we were saying, you were talking about similarities to Hockenheim. I was saying similarities to Hungaroring yesterday, this part of the circuit. And out of the final hairpin, it is a superb lap here around the Kristianstad circuit as we keep an eye on this battle here. That was Rian Damadasa and Ivan Simonova still battling away, P4 and P5 just in the background. Another driver that we need to keep an eye on in this one, Vian Boshoff, who's currently in 8th place, the driver from South Africa who sits up there in the championship. He's 3rd in the championship points and is in a really strong position right now to well, really capitalise on that one. Changes again, further down, back wheel to wheel between these drivers here, and it's all kicking off. Rian Damadasa trying to deal with the likes of everyone behind, but now he's got Sedelnikov there, Simonova as well getting back through, but again it's all kicking off a little bit here in this mid-pack battle.
Yeah, Damadasa having a bit of a tough middle phase of this race and trying to hold position, trying to stem the flow of drivers getting through. But yeah, you say there, Ian Boshoff in 8th place. I think he would have preferred to be a little bit higher up the order, especially considering that Gilles Herman is there, sitting nicely in 2nd place, scoring some good intermediate classification points. Remember, it's 25 championship points for the driver who emerges at the top of the intermediate classification. That'll be decided tomorrow. We'll have 2 rounds of heats here today, and then another one to kick off Sunday morning. And it's 50 points for the win in the final, plus that fastest lap bonus point means 76 points are available for the drivers out there this weekend. This is the battle for the lead, though. I said Gilles Herman was comfortable in 2nd place. He's turned the wick up now. This is what we've seen across the course of the season from the Belgian. He finishes these races very strongly indeed. Turner Brown has a quick check over the shoulder, sees that Gilles Herman is right there now, less than 0.2 of a second through the chicane. Careful to mind the cones, the flip-flops as they're nicknamed through that part of the course. Those were installed on Thursday night to aid with track limits into turn number 6. Turner Brown doing a good job at the moment, not getting too defensive out there.
No, exactly. Not scrubbing his tyres too much, not having to deal with it, but he might have to think about dealing with it now, because down the inside goes Gilles Herman, and he retakes the lead of this one. The pole sitter in group now retakes that top spot and goes to work. The championship leader having to deal with the likes of this all the way throughout, but he's dealing with it perfectly. Out of the final corner they go, back onto the start-finish straight, but look at Brown here. He's got such a run. He might have a chance, not into turn 1, but definitely on this lap. He is absolutely bumper to bumper through the chicane, sends it through, and the view from the grandstand there would have been absolutely amazing. Suarez now on that rear bumper of Herman as they go wheel to wheel now. Herman takes the inside line. He doesn't go fully defensive. He holds a defensive line though, but he's not going to hold it here. Suarez back down the inside and retakes second place. Here comes Simonova as well. Simonova's trying to go for the switchback. Not close enough, stays behind as they enter into the final sector.
This is what we love about the Academy category. You can never be too certain of what's going to happen from one lap to the next. It looked like Gilles Herman was on the ascendancy and on his way to a race win, but that move from Turner Brown, absolutely fantastic. Now the battle for Herman to keep hold of third place, because here comes Ivan Simonova, having her best round of the season so far. Has got to the finals, but has been no better than 15th earlier on this season. This is a big step forward for the Austrian. Onto the final lap now. Suarez breaking away from Herman. Herman really having to get defensive here.
Yep, certainly is. Down with the inside then of turn number 6. Easy to get an overtake there, but not this time around. In towards turn 7. Again, Herman taking that tighter line. Simonova dealing with the outside. Not looking too like she wants to go for the move right now. She's dropped back just that little bit, but has regained a little bit of time as they're going towards sector 3. Could be a final corner lunge here for the battle for third place. But here on your screen, Turner Brown from the USA. Well, he's going to start the day on top here. It is Turner Brown across the line. He sees the checker flag in the first race of the day, and that is a perfect start to what could be a superb weekend for the Americans. Suarez finishes in second place, the championship leader at the moment. Herman finishes in P3. Simonova was not able to get the move done and stays in P4. Sadelnikov finishing in P5 ahead of Emilio Byrne. Boshoff finishing in 7th ahead of Kian Bernard. Rian Damadasa in 9th from the likes of Casper Nissan, who rounds out the top 10. A very competitive race, though, there, Andrew, to start the first race of the day. No clear advantage driver from the way we saw that.
And that's what we like as
that's
neutrals
what
in the
we
box,
like,
because that's going to keep things close across the course of the weekend. But a really impressive win there for Turner Brown. From third on the grid, took advantage of the start to get into second place and immediately went on that attack. And then had to do it again, of course, when Gilles Herman came back at him in the middle phase of the race. Drivers will head to Parc Ferme. There is your provisional result. Brown from Suarez, Herman, Simonova and Sadelnikov, your top 5. Bernd, Boshoff, Bernard, Damadasa and Nissen all score decent points in the top 10 in the intermediate classification. Martin Menezes recovers to 11th ahead of Joel Taipale, Erik Poulsen, Emilia Vesmerska and Marcus Satrio, with work to do in the second round of heats later on this afternoon. Ethan Seto, P16 in that one, Khaled Al-Najjar, Roland Spruder, Anna Solis, Alexander Terminidze and Pedro Matavella, all 21 drivers who started the race, finished the race. Good start for them.
And that is what we like to see. No mechanicals, no moments out there for the field. And they can certainly now rest until they'll be out a lot later today. Groups B and D will be out later on today, but that will be around 10 to 3, so they've got a long waiting time until they're back out on circuit. But certainly for the American there, Turner Brown, that's a good way to start the day. Let's take you through some of the highlights from that one. And there was quite a few. The start initially for Gilles Herman. No drama there whatsoever. Was in the lead, got that inside line. Nothing to worry about. This was on board with Lilian Suarez from the third row of the grid. And that inside line again, really is a benefit to be on that inside line, isn't it? And you can see the top 3 rows there getting up into the top 3 straight away. Yeah,
it's a very rubbered in line on the inside run through turn 1 and towards turn 2 and 3. You can get a little bit oversteery on the outside there. And that's a characteristic that we'll see across the weekend there. You just see in the background, that was Erik Poulsen having that unfortunate start, having to take to the grass through turn 2 and 3. Would recover back to 13th place, but that's not the start that the Swede would have wanted. This was the first change for the lead. Turner Brown getting down the inside of Lilian Suarez, well, down the inside of Gilles Herman, I should say. That was Suarez down the inside of Herman. But I was impressed with Gilles Herman. You know, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders this weekend. Didn't get flustered when he fell down to third place, kept it nice and steady, knew that, you know, getting some good points on the board, that was the priority in this race. That's down the inside. Ivan Simonova had a good run on the way to 4th place. But yeah, Herman didn't win the race, but I think we'll be quite comfortable knowing that it throws the challenge to his other championship contenders that they've got to at least match his results, if not beat them.
Yeah, exactly that. There was Herman retaking the lead of the race, pushing his way through. But this fantastic move into the chicane by Turner Brown. We haven't seen that much so far this weekend, but it just shows that it can be done. But you've got to be so committed, because how close was that hit? This was the view from Lilian Suarez, just down the inside. You can see the speed difference on the exit and how much it can affect another driver just being off that racing line, and you can see the back end stepping out. There was no traction out there, and that's what put Herman on the back foot here. That allowed Suarez to go on the attack. Yeah,
it was a good attack from Turner Brown. That was the key one that saw him go to victory. Herman had to work hard for the points. This was another view of Suarez getting down the inside on way to second place, and then a really fierce defence from Herman to keep hold of third place ahead of Simonova. But Turner Brown takes the first maximum haul of intermediate championship points. He'll be tied for the lead at the end of the first round of heats. The question is now, though, who's he going to be tied with?
Who will it be? Well, that is an excellent question. We will find out very, very soon, because Academy qualifying heat A versus C is coming up next. And Dan Alleman in the Academy class, pole position for him, outright pole position, 51.017. That time put him on that number 1 starting spot you see right there on your screen. The number 514 is in prime position, ready for this one. But again, he's got close competition in this. No Eustaciones alongside Fredrik Flöder-Edengabretsen as well, just behind, and Fastanado from Argentina on the second row of the grid. They are all there close behind. But we caught up with Dan Alleman at the end of time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Dan Alleman, pole position for the race here this weekend in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Dan, a really good qualifying there, plenty of pace throughout the session. Tell us about it.
It was very cool. I had some people behind, but I was fast and it was very good.
Conditions really strong here this weekend. Is it a bit of a relief from all the rain and all the thunderstorms that we've had in both races so far this year?
Yeah, I hope it's slicks, but I don't know the weather exactly.
If it is dry all the way through, that's going to be a bit of a challenge on tyres, don't you think? Have you got all the practice that you need to take the tyres through all the races?
Yeah, we had 4 practice. It was also good with all tyres. It will be very good.
And this battle that you're in with the likes of Gilles Herman and others, are you looking forward to it this weekend?
No, I'm just trying to make my best and win it.
And how do you think your chances are for emerging first at the end of Sunday?
There are chances, but anything could happen.
Good stuff. Well done, Dan. A brilliant lap time, and we'll catch up with you later in the weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to catch up there with Dan Alleman at the end of time qualifying. Like you say, thinking, well, probably at the end of that session, just thinking, well, we don't know what's going to happen over the course of this weekend. And what we've just seen from that first race, I think what he said stands true. You know, a little bit on that?
Yeah, it's going to be a type of circuit that it is different to where we were last time out at Slovakia, and the round that we had at Val d'Argenton, which in some ways, circuit-wise, is similar. The weather was so bad for the Academy drivers. It was a really tough start for them. This is really their first opportunity to get grounded, get into the rhythm of a dry, slick running weekend. But the sheer fact that they've not had the opportunity to do that so far this season is a new challenge in itself. So that is going to mix the order up. But Dan Alleman looking good in this one. Fredrik Flöder-Edengabretsen looking strong as well. Driver from Norway starts third on the grid. Nice place to start here on the inside of row 2.
Exactly, yeah. Scored his first championship points last time out at Slovakia. Great to see him. Puts him on the board. He's down there a little bit, but again, he had a great round there last time out. We're about a minute's time away from getting the race underway. Here's a look at what you can expect coming up over the course of the rest of the day. Of course, Academy qualifying heat A and C is the next one due out on circuit. Then we kickstart with the juniors and seniors, and that's going to be the case all the way throughout today. Of course, 24 qualifying heats we have today alone, plus the 12 that we had yesterday. It's been a packed weekend. record entries, 293 entries into this weekend across all 3 categories. Absolutely superb. And at the end of this one, 3 of those 293 will be European champions.
They will indeed. There's plenty of pitfalls for them along the way, though. And yeah, we're running all the way up to 6:30 local time here in Sweden. So do keep it locked on your broadcast platform of choice. This grid for the first heats for Groups A and C in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, getting ready to go racing.
Engines fire up as they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup, but there is a kart that will goeth no further, but we'll try and figure out who that is. It's Dan Alleman and Noje Staciones on row number 1, Fredrik Flood Endebrechtsen, and for Stauanado on row 2, Vanessa Schilkenate and Theodor Tubal round out row number 3, with Alex Pineda and Nicholas Carianis on row 4. Victor Rad and Matej Witwer round out row 5, with Kai Berg and Shiriket Shirimon Kolkasem on row number 6.
Zain El Homassani and Amru Adriansen start on row number 7. Lucas Hernandez and Jakub Gasparovic. Gasparovic second in the championship at the moment. They start on row number 8. Simba Matoda and Andrea Marcella on row 9. Yuri Levar and Zakaria Delay on row 10. 21 drivers in the field, completed by Abdul Razak Al-Karashi.
Well, I've just had word in my ear. The driver that didn't get away was the pole sitter, Dan Alleman. Thankfully, he has got going now, but he is right at the back of the grid, and the rest of the drivers, trust me when I say that they are not slowing down for him, because they've just gained an extra position. There he is, pushing his kart back over the white line. Of course, his mechanic is not allowed to push that kart over that safety line, and if he did the first time around, well, Alleman's race will be over before it's even started. The second attempt, they get it started. Do they let go before that white line, though? Oh, that was close. That was close. We just don't know, and hopefully for Dan Alleman, he's okay and can get this race underway. But like you say, he's still all the way at the back, and they're quickly approaching that red line, and after there is no overtaking allowed. He's starting this one from the back of the grid.
And this is where even young drivers at the age of 12 to 14, there will be an element of professional sportsmanship here, because they will want to try and make a situation where Dan Alleman isn't able to retake his position. Now, let's go into the tram lines. Let's see if we're going green this time. No, we're not. I didn't think we were going to be going green. So that is good news for Dan Alleman. He can now join the back of the field and make his way through, but he's got to make his way through past 19, 20 of the drivers in pretty much the space of 2 sectors, and we're already midway through sector number 1, because again, when we get round to turn 12, get round to the red line, the same scenario again, he's not going to be able to overtake. So this is one of those intriguing situations, Anthony, where one of the potentially most decisive bits of this race is before the race has even begun.
Yeah, and he's up there now. He's made great plays. He's fine. He's back on the front row.
Work.
That's exactly what he needed. And yeah, that is really, really lucky, because if it had gone green flag there, it'd have been, well, there we go. We are starting from the back of the grid, and we'll have to do that in full race trim. So we're back in our original starting positions here. Dan Alleman retakes his pole position start at the front here as they approach the red line. From this point out, side by side, this is a nice, clean, steady getaway. Yesterday was a bit troublesome with the race starts for the juniors and the seniors. There was quite a few false starts yesterday. No such drama with the academy at this moment. This looks much calmer, nicer, and in formation. Into the final corner we go then. We've just seen one driver in the form of Turner Brown from the USA take a race win. Who's going to take race win in the second heat? We are green flag and racing down in towards turn 1. It's a lightning start from the outside, but Alleman holds on to the lead as through goes Noje Staciones, who holds on to second place. Down in towards the hairpin of turns 4 and 5, the double apex, as they exit out over and up the crest. They get air over that part of the track as they dive down, and again, it's all good. A big send down the inside. I can't quite see the kart number, but the battle for third place is on. Down the inside, is that for Stauanado making moves? I think it is.
Yeah, good move there from Arnado up to third. A great start for Noje Staciones. It's another one of those circuits where it's very difficult to start on the outside of row number 1. So the fact that Stasionis was having a go for the lead tells you that he got a very, very good launch once the lights went green. Into the last corner on this first lap. Let's count them through at the end of 1.2 kilometres. 9 laps to go. Alaman leads by a quarter of a second ahead of Stasionis. Tobal, what a start for Theodor Tobal. The Estonian up 3 places on that first lap. And yeah, that's a fantastic run. Flodega Bretson going on the attack as well, is currently in 5th place. Biggest mover on that first lap, Shiriket Sirimon Kolkasem, was up 4 places to 8th place, but he's just lost a couple of them now to Vanessa Shilkaneta and Victor Rad.
Gasparovic up 4 positions. The driver who is 2nd in the championship needs to gain some more places on this one. He didn't have the best qualifying. His pace in time qualifying just wasn't there. He was running around the 12th, 14th place mark. But his race pace has been good so far. He's up 6 places now, inside the top 10. He's looking confident, and if the battles at the front here keep raging on, he might gain even more. Yeah,
it's got the opportunity to bring him into play. Slovakia, who have never had a champion in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And he flew the flag at his home event last time out very well indeed. Dan Alleman, new fastest lap of the race so far, 52.240. Oh, the problem for Stasionis. Problem for Stasionis. What has happened there? The 503 has lost momentum and more crucially is now losing places hand over fist. It was out of turn number 6. It looks like it could be some form of mechanical issue, or is he back up to speed now? It was looking a bit better, but either way, Noje Stasionis, 2nd in the final last time out in Slovakia, has got it all to do now. Going to be around, I reckon, about 10th place.
Yeah, not sure what happened at all there. It just looked like the Vortex engine that's on board his wagon just coughed out of the hairpin, and he just put his foot down on the accelerator and nothing happened, and now it's just kicked back into life, so that's a big shame. It means that Theodor Tobal now into 2nd place. This is another look at it, out of the corner, foot planted, and yeah, it just doesn't go. It just doesn't go, and he quit. Very decisive driving there to get that out the way, because he knew he was going to have full race pace karts coming right up into the back of him. So that is smart driving there to get out of the way, but just what happened? It just didn't go.
Yeah, respectful racing there from Noje Stasionis, and it's a move that's kept him in this race, because it meant that, yes, drivers were able to get through, but they were able to get through safely. But actually, no, I think Stasionis has now come into the pits, because he's at least fallen back down the order to 21st position. That is a real shame for the driver representing Lithuania, and it gives Dan Alleman a bit of breathing space now. 1.45 seconds clear of Theodor Tobal behind. We're having a look at 5.08 of Nicholas Karagiannis from Greece. Had a very good run to start the season in France. We're going to be looking to hit those heights again here in Sweden. Right now, though, dealing with Vitva behind in the 5.26 and holding on there to 5th place.
Yep, certainly so. Nice scraps happening all the way throughout. Again, this is a tricky circuit. It's not easy. There's not a lot of rest time when you get going. You've got the start-finish straight. As down the inside there goes Victor Rad, who gains another position there, moves up into P7 now, ahead of Vanessa Shilkaneta, who drops down to P8, but still very firmly in this race. Theodor Tobal, 2nd place, is a driver that is impressed right so far in this race. 4 places gained up there into 2nd place, took full advantage of the start of that race, but as like you say, he's got that huge amount of real estate, 1.6 seconds between himself and Dan Alleman up ahead, and he's got the very close company of Fastainado right behind there in 3rd place. The Argentine certainly looking strong here. Fredrik Flood Endebretsen as well from Norway, still in a very prime position here. He's part of this trio battling for 2nd place. He's just waiting, I think, for the optimal time maybe to go for the move. But again, sometimes you have to just dig deep and get that move done yourself instead of waiting for an opportunity that may never come.
Yeah, indeed. And meanwhile, the race leader galloping off the front here, 1.6 seconds now in the lead. Matis Vitva The good news has got up to 7th place, has overtaken some more drivers out there. The bad news has just had a warning flag, so Matis Vitva has attracted the attention of the race officials. New fastest lap of the race, Victor Rad, 51.823. Victor Rad currently running in 6th place, so he's part of that battle with Karajanis at the very front of it. We're on lap number 7, 3 more to go after this one. Theodor Tubal's just done a purple sector number 2, so maybe coming back here at Dan Alaman. This is the battle for 3rd on your screens coming out of the final corner now. Arnaldo looking calm, looking composed ahead of Flodegg and Bretson here.
At the moment looking very strong as we go on to lap 8 of 10 now. We'll keep an eye on this battle. Still changes happening thick and fast throughout the field. Victor Rad now getting past up to P5 like you alluded to. Pineda up to P12. Simba Matoda as well, up to 17th place. Still only the one retirement of No Eustaciones, very unfortunately out of this race. We've spoken about that one in length already. But watching this one here, these drivers pushing themselves along. So Dan Alaman joining Turner Brown at the sharp end of that one. And this is what Alaman needs. Now, he's 4th in the championship. If he could get away with 25 championship points here, he closes that gap up nicely. And a final win against Gilles Herman would really affect the championship standings. So again, we'll keep a very close eye on that one as the weekend progresses, but we won't know a lot until we go into the start of tomorrow on Sunday when we get the final round of qualifying heats. This is only the first round of qualifying heats. This tells a story, but it's not the full book.
And the nice thing for Dan Alaman is, yes, a very long way to go, but time qualifying, pole position yesterday. You can see this one to the end. He's going to be at the front of the intermediate classification. If he keeps on that run, it'll result in a decent grid start for the final, of course. Now, yes, he's got to go out and probably win the final to give himself a good chance. But if Gilles Herman's a little bit further back, you start to get into the midfield, that's where uncertainties lie for drivers, and you just start to lose control a bit. If Dan Alaman can keep himself nice and consistent at the front, he can have a calm weekend out there on track and then put the pressure on the others and see what happens. It's kind of the fate of the racing gods in a way. Last lap board is out, Dan Alaman. He had his dramatic moment before the race even started here, and well, since returning to the front of the field on the 2nd formation lap, he hasn't looked back.
No, he certainly hasn't. And again, we've been talking about this throughout the entirety of the weekend, building up to it. In terms of winners of previous years, there's never been a Swiss winner in the Academy Trophy at the end of a championship, but could there be one at the end of this one? At the moment, Dan Alaman is lining himself up to potentially take the lead of that, but there is still a long way to go in this weekend, but it's certainly a very strong start for the driver from Switzerland. Out of the final corner, it's the checkered flag for Dan Alaman, who crosses the line in the lead. It's Tubal in 2nd from Estonia, from Fastauanado from Argentina. Fredrik Flood Enga Bretson rounds out the top floor from Norway. Then it's Victor Rad from Nicholas Karajanis in P6. Matthias Witwer in 7th. Vanessa Schilkenate from Jakub Gasparovic. Kai Berg from Australia rounds out the top 10. Big movers in that one. I've got to give it to Jakub Gasparovic. P9 inside the top 10, 7 places gained. It's good, but with Alaman taking a win and Herman taking a good, strong result as well, for the 2nd in the championship, he's got to really dig deep here.
He has, but there's good race pace there, and that's a good indicator for the rest of the weekend. Drivers will head on into Parc Ferme. We'll go through the mandatory post-race checks with the scrutineers and the technical crew down there in Parc Ferme. There is your provisional results. Alaman, P1. Tobal, Arnaldo, Floden, Goretson and Rad in your top 5. Karajanis, Witwer, Schilkenate and Gasparovic in the top 10, completed by Kai Berg. Andrea Marcella in 11th place ahead of Alex Pinheiro. Tough race there for Alex Pinheiro. Good drive as well from Yuri Levar as well, up 6 spots to 13th. Zain Al Homasani 14th. Fast start for Shuket Suri Monkol, but in the end it was 15th for the driver flying the flag for Thailand. Simba Matoda, Amru Andriansen, Lucas Hernandez, Zakaria Delay and Abdul Razak Al-Qurashi take their drives to the top 20 for that one, just a single retirement, which was no Stasionis. But for Dan Alleman, that's job done for the first round of heats, shares the lead on points with Turner Brown. If there is any kind of tiebreaker required at the end of 3 rounds, remember it is the timed qualifying result that makes the difference. This was, as I say, the most dramatic moment of the race for Dan Alleman before we even started.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure there's a huge sigh of relief coming out of that helmet at the end of this race because, like I say, he nearly didn't start it. But again, the biggest question is, did someone push him over the line? Did they hold on to the kart? Or I think they just let go of it before they crossed the line, which is okay.
Which is okay, and I tell you what was great sportsmanship there, that there were a number of different individuals from different teams, different nations, helping to get the pole sitter back into the race. That was really good to see. Well, after 2 formation laps, the race began. Dan Alleman took the lead. Great start for Theodor Tobal, getting up into 3rd place in the early stages, and then would go on the attack even further as the race would go on. Noia Stasionis in the 503, challenging Dan Alleman, but then disaster for the driver from Lithuania. Some form of technical gremlin meant he would be out of contention and would retire later on a few laps into the race.
Yeah, indeed. The race, though, going on, and there you can see again, just dropping back. Never a nice feeling. It's kind of heartbreaking a little bit at that point, but there you can see carrying on off the circuit there as well for Stasionis, thinking there's no way I'm going to go through that chicane with everyone going flat out. I'll avoid the circuit in total. This was Victor Rad making moves in the latter stages of the race, up at 4 places in that one. He finished P5, still a very strong result, but it would go the way of Dan Alleman across the line. Exactly what needed. Great way to start the weekend. And like I say, outscores at the moment Gilles Herman, who finished 3rd earlier on. But again, long way to go. That is the first round of the Academy Trophy done for the day. They'll be out later today after the lunch break, so you've got a bit of wait until they're back out. They'll be out at around 5 to 3. We turn our attention back to the juniors and seniors now. It's juniors coming up next for qualifying heat A versus E out on the circuit. They had a busy day yesterday, and certainly today is going to be an even busier one for them over the course of it because, like you say, so many races they've got to get through throughout this one. Starting this one, it is Dries van Langendonk, though, yesterday P2 in his first qualifying heat after he pulled it in time qualifying. What can we say? It's a brand new lap record for the circuit. Here's what he had to say after qualifying.
Well, here at the end of the first series of qualifying in OK Junior with the fastest driver from that session, Dries van Langendonk. You've had such a good season, it's such a big weekend for you, but that qualifying session, the only one under the 50-second barrier, 3/10 clear of the rest of the field, that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. Yeah, the lap was very, very good. Nailed every apex, so yeah, I'm very so happy with the result right now, and hope we can continue this throughout the heats.
With that qualifying session done, a few more series to go, you know you're going to be up at the front for a good number of your races. Does that take a little bit of pressure off the situation you've got this weekend, where you're just knowing consistency is key, or does it still be pressure on?
Obviously, the pressure's still there, but like this gives you that confidence boost towards the heats, and obviously it's going to be about consistency, and I think we have a very good chance, obviously, starting from pole. So yeah, I think we've got a very good chance. Our speed looks really, really good, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And how proud are you of the work that the team have put in as well to give you the package? It's a difficult circuit to get set up right around this place.
Yeah, the team has done an absolutely amazing job. Can't thank them enough. Obviously, all the guys working on the car is just amazing, and yeah, they definitely nailed the setup. And obviously, also, I enjoy driving this track. It's definitely one of my favourites. So yeah, I mean, the team, everyone that is involved, I certainly have to thank them.
Well, we've still got those remaining series to go. We'll see whether that time is good enough for overall pole position. But right now, Dries, congratulations on a brilliant lap.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear there from Dries van Langendonk. And yes, your last little moment there in that interview saying there is still more sessions to go, Andrew. There were still 2 more sessions to go, but that time was enough and the likes of Manuel Marquez and Noah Baglin weren't able to beat it, but they were pole in their respective groups.
It was one of those when we saw it yesterday, you don't like to say it at the time because, as I say, it was series 1 out of 3, but I had that feeling that was a really special lap yesterday from Dries van Langendonk. I had a feeling that it wouldn't be beaten, and so it was the case. But this young driver, well, world champion in OK Junior last year, is trying this weekend to add the European title to his already illustrious CV at a young, tender age. The last driver to do that achievement across the span of 2 seasons was Freddie Slater from 2020 to 2021. But the other good news is, he's keeping up his side of the bargain, keeping the point scoring going. He's already put pressure on the likes of Jacopo Martinez and Roman Kamyab in terms of the championship. This could be a big day for Dries van Langendonk. Let's see how he's going to get on in this first race of the day.
Certainly does. Engines fire up as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Dries van Langendonk and Dean Hugendorn, who won his first race of the weekend yesterday, starts alongside William Kalija, and Vladimir Vanikov go from row number 2. Christian Kostoja and Filippo Sala round out row 3. Iskander Zolfikari and Efrem Duranov go from row 4. They'll have Scott Marsh and Remy Samchek on row 5. Casper Reipold and Jean-Matteo Rousseau go from row 6. Andrea Mani and Oliver Kinmark on row 7 from Mateo Rivals and Kanishka Rao. Then it's Devon Grabko and Zhao Zijun on row 9. Bosco Arias and Paul Andriotis on row 10.
Roland Nagy and Mikhail Savalev go from row number 11. They're ahead of Mark Pilipenko and Edouard Godefroy in all wildcard row 12 there. Francois Cadal on row 13 alongside Max Endicott. Jakob Bung and Klara Kowalczyk go from row number 14. Completing the top 30 in this one, it's Amir Sabarov and Alexander Dahlström on row 15. Ludwig Musi and Sun Yibei start on row 16. Casper Nielsen and Dean Pedersen on row 17. That is your running order for the first heat of the day in OK Junior. This is the end, this is the last race of the second rotation. So all of these drivers have only had 1 race so far this weekend. There is your intermediate classification. Of course, at this stage, dominated by drivers who have done 2 races yesterday. So Manuel Miguez took 2 wins yesterday. Nicholas Schaufel and Kenzo Craigie scored well, also tied a piece on 85. Rocco Coronel, Noah Baglin and Devin Waltz completing the top 6. But that is all due to change with this one, particularly with a top 6 who all finished at least 4th in their respective races yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Kalija 3rd, Kostoja 2nd, Sala 4th, Ivanikov 2nd as well, Hugendorn a win, and Van Langendonk 2nd. So again, a very strong grid we've seen in this one. Christian Kostoja on board with, he's got the live onboard camera, great shots there, and you can already see the tyres there of how much they've, well, used them a little bit in this one. They look fairly worn down a little bit, those Maxi tyres. So again, he's pushed them hard in this early stage. Into the tram lines. Are we going? First time of asking. It's shaky in the background, but we are green and racing, and it's a great start from Van Langendonk. Holds on to the lead. Hugendorn holds on to 2nd, and that's a vital one. The winner from his first race yesterday holds on to that 2nd place spot down into the apex of turns 4 and 5. They come back up the hill now over the crest and dive in towards turn 6. It's downhill from here as they go down in towards turn 7, and it's a clean breakaway, but down the inside it's Filippo Sala, and he moves up into 3rd place, and Kostoja follows to comfort as well.
Really good move there from Filippo Sala, breathtaking move down the inside, not a lot of grip on that inside line into 7. You could see the back of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car twitching around there, but Sala starting fast again, has been strong through the qualifying heats phases of these rounds so far this year. He'll be looking to go long. You can see how pumped up he is at the end of this first lap. It's Van Langendonk from Hugendorn, Sala, Kostoja, Kalija in the top 5 as well. Good start for Jean-Matteo Rousseau, has gained a couple of spots, is now into the top 10. Biggest mover on that first lap. Klara Kowalczyk, a little bit further down the order, but a good number of positions gained by Klara on that first lap. Dean Pedersen also on the move.
On board with Christian Kostoja as he sends it down the inside of Filippo Sala and moves up into 3rd place through turn number 7. And that was a fantastic view for that overtake. Brilliant to see. And just quickly, no time wasted there whatsoever. Turn 7 is a prime overtaking opportunity. The track widens to 10 meters on the apex. It narrows again on the exit, but it means that you can get around 3-4 cuts wide right on that apex. Certainly makes it interesting, though, when you exit the corner. But fantastic move there from Kostoja as he continues this fight. We go on to lap 3 now. And, well, he's already closing in there on the likes of Dean Hugendorn. Sonja B seeing a warning flag in this race as well, so needs to be careful. And Kostoja, fastest lap of the race as well, even with that overtake. And he's going to immediately attack here, Hugendorn. He's not going to wait around at all. And he gets straight into second place. Is Hugendorn going to retaliate? The answer to that is no. Stays behind through turn 7. That is 2 overtakes at the same part of the track. Line astern. Brilliant stuff.
Loving this from Kristian Kostoja. He's out of the championship battle. He's more than 101 points behind Van Langendonk heading into this weekend. For me, that means he's got one objective this weekend. Attack, attack, attack. We saw it yesterday in his first heat where he took a race victory from the third row. He's not got championship permutations, or at least at the very top. He could, of course, get back into third place, possibly second in the championship as well. The way he's going to do that is going out and winning races with this fast, attacking, aggressive strategy. Great to see. Let's see if we can close in on Van Langendonk. Scott Marsh going along quite nicely for Tony Kart with the new fastest lap of the race. That's got very tight for William Colisio off of turn number 7. Losing out there to Filippo Sala. I think Vladimir Ivanikov got through there as well.
Yeah, he did. He just managed to squeeze through with Colisio, like you're saying, getting caught out on that exit curb there. Very lucky to still be in this race. Ivanikov looking to the inside there of Sala going into the final hairpin. Not close enough, and that's actually scuppered his exit. He pleads with Colisio there, saying, okay, I tried to move, it didn't work out, but please don't overtake me. Let's try close that gap up again. And, well, so far, Colisio stuck to that word, but not for long. He sent it down the inside and wants that place back, and now he's back up into P5 and closing in on Filippo Sala up ahead. Kostoja, fastest lap of the race, is closing in and is going to go for the lead down the inside at turn number 1. Takes the lead of this one on Dries Van Langendonk and sends it through. Hugendorn's close back in because of that. Kostoja's pace today is absolutely superb. Second place yesterday. He is matching it today and has beaten the pole sitter from qualifying. Hugendorn to the inside. The race winner from his first race yesterday is back up into second place and is now pushing himself along to try and close back up to the race leader.
And this is where this weekend will be different for Dries Van Langendonk. And all these competitors at the front know this. Dries Van Langendonk has a decent lead in the championship, but the last thing he can afford right now is a silly incident, retirement from a heat. It's that consistency that he's needing, possibly over race victories. These guys, though, that is the complete opposite to their situation. They know they can be aggressive with Dries Van Langendonk this weekend, knowing that he's got more to lose than them, and we've seen that on that last lap from both Kostoja and Hugendorn. They are going to race off now for, well, a continuation to see which of them can join Manuel Miguez on 100 points from 100 at this stage. At the moment, it's Kostoja, of course. He would be tied with Miguez in the intermediate classification, but Hugendorn knows, considering he had a good qualifying as well, he could swing it back in his advantage. And this is what we've been feeling has been coming from Dean Hugendorn since the very start of the season. He's had a lot of bad luck along the way the last 3 rounds. As here's a replay of the move from Hugendorn down the inside. And look, Dries Van Langendonk, he knows, yeah, I've just got to let this one go on this occasion. Make sure I'm tucked up behind. Don't fall into the clutches of Filippo Sala. Good heads-up driving from the reigning OK Junior World Champion, trying to add the European title to his CV this weekend.
Yeah, exactly so, and he's doing a good job about it. Like you say, he knows from yesterday as well. Cast your mind back at Andrew Jacopo Martinez not having the results he wanted, retiring in one of his heats. He's second in the championship. He's got a little bit more of, okay, I can relax a little bit more now. I don't need to be too focused on winning, but I still need to make sure I get good results. And, you know, anything within a top 3, top 4, he's still absolutely fine in the championship fight at the moment. Bosco Arias seeing a warning flag as well in this one, as there's a look at the intermediate classification. Now, Kristian Kostoja with the 100 points to his name. Now, that would mean that he had a win yesterday. Yes. Did he only have 1 heat, or did he have 2?
Just the 1 heat, yes.
Just the 1 heat. He came second.
He won.
Did he win?
Yeah, I think it may be. We'll check the results. I think there may have been a change.
Was there a change?
Yeah.
My results on my laptop then were wrong. But okay, so Christian Kostoja then, 2 wins to his name then, and looking much stronger today as well.
Absolutely, and just a reminder for those following the championship or maybe weren't with us at Slovakia, there's only 2 drivers who can overhaul Dries van Langendonk's championship score. Jacopo Martinezzi, as mentioned, did not have a good day yesterday. Roman Kamiab is the other one. In realistic terms, Kamiab needs to be in first place in these intermediate classifications across the course of the weekend, and that is not happening right now. In fact, for Kamiab, not in the top 10. So it's looking good at the moment for Dries van Langendonk. A 4th place could well be enough to give him the title picture. We'll keep you up to date with all the championship permutations as they go along. As you can expect at this stage of the season, there's almost an infinite number of ways of cutting the cake as to how he could win the championship, and that'll centre in as we go along. Meanwhile, final lap of this one, Kristian Kostoja looking really good here. His championship bid faltered really at Slovakia. It was all because of the qualifying. He had a very, very poor by his standards time qualifying, left him with a lot of work to do, and he didn't score many points. But this is the better side of Kristian Kostoja. This is the old Kristian Kostoja that we saw at the start of the season, back on form, looking good for another race victory.
Yeah, he certainly is. And yeah, I just went back and I don't know what I was looking at earlier on, what I called a 2nd place through. But yes, he did take a race win yesterday. But yeah, no, exactly this one. Kristian Kostoja, this is perfect for him. Exactly what he needs. A really strong performance for him. But we saw, again, a look. Those tyres looked a little bit more used than the rest.
Yeah.
What's going to happen at the end of the day, though? It's Kostoja across the line. His 2nd win of the weekend ahead of Dean Hoogendoorn. Van Langendonk finishing in P3 ahead of Filippo Sale. Vanikov finishing P5 ahead of Kalija. Zulfikari, Marsh, Reipold and Rousseau running out the top 10. But for Kostoja, he matches now fellow Spaniard Manuel Maguez with his 100 points, but Maguez, without qualifying Kostoja, is still leading the intermediate classifications right now, and we'll talk a little bit more about Manuel Maguez later on when he's out on the circuit. But certainly it's going to be a tough fight between those two, because you've got, well, history and new drivers coming together right now and battling their way through on this one. Hoogendoorn, with that finish, bumps himself up to 3rd in the intermediate classifications. The championship leader now sits 4th in the intermediate classifications. But again, at this moment in time, Jacopo Martinezzi does not sit anywhere within the top 10, or I think even further down with that retirement earlier on. That will have really scuppered his results. There's a look then at the classifications at the end of that one. Kostoja, Hoogendoorn, Van Langendonk, Sale, Vanikov, Kalija, Zulfikari from Marsh, Reipold and Rousseau, the top 10. Kinmark from Adias, from Durinov, Andriotis and Zhao round out the top 15.
Very good results there for all of those pilots. Remek Samchik in 16th place ahead of Andrea Mani. Mark Pilipenko and Devin Grabko in the top 20, completed by Makar Savalev, Roland Nagy, Kanish Grau, Eduard Godfroyd, Francois Cadal and Matteo Rivas take us down to 25th place. Alexander Dahlstrom, Dean Pedersen, Clara Kowalczyk, Jakob Wung, Max Endicott with work to do across the course of the day. Top 30s for them. Sunyi Bay, Kasper Nielsen and Ludwig Mussi were the last of the 33 finishers in that race. One retirement, which was Amir Sabarov. But for that young man there, Kristian Kostoja, 2 races, 2 wins, sharing the lead in the intermediate classification after 2 complete rounds for all the drivers in OK Junior. We'll look forward to his next race later on this afternoon.
Here's a look at the highlights from that one, and great start from Dries van Langendonk, initially getting away well. It was a good start for Hoogendoorn also. Again, that's 2 races we've seen in a row where that outside line has been okay this morning, and that might be the fact that, well, there's more rubber going down. On board with a view from Kristian Kostoja. And he had a shaky start here. He gained a position through the chicane, but he was there in P5. Dropped down, he had some serious work ahead of him here. Seeing this move from Filippo Sale, he was able to just get that gap as well. Down the inside, that's how Kalija went backwards a little bit in this one. And then from this, Kostoja just chomped away and managed to get up those positions.
He did indeed. I think there's still that question, though. We won't find the answer probably till the last round of heat saves. He's had 2 race wins, but he's raced really hard on those tyres. Has he taken a little bit more out of his Maxxis tyres than the rest of the field, and will that come back to haunt him later on in the round? We'll wait and see. But in that race, it was a properly good drive from Christian Kostoja. On point, it's brave making those moves. You've got to hit the apex. You've got to make sure that you don't snatch a break and run wide. But it was inch perfect every single time from Christian Kostoja.
That was Sala going down the inside of William Kalija, and you saw how close it was for Kalija there. Vanikov able to get through as well on the energy course, and you know, just that moment there all the way throughout, very tight one. That was Kalija getting back past Ivanikov and moving back, so that was a nice little battle that we saw for that one. This lunge here from Kostoja, that was miles away, wasn't it? I didn't think it was anywhere near close enough. Here's another angle of it. There's at least a cart's length between them. Just took that tighter inside line. That's what we talk about, how wide the circuit is going to the apex. It allows moves like that to happen. That then gave Dean Hugendorn the green flag to go for second place. And that put Van Langendonk down to third. But again, he wasn't focused on that. He wasn't worried. He could stay there in third place. Kostoja, though, taking his second win of the weekend. Exactly what he needs. Hugendorn taking his first non-win of the weekend in second place ahead of Dries Van Langendonk. We'll see them out later on today. Seniors, though, Andrew, are coming up next. The first time we'll see them today, Groups A and E. That's going to be an exciting one. That's coming up in around 4 minutes' time. There's a look at what you can expect rest of the day. Again, it's going to alternate between juniors and seniors all the way throughout, with Groups B and F coming up next. Then it will head to Groups C and E. Then it's back to A and D, then B and E to round out the first half of the day. After that, we then go into a lunch break. We'll be back after an hour's gap with the Academy for Groups B and C, then A and D. That rounds out their racing for the day. Until we see their last round of qualifying heats on the beginning of Sunday. So make sure you stay tuned for that one if you are an Academy Trophy fan. But for the juniors and seniors, all their qualifying heats will be done at the end of today. We might have champions at the end of today alone, because there is 25 points up for grabs for the qualifying heats phase. There are 25 championship points up for grabs as well for the super heats phase. And of course, the 50 championship points for the finals on Sunday. But we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. As qualifying heat A versus E for the senior category gets itself lined up and ready to head out onto the circuit. And in time qualifying in the senior category, well, we'll have to wait until the full end of it, because we just had no idea who was going to be where. But Jimmy Elias with his 48.729, a brand new lap record for the circuit here. He took it away from Dmitry Matviev, who had set a 49.0 2 weeks ago. We caught up with Jimmy Elias after setting that lap record.
Well, the man in form here in the OK category, at least in the second series. Fastest lap there for yourself, Jimmy Elias. Jimmy, a really solid run of form here this weekend, showing that Slovakia wasn't a one-off.
Yeah, it was very good, the lap. The position was perfect. And I want to thank all Victory Lane and all my manager and all thing so I can make karting. So thank you to everybody.
What have you been working on in preparation for that qualifying session to make sure that all the key parts were ready and present?
We work like still this morning. We work again with a set of new tire, and was like we make P2 was okay, but we want to make pole, and now we make, so we are happy. We need to keep pushing.
You were so close to making that big step, that big result in Slovakia. Do you think you can do it this weekend and get on the podium?
Yeah, I will try, but we need to work first and like make a good hit, good super hit, and then we see on the final what we can do.
Overall, are you pleased with your 2024 season so far, and what would you like to achieve, especially this weekend?
To win, I want, like, I will try to win, and after we see.
Well, Jimmy, bon chance for the rest of the weekend, and we'll look forward to seeing you out there on track.
Thank you so much.
Is that a bit of French I heard from
A
you
little
there,
bit,
Andrew?
just a little bit.
Loving it, absolutely loving it. There we go then. Drivers are seated, ready to get going for this one. Finn McLaughlin, who starts this one alongside Jimmy Elias. Both of the drivers who start on the front row of this one had wins yesterday. And again, going into this one, for the first time, one of them is about to lose their first qualifying heat of the weekend. No idea which one it could be. Could be neither of them taking a win in this next one, because you've got Lewis Werrell, you've got Joseph Smith, and all British row number 2 just behind as well. That could be an exciting one, but again, we'll keep an eye on that inside row, because Elias Werrell, Jakob Mikalev as well for Malta, Jacob Mikalev, I should say, starts this one on the 3rd row of the grid. P5 has that inside row, so again, just keep a close eye on it as well. Wildcard, Matt Corby from Switzerland joining. He's on that 3rd row of the grid as well. He's certainly impressed.
And another one of the VDK Racing team's drivers who's really impressing. They're going from strength to strength so far this season. But Jimmy Elias, it's something, this happens sometimes with drivers, that just, you know, a switch can be flicked and it just all fits into place. And that's definitely been the case with Jimmy Elias over this weekend and the round that we had in Slovakia as well. Let's take you through the grid then for the first appearance of the day for the senior category. Jimmy Elias starts on pole position on the front row. Alongside him is Finn McLaughlin, Lewis Werrell and Joseph Smith on row 2. Jacob Mikalev and Matt Corby go on row 3 ahead of David Cosma-Christopher and Andrea Dupe on row 4. David Walter and Scott Limblom on row 5. Ethan Jeff Hall on row 6 is joined by Vegard Clementson. Luna Flusha and Blake Nash start this one from row number 9. And then on row 8, it's Tom Luyer and Gerasim Skulanov.
Alpak Soy and Marcus Shilkunas round out row number 9. Matteo Giaccardi and Aaron Garcia round out the top 20 on row 10. Then it's Santino Panetta and Augustin Sepulveda on row 11. Jakub Raschke and Peter Stiller go from row 12. Marcus Juncher and Sebastiana Pavan go from row 13. Sebastian Hayden and Noel Sundberg round out row 14. Nico Juanalate and Sofia Sanfari round out the top 30 on row 15. Then it's Christopher Nita on row 16. 31 drivers in this. A look at the intermediate classification. Ramika's leading it at the moment, ahead of Peschel, Gomez, Turney, Matviev and Drummond. And that championship at the moment, Turney and Gomez is the talking point. They are joint on points, but it's still in Turney's favour as he has a 71 championship points advantage going into this weekend.
He does. At this stage, he knows he just needs to match what Gabriel Gomez, I'd say just needs to match what Gabriel Gomez does. Gabriel Gomez has been racing at a very high level so far this weekend. The thing to really please the Kart Republic fans, though, so far this weekend is not only has the Works team been quick, but their customer teams as well. The likes of Victory Lane, VDK, have been strong in terms of both qualifying and race pace. They could play a very big role in where this year's FIA Karting European Championship title goes in the OK category. That's for focus later on in the day, though. Let's get things running in OK for the first time. 13 laps underway here, and we're going to go round again for another formation lap. Pasquale Lupoli not satisfied with the formation on that one, so hence the flashing amber light is illuminated.
You were ready for that one as well. You were ready, primed for that start. I'll let you start the next one as well. There you go. You were so eager for that one. I'll get you going on that one.
It's understandable, though. The drivers' briefing on Thursday, the drivers were very clearly told.
Yes.
It's not just about the red line being no more overtaking.
You should be formed up.
Wants the whole grid formed up by that red line, so that turns 12, 13, 14 is simply a case of follow through. Nice, slow, constant speed. Constant being the key word there. And if Pasquale Lupoli's not seeing that, the likely decision is that, yes, we'll go round again.
Yep, there he is on your screen on the gantry watching over the circuit. And yeah, again, it is understandable of that rule because, of course, you then force the entire grid to then think last second with one corner to go, oh, what side of the grid do I need to be on? And then they have to think, right, here we go, we'll duck in. And that's where you see it. Don't get me wrong, these drivers have done these starts 1,000,001 times so far in their racing careers. But again, it is so easy to just get confused and go onto the wrong side of the grid. And that's where you see those gaps form up.
Lights out, away we go then. 13 laps underway here at Kristianstad. Good start for Elias, good start for Lewis Werrell as well. On the inside, takes second place away from Finn McLaughlin, down into turn 4. McLaughlin attacks there. Really good defence from Lewis Werrell, left a bit of space on the inside. Joseph Smith's had a decent one from the second row of the grid, is holding there in 4th place. Into turn 7 we go. Jimmy Elias leads once again for victory lane. It's a good start for the Frenchman.
It certainly is, breaking away at the front, but does have the likes of Lewis Werrell right there behind. Now McLaughlin still holding on to 3rd place, pushing it through. There's karts off in the background here, possibly Blake Nash from the USA and Alpak Soy for Fusion Motorsport out of this race as they have not come through sector number 2, and that is a big shame for them. Yellow flags out at turn number 7. Eyes on the front row here, both of those drivers out of the race. That is a big shame for them. Neither of them able to get it restarted as we go through in towards turn number 4 and 5 for the second time of this race, and still comfortable there for Elias, but McLaughlin is looking strong there in 3rd place and might go for the move here, and he is going to go for the move. Down the inside through turn 7, the yellow flags are cleared quickly. Great job from the marshalling team here at Kristianstad, and brilliant to see that we were back under green racing conditions straight away. And now McLaughlin can go to work here and close in on Jimmy Elias up ahead. But Elias has now got quite a strong lead here. They cross the line. It's 0.4 of a second, but it is coming down.
It is coming down. And I'll tell you what, one of the key things for me watching Finn McLaughlin this weekend, he's had a mega 2024 international karting season.
He has.
But if I was to say what is the biggest strength of McLaughlin, it's on the brakes. He is such a good overtaker on the brakes, and considering how many big stops, hairpins, wide entries, turn 7 being a great example, this circuit lends itself fantastically to Finn McLaughlin's skill set. We saw that in the pre-round a couple of weekends ago. And, well, if he can string everything together, he is going to be a tour de force this weekend. Currently sitting in 2nd place behind Jimmy Elias, who I would argue, in terms of the form book, he is at the very top right now in this category. It seems it's out of the race. It's one of the BPKs.
Furious.
And the 1-2-4 of Luna Flusha. So Luna Flusha gets going
dear.
again, but the
her
kart
cart's
takes
gone.
off.
Oh, dear me. Her cart's got a stuck throttle, and it's escaped from her. Thankfully, it's got caught in a tyre barrier and a catch fencing, so no drama there. But that is a scary moment for Flusha, and that's the worry of getting these restarted. But she was furious. There's her kart that went straight on there. That is, you don't see that often,
no.
Andrew. You do not see that often, and both of those drivers out of this race. Ana Garcia and Luna Flusha, well, clearly both of them not very happy.
Not very happy, and that's two drivers that you would both expect to see in the final. It doesn't mean they're going to be out of the final, but a DNF in such a competitive class, such a big entry into the class this weekend as well, that is not good news for either Aaron Garcia or Luna Flusha. Here's your battle for 4th place, Joseph Smith and Jakub Mikulev. Good to see Joseph Smith back on form. He had a really difficult middle of the season, and yeah, I think there'll be a lot of soul searching through rounds 2 and 3 for Joseph Smith, but this is what we know he can do. As we have a look at a replay, this is going to be the replay of Luna Flusha having the one restart. Now that's the Nassau panel being thrown away, so yeah, that cart would have been pulled in anyway, but this is the moment. Oh, she just loses her footing. Just loses her footing, and away it goes. And well, that's why you have the tyre barriers and the catch fencings to make sure that 1-2-4 didn't run into another part of the circuit.
Yeah, very, very lucky there. That fence was in place. Well, the race continuing, and Elias's lead is very slowly diminishing at the moment. You can see that the gap is now down to 0.3 of a second, even lower than it was earlier on, as the battle for the lead is heating up here. Werrell still there in 3rd place as Scott Lindblom sets the fastest lap of the race. Scott Lindblom, who is the only gainer of positions without the top 7 with a 4th-place gain. He's into P6. He's had a brilliant start.
And a continuation of the form that we saw in Slovakia, stepping up from OK Junior into the senior category.
There we go.
McLaughlin has a little go at Elias, gets him off the racing line. Elias fights back, retakes the initiative as they head down the pit straight through turn 1 into the chicane, through 2 and 3, but McLaughlin is on the prowl once again. Is the move on into turn 4? No, not that time. He's going to be waiting surely for turn 6 or 7. Here we are in turn 6. Is McLaughlin going to be close enough here for a go into 7? He's having a look at it down the inside. He gets the block pass done. Brilliant stuff from Finn McLaughlin once again, but that's brought Lewis Werrell into play. 1, 2, 3 at the front of the field. The senior class delivering entertainment once again.
Oh, certainly so. We can never get away with a boring race in seniors. It's always exciting, and right now they're delivering once again. Out of the final hairpin, they go back onto the start-finish straight. It's still McLaughlin who leads the way, but can Werrell capitalise on this one? He caught right up. He's right with these top 3 now. Can he just squeeze that Esprit chassis down the inside of any one of these drivers? The answer in towards turn 4 and 5 is no, but he is still in close company. Now, Joseph Smith in a fellow Victory Lane Kart Republic chassis is closing in behind as well. Is bringing the likes of Jacob Mikulev, Scott Lindblom, David Kozma, and Matt Corby just behind. So again, there's battle still happening further down the field. The biggest mover in this race as well is, Sofia Sanfaru, who started right on the penultimate row of the grid on row 15. She's up 11 places into P19, a brilliant start. There has been another retirement. Unfortunately, it's gone the way of the CRG of Ethan Jeff Hall. He is out of this race. The wildcard entry into this weekend. Certainly not having a good start to his Saturday of racing. Back with the front runners, though. McLaughlin and Elias still line astern, and it's still Werrell in 3rd place. He has not been able to capitalise on that gain he made earlier on.
No, he's not quite got the ultimate race pace, I think, in this one to challenge. But if Elias can have a go back at McLaughlin, he's still in that danger zone for these 2 runners at the front, where, you know, a little bit of side-by-side action will bring the Briton back into play. Lewis Werrell, who started the season, achieved the feat of being the youngest driver to ever be on the podium in the senior category. His first year in the seniors. It's been a fantastic run for him. On to lap number 10 then. McLaughlin's lead still just over 1/3 of a second, but Jimmy Elias is very quick in sector number 1. Has just set his personal best as well. This is the fight for 4th between Smith, Lindblom, Mikulev and Kozma. 4 drivers all looking to finish their season with their strongest results to date, and no reason to suggest why they won't be able to achieve that.
No, exactly. It's just a case of waiting and seeing, I think, at that point. On lap 10 of 13, this is the battle further behind. This is Scott Lindblom and Joseph Smith. Smith's leading these 2 at the moment, currently in P4. Jacob Mikulev behind, but Lindblom's going to go down the inside on his Fusion kart and takes that spot away. Jacob Mikulev now right behind and in tow on the fellow Victory Lane kart as the 2 teammates now go wheel to wheel, and through goes Jacob Mikulev. He moves through, and as well comes David Kozma on that Kart Republic, moves up through as well. And again, this is exactly what we like to see. But for Joseph Smith, this is not what he wants to see, as he's just lost out on 3 places there, and he's down to P7.
Yeah, it's a difficult circuit, this, to lead a pack, because there's so many overtaking opportunities, but it's a very rubbered-in racing line. If you get off it, if you get wide, sometimes you've got to have that patience to return for an opportunity to get back on the racing line. You can see that rubbered-in line. You can see how David Kozma leaning on it through that right-hander. There you can see the air. That's what we're talking about, coming out of turn 5 and towards turn 6. Mega stuff, and mega camera work out there as well by the team.
Yeah, and you know, that part of the track there, that crest that they're going over, is actually really harsh on a driver, because yes, they gain the air up that hill, but then it dips down again, and then it comes up again. So then they land on a hill, back down the inside. This is great stuff. Kozma gets through past Mikalev and moves up into P5. David Kozma right now, the Romanian, looking super strong and is now in the top 5.
And racecraft getting stronger across the course of the season for another driver relatively new to senior racing. There's been no doubt about his pace. His single lap pace and time qualifying across the course of the season has been very strong at points, but this is, I think, arguably the strongest race performance we've seen so far this season from the young Romanian. We're on the final lap. Finn McLaughlin has got full control of this one. He's got half a second in his back pocket ahead of Jimmy Elias, and at the moment he's going to be moving to the top of the intermediate classification. This is going to have a potential bearing on championship. Now, McLaughlin is not a mathematical possibility for the championship, but this kind of result, similar for Jimmy Elias, is moving the likes of Gabriel Gomez and Joe Turney down the order. We'll update you on how that's playing into things in a moment, but Finn McLaughlin round the final corner, another accomplished victory for the driver, flying the flag for the Republic of Ireland. McLaughlin wins by half a second ahead of Jimmy Elias. They both go to first and second places in the intermediate classification at the end of 2 rounds. Lewis Werrell impressive again there, Anthony. He finishes third.
Yep, brilliant stuff there from the field, and they can come back into Parc Fermé knowing that that's a job well done. And McLaughlin continues his winning streak now, 100 points to his name. He leads the intermediate classifications, and that may shake things up a little bit for the others out there, and the likes of, like you were saying there, Gomez and Turney, who tumbled down a bit, but it's certainly going to make things interesting going into that half of the day. We look forward to that one. Live maths will be happening by Andrew Mather, not by myself. I can't do live maths. The drivers making their way back in towards Parc Fermé. Let's take through the full results from that one. McLaughlin from Elias, Werrell from Lindblom, David Kozma from Jacob Mikalev, Matt Corby from Andrea Dupe, Josie Smith from David Walter, Vanguard Clementson from Santino Panetta, Matteo Giaccari and Peter Stiller, Augustine Sepulveda rounding out the top 15. Peter Stiller, the biggest mover in the top 15, 10 positions gained.
Very good stuff from those drivers. We'll be happy with their results. Jeremy Skolnov, Marcus Sulkunas, Sofia Zamfari, Sebastiano Pavan and Sebastian Hayden, all in the top 20. I think, yes, Zamfari at 12 positions in that one. Very good run. Tom Louis P21, Kuba Reisky P22 ahead of Marcus Juncker, Nico Latnalate and Christopher Nita, the last of the 25 finishes here. Look at some of the highlights from that one. Very good start for those on the inside. Elias immediately into the lead, and Lewis Werrell taking advantage of being there on grid 3, immediately up to second place. On lap 1, we lose Blake Nash and Alpak Soy. Not good scores for them. They've got work to do to just make it through to the superheats. Remember, it's 72 drivers who make their way through to the second set of races on Sunday. Very dramatic moments here, Anthony. Luna Flusha, already having had that incident with Aaron Garcia, has a problem of footing when trying to get the kart going again, and there it goes, off into the sunset. Thankfully to be caught by the tyre barriers. That would be both Garcia and Flusha out of the race. Yeah,
later on we'd lose Ethan Jeff Hall as well as Noel Sundberg as well in their own incidents on circuit. This was the first attempt at the race lead from Finn McLaughlin on Jimmy Elias through turn number 14. We'd have to wait for half a lap later at turn 7. Back down the inside, this brought the likes of Lewis Werrell into play, but not close enough. Then we saw Scott Lindblom pushing his way forward, Josie Smith not losing out on just 1, but then later on in the next lap, 2, and then 3 places in the space of half a lap, and that's a bit disheartening for Josie Smith as he tumbled down the order. Then you had the likes of David Kozma pushing his way past everyone else, getting past Jakub Mikalev, but gaining those positions. But for Finn McLaughlin, 2 wins out of 2. He can check that one off, and now he goes into his third race later on as the intermediate classification leader, cleared by 6 points from Jimmy Elias. Well, the juniors are back out onto the circuit. This time it is time for Groups B versus F, and well, in this one, it's been a shaky one for the groups in Groups B and F, especially in Groups F, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Noah Baglin starting this one on the front row, and again, a superb qualifying from himself. He was the fastest in Group 50.513, but that was sizably slower than what Dries van Langendonk did. So again, it just showed that the conditions changed a lot over the course of qualifying. Here's what Baglin had to say.
No, Baglin, top of the timesheets in the third group of OK Junior timed qualifying. Good lap out there, gets you at the front for the races, but a little bit of frustration at the end, looking to get another lap in.
Yeah, it's just I tried to roll, so the people ahead of me couldn't roll on me, and then I lost about 2 seconds, and when I crossed the line there was 48 seconds left to go, so I missed the extra lap. But a bit disappointing, but it's all right still. P1 is what we wanted, so it's good.
And I reckon that'll be second overall once all the times are combined, because you're one of those fastest drivers. So plenty of opportunities to start from the front through the qualifying heats.
Yeah, I think the pre-race, obviously, we were not amazing. We were like 6th, but this race, starting on P1, I think will be second overall. It'll be all right. If I start on P1 every race, it'll be fine. So yeah, just got to work from there.
How would you summarise the season so far? It's such a competitive championship. It is the OK Junior class. How's it been in your seat?
Very hard, if I say so. Yeah, it was just mini to here. It's a very hard decision, and like I come up and there's 14-year-old drivers, but this year has been amazing. Like it's a step up and I'm learning, so I think next year will be better, but this year off to a good start.
I'd say Slovakia, you really started to push through. Have you got used to the style of the racing as well at this level?
Yeah, obviously at the start of the year when we were at the back it was hard, but when you get used to this, when you start getting a little bit of podiums, you get used to it. So I think just work on at the front and we'll just keep getting used to it.
Podium in the potential future for this weekend, do you think?
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. We'll see what happens.
Good stuff. Well done, Noah, and look forward to your races.
Thank you.
Well, excellent to chat there to Noah Baglin, who starts this one on the front row alongside Nicholas Schaufler. Then you've got Devin Waltz and Jack Iliff yesterday, who suffered a retirement, 29th place in his second race. Ludovico Mazzola and Rocco Coronel go from row 3. Then it's Roman Kamyab and Arata Endu, who also had a retirement yesterday from Japan at 27th place in his second race. Gustavo da Silva and Thomas Ferrer go from row number 5. Then you have Henry Domain and Bruno Greek on row 6. It's Zhang Jose and Louis Cochet on row number 7. Daniel Kelleher and Sebastian Letomaki round out row 8, with Marco Gars and Mel Pellis on row 9.
James Anagnostiadis and Louis Bazare go from the 10th row of the grid, ahead of Sunansi and Kara Furhand on row 11. Hubertus Palm, one of the many Swedish wildcards here this weekend, starts on row 12. Is joined by Florentine Hattemer. Melvin Kaluzdian and Alexander Uzneem start on row 13. Filippo Pancotti and Enzo Ruggiero start row 14, ahead of Mika Rönitz and Alex Malota. That completes the top 30. Row 16, Gregor Kalas and Georgi Zazov. The 34-card field completed by Maximus Unt and Ebe Rasum on row 17. There are your scores on the doors in the intermediate classification. Miguez and Costa perfect through 2 rounds. This is the start of round 3 for OK Junior. And good opportunity here for Nicholas Schaufler to get back onto top here. So currently sitting in a tie on points for 4th place. And another win here would elevate him back ahead of the top 3. But remember, they would still have a race in hand, of course.
Well, the field makes its way into the final hairpin. Looking good at the front. Back of the grid needs to get a wiggle on as they are falling behind here. Into the tram lines, are we going racing? The answer to that is no. We are going round again. So, again, that back of the grid not formed up there. Pasquale Lupoli sending the field round again. They'll be in close proximity to our Deputy Race Director, Gonzalo Planta, out there as well, who I'm sure will indicate to the drivers to hurry up at the back.
Indeed. It does give us a nice opportunity to just update on the championship permutations.
Let's do it.
Right now, should stress this is commentary box provisional prediction scores.
Don't take anything that's serious.
Dries van Langendonk, 4th after the last round. That's a decent haul of points. The more important thing is Martinez and Kamyab are both not scoring. They need to be in the top 15 in the intermediate classification to get any points of some description. So at the moment, it almost doesn't matter what Dries van Langendonk's doing. He's putting a little bit more to his tally. So if this was to stay this way at the moment, all the way to the end of the day, Dries van Langendonk would be confirmed as the new European champion. But as we say, provisionally, 3 more rounds to go, ladies and gentlemen. Lots more maths to do here in the box and to be confirmed by the team in timing and scoring. It's looking good if you're a Dries van Langendonk fan.
It certainly is. Well, drivers make their way once again back into that final corner, and we are this time looking good for a green flag and start. It is Baglin and Schaufler on the front row, and we are racing down towards turn number 1, and it's a lightning start, but it's shaky for Devin Waltz there as 2 karts go off the scene. Left-hand side at turn number 1. They rejoin the circuit. They're both in this race, but crucially, right at the back of it.
Yeah, I think that might have been Tom Aprodier and Bruno Grick. It was another one of the Ward Racing entries. No, apologies. It was Arato Endo. Got similar looking helmets. Says, whoa, on the attack. That is a good attempt from Devin Waltz and Nicholas Schaufler, but not quite able to pull it off. Here comes Schaufler down the inside of Matsola and goes through, takes another position. He's up to 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed, Ludovico Mazzola there looking very strong in the early form of this race. A lightning start from that 3rd row finish. Had a penalty in his 2nd race. It dropped him down to 23rd. So again, is looking to capitalise in this one and is in that tow of Nicholas Schaufler through turn number 1. Not going for the move in towards the chicane. He stays behind as they go back downhill now. The braking zone is very clearly marked on the circuit by all the rubber that's been planted down on the circuit going into the hairpin as they enter in towards turn 6. Down the hill once again towards turn 7. The track widens here, but no chance of an overtake this time around. He stays behind. Now, Devin Waltz is still there as well in P4. He had a really shaky start on that one. His kart was pretty much sideways going in towards turn number 1 at the very start of that race, and he got really unsettled there, and never a nice start. And from there, it has just dropped him down to P4.
Yeah, it's a corner where you need a lot of commitment to turn 1, and if you've not quite got the tyres into the operating window, it can be a little bit tricky. Schaufler and Matsola, they're 2nd and 3rd. Noah Baglin, I say this has been a very impressive weekend for me so far from Noah Baglin. We've seen him getting quicker, getting to grips with how this style of racing works, but we asked a big question yesterday here on the Circuit PA of like, okay, he's got a pole position now. Can he do it at the front of the order? Can he keep himself calm? Can he almost run these bit like a time trial on his own, not let himself get pulled back into the main pack? And he answered the question yesterday with relative ease. He's doing again here with a very strong driver. Nicholas Schaufler, I think, is quite unfortunate to not be part of the championship picture. That's a nice move, though, from Matsola down the inside. But he is out there, leading by 1.5 seconds, 1.6 seconds now. This is a very good start to the weekend for Noah Baglin.
Yeah, and he's not stressing the cards out too much. And we said this yesterday, down the inside as Devin Waltz goes through, and he moves up past Schaufler as well. So Schaufler tumbling down the order a bit here now. We'll have the likes of Roman Kamyab. Now, Roman Kamyab, he's had a good race in this one. I want to talk about him a little bit because, again, he's around there in the championship. He's a few points behind. But again, he needs these results, and he's getting them right now down the inside past Schaufler, and he moves up into P4. This is good stuff.
And there's the other matter as well, that at the moment, 3rd in the championship points, 81 behind Dries van Langendonk.
It's a lot of work.
Considering how well Dries van Langendonk is doing as well, it's starting to narrow the chances of winning the championship. But third place in the European Championship is still a very big thing to have. And it's Kostoya who's immediately behind him in the championship. And we've seen already today just how well Kostoya is going along this weekend. So Kamyab's going to need to up the ante. Decent results yesterday, a couple of top 10s, but those top 10s need to become top 3s, I'd say, for Kamyab. So he needs to get his overtaking boots on. It's down the inside. That's a lovely move from Henry Domain. Gains a position past Nicholas Schaufler. Schaufler responds. This is not the kind of race I was expecting for Nicholas Schaufler.
No, exactly. He's a driver who is quick, he's calm, he knows what to do, he knows how to fight at the front. We've seen him at the front many times. He's a winner of many qualifying heats and finals, but this time around, just tumbling down the order. He loses out there to Domain. Now he's going to try and get back down the inside. Domain having a really strong race on this one. Here comes Coronel. Now, Coronel this weekend hasn't been anywhere. He's been a driver right at the sharp end so far this season. And, yeah, he's just been struggling on the second half.
Yes, but it's another one of those where we've seen Rocco Coronel get stronger and stronger across the course of the season. I remember back to Val d'Argenton when he had that unbelievable drive through the field where he just kept going and going.
It was brilliant.
One of those that if it was a race 10 laps longer, he probably would have won it. And we have seen that be a characteristic of the young Dutchman's racing across the course of the season. We're on lap 6, we're into the second half of this heat involving groups B and F in OK Junior. Baglin still looking comfortable, 1.9 up front. Let's have a look at a replay involving Niklas Schauffler. Big chunk of curb there. That was through turn number 2. Just look fully comfortable at the moment with how his DPK racing machine's working out there.
He does it. It was a big clout off the curb, but looked like there he avoided the flip-flops that are on the exit of those corners there to prevent track limits from the drivers. Eyes on this one here as Marco Gast has got past Rocco Coronel. So Coronel, who was closing into Schauffler, wasn't able to get the move done. In fact, he's been overtaken himself. So again, it's just chopping and changing. Investigation flag going out to Daniel Kelleher out on the circuit. Not sure what that's for, but clearly race control keeping a close eye on the entire field out there. Eyes on this one here. Domain, Schauffler, still line astern. Back with the front. Baglin, 2.1 seconds clear now from Mazzola, who's there in second place. This is a superb drive from him. Something that I don't think we've seen much this season.
It feels like a bit of a fresh attitude from Noah Baglin. Off camera, I let you into a little bit of a story yesterday that before we did the interview, he was actually a little bit frustrated with himself because he missed getting another lap in by 2 seconds. Oh, Coronel out wide there in a fight with Anagnostiadis. Anagnostiadis coming through the field has gained, I think that's 10 positions now for the young Australian. That's very good progress from James Anagnostiadis. But Baglin was frustrated with himself. He missed getting another lap in by 2 seconds. The checkered flag went out. His lap was still quick enough to be fastest in the session. But that's the competitive nature of this young man now, that he knew he could have done that little bit better. It's his execution that he's needing to build up now. And I think that's why you're seeing him going out, performing in the manner that he is doing, to prove to himself and the team that he means real business for the rest of this year. We've got this round here obviously to wrap up the Europeans. We've still got a World Championship, which will be on home soil for Noah Baglin as well. It's all coming together for him.
Certainly is. On to lap 9, this is the penultimate lap of the race. The last lap board will be out this time for the field. Baglin leading the way from this battle here. Mazzola and Devon Waltz still in second and third place. Kamyab is there in P4, has closed in on this battle and looks to me like he was going to go for the attempt here. This is a moment from Devon Waltz out of one of the corners, and yeah, very wide there. Very have to be pretty careful. There was an attempt for third place from Kamyab going into this final lap. It didn't work out. He is still there in P4 as, again, we look here to Baglin. Again, we've talked about him for a while. A superb start to his weekend, delivering exactly what he needs. He's not leading the intermediate classification at the moment, but he is certainly looking very strong. This was that attempt for third place down the inside of the final hairpin. Got the entry, didn't get the exit, stays behind. But like you say, back to Baglin, superb, exactly what he needs, and only one more corner to go. This is a brilliant start to his weekend, Andrew.
Absolutely. Out of the final corner, Noah Baglin takes race victory to open up the third round of heats in OK Junior. Dominant performance for Baglin, wins by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Ludovico Mazzola in the Birrell ART. Devon Waltz third, Niklas Schauffler got through. He had a very strong finish, got fourth place ahead of Roman Kamyab. That is still good points for Roman Kamyab, but he'll be wanting more to keep himself in the title picture, potentially going into tomorrow. Henry Domain, P6. Sebastian Lehtimäki up to 7th place. A number of really strong drives into the top 10 from the likes of Lehtimäki. Marco Gast was up 9 as well. James Anagnostiadis went one better in terms of positions gained, was up 10 to 9th. And Louis Bazaret as well. Good drive there from the Frenchman.
wild card this weekend for Victory Lane. He also gained 10 spots into the top 10.
Yep, certainly did. Well, that race certainly will be one to watch back later on because, of course, for Baglin, a masterclass there of overtaking skill. The rest of the field, though, pops up on your screen. Like we say, we've gone over the top 15 there on that one. Gustavo da Silva rounding out that top 15 after, again, dropping down a few positions. Filippo Pancotti, though, in 16th place, 11 places gained. He was the biggest mover out there, pushing himself up to P16 ahead of Kira Fairhand. Then it was Alexander Uznin with a gain of 8 places, finishing 18th place. Daniel Kelleher and Jack Iliff rounding out the top 20. Iliff not having the race he wanted in that one. Bruno Greek and Alex Malota from Melvin Kalusian and Arata Endo as well, going down to 24th place at the start of that race. Habitus Palm from Enzo, Richard Giro, then it's Thomas Pradir from Florentine Hattemer, Ebi Razum from Meripelidis, Georgi Zazov from Mikarunitz, then it's Gregor Matikainen and Maximus Untu rounds out the 34 finishers. All 34 cars that started did finish that race. Here's a look at the highlights from that one. And initially, great getaway from Baglin, but immediately you saw the shaky start there for Devin Waltz at the start, and unfortunately for the two drivers there that we were talking about, Arata Endo, unfortunately one of the drivers going off the circuit there in the 261 and the 268 as well, also going off the circuit. That was a little further down in the order of Thomas Pradir as well. That's another angle of it, but it just shows the speed that you carry through turn one. It's a positive camber corner as well, and you get caught out on that outside, how quickly you can end up on that grass. Not what you want to see. The early stage on this one, that was a bold move from Devin Waltz there at the start. Absolute full send and commitment. Didn't work out for him though. Matzo's managing to get back down the inside. That brought Schaufler into play. And Schaufler, look at that, 2 for 1 effectively. From one corner to the next, straight into second place.
Yeah, great reading of how the race was going to develop through those couple of corners from Schaufler. But Mazzola, a very impressive performance from the young Italian. Back down the inside of Schaufler for second place at the end of the second lap. Schaufler kind of went a little bit missing in action in the middle of the race, really. It's a curious one as he lost out to Waltz, and then Kamyab came through as well. This is looking good for Roman Kamyab, knowing he needed to gain positions. This was Henry Domain down the inside. There was a bit of a worry for Nicholas Schaufler at this point of whether there was a problem or whatever was going on at that, but he always has that fight back ability, does Nicholas Schaufler. He's a driver who never, ever, ever gives up, and he was full credit because he worked his way, of course, back up to 4th place.
Nicknamed the Austrian Mouse, is someone who is always very determined here as he went wheel to wheel with Henry Domain in the dying stages of that race, but that little adjustment there through the chicane brought him backwards just that little bit. James Adignosiadis, a great race from him. Like you were saying, 10 places gained to finish inside the top 10. The same for Louis Lazare as well. 10 places gained to finish in P10. Both of them clearly following each other through that race and just gaining those positions. The same for Rocco Coronel in that one. Just on the back foot, dropping down 5 places in the race to finish in P11. Still not the result. There was Kamyab, his only attempt for 3rd place. For that move. It wouldn't go his way though, he would stay just behind. But for Baglin, that was superb. Another clean and controlled drive for the young Briton, and looking strong here in Kristianstad.
Looking very strong indeed. Still work to do, of course. He takes the lead in the intermediate classification for this moment, but there are other drivers behind with their 3rd races still to come. Next out on circuit, we switch our attention back to the senior category, the OK category. Qualifying heat for Groups B and F is up next.
Certainly is, and there you can see them lined up ready to go for this one. Thibaut Ramekers, again, a talking point this weekend, stepping up into the senior category this year, and again, he's just shown the raw pace that he's had over the course of this season. We caught up with him at the end of qualifying, though, as he put it on pole in Group.
Once again in Parc Fermé with our fastest driver from the 3rd and final part of qualifying in the OK category. Thibaut Ramekers, another great qualifying for you, really close out there. All 3 drivers top of their respective groups in a 48.7. you one of those drivers. Did you feel that was all you had to give today? Was there more time out there on track?
No, I think I give all I had for the moment, and I'm really happy because in the practice we know we had the pace, and now we confirmed the pace in the quali. So yeah.
Fresh off the victory in Slovakia, how much confidence has that victory in round 3 given you for this final round of the season?
I'm really confident for this race because we have the speed, and I hope to be able to do the same at the Slovakia ring. So, but we will see.
And very good for your teammate as well. Finn McLaughlin was just behind in that group. Do you think you two will be working together again across the course of the weekend?
Yeah, I hope we're gonna work together to go faster and faster, and yeah, I hope.
As a summary, how do you feel about the season so far? Are you happy with the season so far?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the season because it's my first year in OK. So we had a good year because we have 2 wins, one in the Champions and one in the FIA. So it's a really good year.
Well, best of luck, Thibaut, and good luck for those races later on.
Thank you.
Indeed, and that win he was talking about there came from Slovakia, where we also got the extra championship point in that final for the fastest lap of the race as well, and that certainly bumped him up in the order. Ramakas sits 6th in the championship, but I think that full championship fight is just out of his reach, and yeah, I don't think he'll have enough here.
Yeah, he won't do it. It's more looking back to the first round for that, but yeah, he can be very proud of this season so far.
100%.
Here we go then, into the next heat. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Thibaut Ramakas on pole position. Dmitry Matveyev alongside. Has had some good form the last couple of races. Davide Bottaro and Luis Iglesias on an all CRG Row 2. What role do they have to play here this weekend? Salim Hanar and Vivek Kantan on Row 3. Kai Rilats and Andy Consali on Row 4. Mateus Morgato, one of the championship contenders, starts this one on Row 5, is joined by Jakob Kamenik, Lewis Francis and Timo Youngling on Row 6. Noah Wolf and Roland Coclain start on Row 7, capping off the first half of the grid. On Row 8, Stilianos Kolovos and Maxi Rafalik.
Jensen Graham and Murillo De Rocca go from Row 9. Bernardo Bonaldi and Ian Eichmans round out row number 10 and the top 20. Sebastian Corpeng and Dominic Simek go from Row 11. Etienne Deng and Javier Abramides on row number 12. Tor Rugstad and Radek Vavra on Row 13. Alexander Spets and Maria Neto on Row 14. Ivo Brastada and Suleiman Zamfari on Row 15. Elias Skivisto round out the 31 kart field on the 16th row at the back of the grid. There's a look at your intermediate classifications. At the moment, it is Finn McLaughlin leading up with his 2 wins ahead of Jimmy Elias, Ramakas, Peschel, Gomez and Turney. Ramakas with this result, if he wins on this one, bumps him back up to the front, of course. With McLaughlin leading that one, he's in the prime spot. There is so many drivers in here that do have a role to play here. Some in the championship fight, some who are not even within the team's game as well. But again, it all falls down. We just don't know who it could be because it's still close in the seniors.
It is. I think the drivers with a very key role in this race are the 2 CRG drivers on that second row of the grid. They individually can't win the title, but if they can get ahead of Ramakas and Matveyev and take some points off of them in the intermediate classification, let's just check whether we are going this time around. The grid forming up in the first half. I thought we would go around again, so we'll continue the points. Bottaro and Iglesias, they've got to get ahead, take points off Ramakas and Matveyev to open the door for Gabriel Gomez to follow up with a good result of himself to get ahead of the likes of Ramakas and Matveyev, because that will translate into championship points. Gomez needs a big swing in terms of championship points to keep this one going. Now as things stand, Gomez 5th, Turney 6th. That wouldn't be title-winning position for Turney. It would go on to tomorrow's superheats, but it would still be a case of where Turney's getting closer to being in that championship-winning position, opposed to Gomez catching him back up and giving himself a better chance longer into the weekend. So this is why it's key. Iglesias, Bottaro, they've got to get ahead. They've got to open the door for their team leader to take the opportunity later on, should it present itself.
Exactly. Again, we're watching the standings and points change race by race. It's certainly difficult when you've got over 100 drivers in one class alone battling away. On board with Salim Hanar for the Prema Racing team for this one as we make our way out of the final corner into the tram lines. Are we good for a start this time around? I'm sure the people watching in the grandstand will get a great view in towards turn one as we go racing in towards turn one. It is a great start from the likes of Ramikas, who breaks away at the front. The two CRGs battle away, cuts off at the exit of the chicane as they all rejoin safely. And does everyone get out of turn number 4 cleanly? It's a bit shaky in the background, but crucially, all cuts still pointing in the right direction.
Brilliant start for both Bataro and Iglesias. That was a game of chess at nearly 100 kilometres down into turn 1. They managed to get through and ahead of Dmitry Matviev. Now they'll try and work together to dispatch of Thibaut Ramikas, but that is one very much easier said than done. This is on board with Salim Hanar. Look at Iglesias. Oh, that is mighty close between the two CRGs, but they knew they had to get ahead of Matviev. That's one of the Kart Republic runners dispatched of. Now they can set about trying to get past Ramikas, but as I say, that was mighty, mighty close.
More than close. They touched going in towards turn 1. That nearly was disaster. They might nearly cause disaster here as well as Iglesias sends it down the inside of Bataro. The two CRGs, well, we were hoping they might scrap away with the race leader Ramikas, who is beating at the moment the likes of both Gomez and Turney to play a role for their teammate. But right now they're scrapping amongst themselves here and dealing with the likes of Matviev, Hanar, Rilarts, Morgato still there in P7 and Canthan in 8th. Now Kolovasov just seeing there's tumbled down to 21st place. He's not had a great start in this one, but as the rest of the field go through, it is still Ramikas now. Who is he extending his lead? He is. It's up to 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, Thibaut Ramikas has really gone off hard in the early stages of this race. There will still be a bit of a question of is he using his tyres too much. We're keeping an eye on Mateus Morgato in this race as well, because he's another one of the drivers who mathematically does have a chance of beating Joe Turner, your championship leader, across the course of this weekend. The trouble for him right now, though, as Rilarts looks down the inside of Hanar for 5th place. He's there in 7th, which, don't get me wrong, is a good result as Vivek Canthan's now looking around the outside. Vivek Canthan had a very difficult day yesterday and is desperately needing intermediate points. Morgato is further back in the scores than Gomez is, so again, he needs an even bigger swing in his advantage, and 7th place, to be honest, is not going to be doing the job for him. He needs to be up in, realistically, the top 2 in these races. And yesterday for him, it was similar results, 5th and 6th. Back on board with an right. As that's going to be not an onboard. That's going to be a nice shot of the sky for anyone looking at the clouds across the course of this next race.
Well, if we need an update on the weather, we'll definitely cut to Salim Hanar's live on-board camera on that one. Right, Ramikas extending his lead now over a second, 1.1 seconds clear from the likes of Iglesias and Bataro, who are still there, 2nd and 3rd. They are not breaking away, though, from the pack behind, but Viev is still there in P4 and is still just being a little bit of a thorn in the side of those two CRGs ahead. This is a little further behind. This is Kai Rilarts, who's making his way through the field right now. Has had a strong performance, but is still down a couple of positions, so still up where he wants to be. Like we're saying, Vivek Canthan, who's just behind this one, we saw him there trying to gain in the early doors of this one. He had a really tough day yesterday, didn't he? He retired in his first race, finished 27th. He had a penalty in his second race, dropped him down to 17th place. That's not the results he's wanted. Noah Wolf as well had a tough day yesterday. That car is back on form, setting fastest laps of the race. He had a retirement yesterday after mechanical problems. There is a retirement out on track. Now, it's not on camera at the moment, but I can see it out the commentary box. It looks like one of the Sodis is dropping down the order, and I think it's Timo Jungling, unfortunately, the wild card going into this weekend, and a well-known racer in the KZ category, unfortunately, out of this race.
Yeah, real shame for Timo Jungling. Will take no part in the second half of this race. Here is the fight for 2nd place, and right now that's looking like it's going to be about as good as it gets for Iglesias and Botaro in this one, because Thibaut Ramekers, as Thibaut Ramekers does, has just disappeared off the front of this field. 50.054 in rate. Oh, as Matviev goes down the inside of Botaro, that's for third place. That's a lovely move. As I say, there's a lot of overtaking opportunities around this circuit, and Matviev, another driver in strong form right now, capitalising on that opportunity, improving up to third place.
Oh, there's more drama here, as well as there's big, heavy damage there to the 155 on circuit. That is Javier Avramides, who is trying to get it restarted right now. He is on the circuit. He is right at the middle stage of the lap. He's not able to get it going, and he's out of this race. That is a big shame. And I was seeing there debris from another kart off the circuit, but not sure who that one could be. So we'll keep a close eye as the race goes on. It might have been Eichmann's, actually. Ian Eichmann's in his Birrell kart, the treble one, is down to 29th.
Real tough fight here going on with Kanthan and Noah Wolf and Salim Hanar, who lost a couple of positions there, got out of the groove, as we say. You've got to be patient before your opportunity arises to get back onto the racing line round this circuit. Andy Consani's getting involved as well in the Sodi kart, the 117, and Kamenik and Francis as well has joined this fight. This is all from 7th place down. Noah Wolf sees a warning flag, and there's a couple of warning flags that have gone out in this race. We're on to lap number 8. What does the race leader do? Ramekers is 4/10 a lap quicker than the rest of the field. This is astonishing.
That's a driver in the zone right now. He's fully focused on breaking away, as that's a huge move for Silimanad, trying to go down the inside there. And, well, Noah Wolf just slamming that door closed on the exit, is holding on to P7, and Wolf is really pushing hard here. Is that Silimanar off the track? It is. That battle was getting feisty, and unfortunately, Hanar has tumbled down the order. Back here, though, through goes Morgato. Morgato's got past Botaro. So that's a big one here. Championship rival going into now P4 is gaining the positions here and is moving up the intermediate classification.
You've got to give it to Mateus Morgato. He is not giving this one up without a fight. He's not content on just fighting for second place in the championship, because that is a battle with Gomez that will go on through the course of the weekend. Neither of them are, it's not the case of one of them so far ahead. It could be decided either in these qualifying heats or in the super heats. And but for that P1, he still has an opportunity. Here is another look. Oh, it was contact with Wolf and Hanar. So they'd already had a little bit of a discussion earlier on in the race, and I think they'll be having another one possibly in Parc Ferme.
Not sure if that was 3 wide. This is the on-board view of what we could see of that, and a lot of debris and looking up the nostrils of the spectators on the side of the track there, but certainly not an ideal one there for Salim Hanar out of this race and tumbling down the order. Ramekers again, fastest lap of the race, 49.889. Rapid times that we're seeing here from him. And his race lead now is 2.6 seconds from Iglesias. Matveev still there in 3rd place as we look at this battle further behind. Botaro and Rillarts here. Morgato just ahead, but Rillarts has had a good race here. He's only gained positions so far in this race, but he's really pushing strong. I want to look back a little further back in the grid, because we had some big movers in this one. Alexander Spets, 14 places gained. Ivo Bestrada, 13 places gained, and Elias Kivisto, 12 places gained in this race. Just wanted to give them a little shout out there. It's absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah, good to see those drivers making their way through the field, looking to possibly get into the super heats tomorrow. Top 72, as a reminder, go through the near 100 strong field, so we're going to lose about a third of them after the qualifying heats. 5 rounds of qualifying heats are completed here. This is the fight for second place. Luis Iglesias does also have a mathematical chance of winning the title, but it's very, very slim. And at the moment, he's sat 3rd in the intermediate classification, but that is still with others, the likes of McLaughlin and Elias and Peschel and Turney and Gomez still with their 3rd races to run. He's fighting here. He's doing the job of keeping Dmitry Matviev behind. Morgato is going to be an interested party in this, because Morgato in the second half of this race has been marginally quicker than Matviev and Iglesias. New fastest lap of the race from Timo Ramekes. 3.1 seconds clear of the rest of the field now.
I mean, that is just a superb drive. And it makes you wonder as well, why isn't Ramekes fighting in this the championship lead? Why is he not part of it? And it all falls down to that first round in Spain, doesn't it? It just didn't go well from there.
Yeah, and we've got to remember this is his first year. It takes a while to sometimes, even for the best drivers, to get the head fully around how a senior category races versus a junior. It's more calculating in the seniors. Juniors is very almost like cut and thrust. You've got to get in there. You've got to get your elbows out. You've got to be aggressive. Sometimes that style of working doesn't quite work at this level, but either way, Timo Ramekes has gone on top of it now, won the last round in Slovakia. He'll be argued that he would have wanted this championship to be even longer. He would have wanted it to be 5 rounds, 6 rounds to play his way back in. Yeah, a very impressive run again here on the final lap. It's going to put him back on top in the IC.
Certainly would do after scoring no points in France as well. You have to remember for the Belgian, he certainly had to fight strong in this second half, and he's done just that in this one. Timo Ramekes out of the final corner will win another qualifying heat race of the weekend. His second win out of 3 qualifying heats he's done, and he leads the intermediate classification at the end of that race, ahead of Dmitry Matviev, but it was Louis Iglesias who finishes that race in P2 ahead of Matviev. Morgado with P4 ahead of Bataro, Brillarts, Canthan, Francis, Consani and Kamenek, the top 10. But again, eyes of the world watching this young talent here, stepping up into the seniors and really strong, putting himself up against real drivers in this one, real senior drivers who've been racing for so many years in the category, showing his true talents. There's a look at the full classification on that one. Silliman finishing in 11th place ahead of Alexander Spets. Bernardo Benaldi from Mula de Roca and Silianos Kolovos running out the top 15. Spets with 12 places gained in that one. An absolutely superb race, just finishing outside the top 10.
Good race as well for Ivo Besteda, up a good number of positions to 16th. Noah Wolf in the NP17. It's not been a good weekend in terms of race results so far for Wolf. They'll look to turn things around in the next 2. Maxi Rafalik, P18, Jensen Graham and Elias Kivisto complete the top 20. Kivisto, another big mover in that race. Sebastian Kopeng in 21st, Deng Haus Chan in 22nd, ahead of Roland Kuklain, Suleiman Zanfari and Maria Neto as well in the top 25. 2 more finishers, Dom Simek and Tord Raugstad. 4 retirements, Javier Avramidis and Eichmanns, Timo Jungling and Radek Vavra.
See through the highlights from that one. Initially, great getaway from Ramekes, taking the optimal line there through turn number 1 and just sweeping into the lead. No dramas there in the front, dramas at the background though, and some drivers getting squeezed out onto that exit curb and may have to avoid that flip-flop. If they hit it, they may be in a bit of bother. This was the live on board here for what we had it for that race. How close was that? It wasn't close. They touched the 2 CRGs wheel to wheel there through turn 1.
I mean, Iglesias' start was almost one of those that was too good. It was like, oh, it's in a situation now 3 wide into turn 1, but raced very, very well, getting past his teammate Bataro on his way to 2nd place. Unfortunately for the 2 CRGs, they just did not have the pace of Belgium's hottest race property at the moment in karting, Timo Ramekes. Salim Hanar had an eventful race and had a moment with the camera as well, the onboard camera.
He's getting his elbows
out. Skies. He was literally getting his elbows out. Would do so later in the fight with Noah Wolf and others. Unfortunate for Timo Jungling, he would retire early in this one as well, having a tough weekend. We're hoping for better fortunes later on. Matviev going on the attack. This was on lap 6, down the inside of Bataro for 3rd place. And lots of battles going on through the field. Also, that was Tord Raugstad and Roland Kuklain having a close quarters moment. Javier Avramidis, he would leave the race as well. One of 4 retirements in that one. And yeah, it's a very, very busy race in the midfield throughout those 13 laps, Anthony.
It certainly was, and it continued on for the rest of it as well, as we saw the dramas kicking off here between Salim Hanar and Noah Wolf. This was Wolf down the inside again, getting that job done. That was, again, Slimanad just getting caught out a little bit, and even Wolf getting caught out as well as Canthan, and all of them were going absolutely wheel to wheel throughout this one. Amazing that nothing really happened at that stage of the race. That was as close as you'd like to get it. This was the live on board of all of that racing. We didn't get to see much of it. That move there as well, kind of, I think it's kick-started a bit of a battle, proper battle between those two here, as we saw Morgato pushing his way up through the field as well. Morgato looking very strong at the end of that one. That was the decisive move there. Wolf down the inside, and Slimanad getting quite quickly nerfed off the circuit there effectively, and out of the race. And again, that was the onboard view for what we could see of that race. But a very tough one for the majority of that field. But for this man here, Timo Ramikas, well, cleared by nearly 4 seconds at the end of that one. A superb, strong performance from the young Belgian. We'll see them out later on today. We'll turn our attention now back to the junior category, C versus E. Both these drivers, both these groups now have done 2 qualifying heats. They're going into their 3rd one now against each other. And at the front of this one, it is Manuel Maguez who starts this on the front row and pole position. He was on pole. We caught up with him.
Here with Manuel Maguez for CRG, fastest driver in Series 2 for OK Junior. Manuel, great qualifying, that strongest qualifying of the season. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I make a very good lap, but in the last lap I make something mistakes, and this I cannot make the overall best lap.
34 karts out on circuit in that session. Was traffic difficult?
No, for me I didn't take traffic because I started a little bit before and I didn't take.
So were you thinking about the strategy ahead of that qualifying to get clean out?
Yeah, the team make a very good strategy. I want to say thank you to the team.
And going into the races as well, how do you feel going into the heats later this afternoon?
Yeah, we can finish first and like this because we are fastest.
Last question, this circuit, is it one you enjoy?
Yeah, I like it, this track.
Very good. Well, Manuel, great qualifying, and we look forward to seeing you in the races.
Thank you.
Very to the point there with your question on that last one. Like it. Let's take you through the lineup. Maguez has taken that pole position and taken it into 2 qualifying heat wins out of 2 so far. We'll have Dean Hugendorn alongside Drew Oltz and Vladimir Vanikov on row number 2. You have Arlen Kraling and Filippo Sala on row 3. Boris Lysen and Efren Dudinov go from row 4. Benjamin Manak and Remy Samchek round out row number 5. You'll have Alfie Slater and Jean-Baptiste Rousseau on row 6. Tobias Jenny and Oliver Kinmark on row 7. Jacopo Martinez, championship contender, on the 8th row of the grid, has Kanish Rao alongside Oliver Rasmussen and Zhao Zijun on row 9.
Sky Parker and Paul Andriotis complete the top 20 on the grid for this one. Mariano Lopez and Marcos Savalev go from row 11. Row 12, Lewis Islin and Edouard Godefroy. Row 13, Alois Girardet and Max Endicott. They're ahead of row 14, Tyra Sundberg and Clara Kowalczyk. Completing the top 30 on row 15, it's Oscar Gallen and Alexander Dahlstrom. Hampus Holmberg and Sun Yibei next on row 16. It's a 34 driver field completed by row 17, Adam Anderson and Dean Pedersen.
Well, we watch the drivers pass the red line. From this point, it is form yourselves up and get ready to go racing. A little shaky everywhere here, shaky at the front, shaky at the back as well. So hopefully everything gets formed up ready for a first time start here. As we enter into the tram lines, are we going racing? The answer to that is yes. As we dive down in towards turn number 1, it's a lightning start for Maguez. He holds on to the lead, but Hugendorn again is nailing these starts, but he has dropped down to 3rd. It's kicked off in the background. Another one of the AKMs is off the track, and it's the 241 who was starting in the mid-pack. It's Remy Samchek out of the race.
Oh, real shame for Remy Samchek. I think Marcos Savalev has also had problems. Yes, the Fusion Motorsport driver out the back of the field, but has got running again. Samchek is out, back to the marshal post, and will be a spectator for the rest of this one. Well, Manuel Maguez has exploded into focus this weekend, has not made a final so far this season. but all of a sudden, CRG driver has found the groove. This is going to be a big test, though, because Drew Waltz is right there on the end of lap number 1. Miguez has had the comfortable position of being well in the lead at the end of both of his first laps of the races so far, but now let's see how he defends. How can he deal with the pressure from the likes of Drew Waltz and Dean Hugendorn? And the question that we asked yesterday, Anthony, was they were two very impressive drives, two very impressive wins as Hugendorn looks down the inside of Waltz, but tyres, he's not got the level of experience per se as the likes of a Hugendorn, a Sala, a Leisen of being right at the front, and a little bit of wondering that we had was, did he just kind of go, I'm in a little bit of doubt of what to do and how to deal with this, I'll just go fast, I'll just push hard. Has that taken too much out of his tyres in the early stages of this round?
Not too sure, but we'll have to see what happens as the weekend goes on. There is Maka Savalev, unfortunately, out of this race. The 282 going no further, and the same as Remy Samchek, of course, after the start of that race. There's another kart there at the exit of turn number 1. That's the 280 of Efim Duranov, who's running from the kart. And what
Alfie Slater out.
Yes, off the track, and that's a big moment there for another two of the drivers. Slater is one, and the 254 as well, out of this race as they tumble down the order. That is the likes of Vladimir Ivanikov as well. They were both battling together right at the sharp end of the field, and I suspect that's going to be an uncomfortable conversation that they're going to be having out there.
Indeed. For Efim Duranov, that looks like a technical failure. We have seen a couple of engine sieges down the pit straight. I saw a couple this morning in warm-up, so I do wonder if that's befallen Efim Duranov. But a real shame for Alfie Slater and Vladimir Ivanikov. Alfie Slater, who's just come back, had a bit of time away, recuperating after a minor bit of an injury, and that's not how he would have wanted his Saturday to start. Here's a replay. Is this going to be how we lost Slater and Ivanikov? And they just both go for the same piece of road.
Yeah, that just, it's so easily done there because the track naturally goes to the left. You go up the hill, so you lose a little bit of the steering when you go up that hill because the front goes up, so you lose out on that one. And there you can just see frustration kicking in there for Vladimir Ivanikov, but yeah, just not what you like to see.
I think that'll be one of those incidents where both drivers will have said, I held my steering straight, I held my line, but they just, unfortunately, were on a progressive course towards each other, and out of the race they went. This is the fight between Sala and Hugendorn. This is for third place. Dean Hugendorn looking to retake the lead in the IC, down the inside of Sala, and nicely done by the Dutch driver up into third place. We'll now try and set about Drew Waltz, but gotta say, Manuel Miguez, he's doing it once more. He's pulled out a lead to 3/4 of a second as Alfie Slater catches some of the rays. Not what he would have wanted to be doing during this race, understandably looking quite disappointed.
Very reminiscent of Alonso as well, with that fabulous meme that became very famous out there, but I'm sure him not wanting to replicate that. Miguez, like you're saying, leading the way, looking comfortable, 0.8 of a second from Waltz, Hugendorn and Sala. That is the battle that we are watching on your screen right now. Hugendorn not able to get that second place like he did earlier on, pushing himself forward in this race, though, is trying to push as hard as he can. Sala as well, looking very strong. Leisen in P5 is up the positions. Benjamin Manak, Sajeni as well. Krayling, who needs the good results. He really suffered earlier on in the weekend. He had a second place in his first one, 12th in his second. In this third one, he needs another good result. But like I say, he's down to P9 now as well, so he's just struggling a little bit in this weekend.
Yeah, is indeed into the second half of this one. Paul Andriotis on the move. He's up 10 spots. Had another driver who had a very difficult day. How's Jacopo Martinez getting on?
Yeah, a driver who've not spoken about a lot in this one. 15th he started, 8th, up 7 positions. That's exactly what he needs. He had that disaster yesterday as well, though, didn't he?
Yeah, and it all stemmed from the qualifying practice yesterday, for those who weren't at the circuits. Traffic was the problem. It's down the inside. This is for second place. Hugendorn swapping there with Drew Waltz. Another good move from Hugendorn, but back to Martinez. the question hasn't been the speed. We've seen in race trim, there's a lot of speed for Martinez this weekend, but in his qualifying series, there was a big gaggle of probably around 15 or 16 drivers who basically all just got in each other's way in the last minute and a half of the session, and it meant that Jacopo Martinez was a long way down the order. And I think a bit of soul-searching last night, because it could be the thing that decides the championship here this season, because Dries van Langendonk, as we were talking about earlier, absolutely smashed it. Brilliant pole position, lap time, whereas Martinez, who is another one of those similar situations to Salo, is down the inside. Salo goes on Waltz. Martinez needs a big swing. He needs to be up at the front. He needs to be winning races, being at the top of the intermediate classification to give him any remote chance of overhauling Dries van Langendonk's scoring advantage at this point of the season, and that's simply not happening right now.
It's not, and you know, we were saying that after yesterday, that retirement that he had, that you unfortunately didn't see on the live stream, but you know, we were thinking to ourselves, that is the sort of thing that can happen to a driver that can just really throw off the mentality over an entire weekend, and just think there's no point in trying to really battle to gain those positions back. With a retirement in a weekend where you're trying to fight and gain places on a driver who put it on pole in qualifying, it's not gone well, and it could be so disheartening. And I think the fact that he's still out there and he's still gaining places shows that he's not affected his mentality too much, and it shows how much of a strong character Martinez has to keep that fight going and just take it right to the end to see what he can do.
Absolutely, and there's always something to be learnt and gained from these race weekends, and you know, that I think could be second place in the European Championship for Martinez, which would be a great accomplishment. On to the final lap. Manuel Miguez, the surprise of the weekend so far, continues to surprise. He's looking at 3 from 3 with this one. Hugendorn is closing in, but I reckon he's going to run out of laps and corners. This has been another fantastic drive from Manuel Miguez.
It certainly has. He can be delighted with this one. Like you say, speaking to him after time qualifying and saying, yeah, we've got the pace, no drama. We were fastest in qualifying in our group, and we're going to win these races. He has delivered on that so far this weekend. 3 for 3. He is the biggest surprise, the driver who has not made a final this season so far, and he's leading the intermediate classification with maximum points. Across the line, it is Spain's Manuel Miguez who leads the way at the end of their 3rd race of the weekend, ahead of Dean Hugendorn. Filippo Sala finishing in 3rd place ahead of Drew Waltz. Then it's Benjamin Manak from Boris Lysin. Jacopo Martinez at the end gets up into 7th place ahead of Ian Kraling. Andriotis in 9th from Kanish Rao, who rounds out the top 10. But Manuel Miguez on that one, maximum points. He could certainly play a factor in this championship fight, but right now he's doing what he needs to do, and that's just coming away with a top spot at the end of this weekend.
Absolutely. He'll return to Parc Fermé. However, what was learnt from that one, and go once again later on this afternoon, 2 more rounds of heats for the OK Juniors. And keep it locked here on your broadcast platform of choice. Here is your provisional result on that latest race here at the Åsum Ring. Miguez from Hugendorn, Sala, Waltz, Maniac, Lysin, Martinez, Kraling, Andriotis and Rao all in the top 10. Good drive there from Sky Parker. A number of positions gained to 11th. Jean-Mateo Russo, Alois Girardet, Oliver Rasmussen and Oliver Kinmark all in the top half. Mariano Lopez, Xiao Shi Yun, Lewis Islin, Dean Pedersen and Hampus Holmberg all secure top 20 spots there. Edward Goodfreud, Alexander Dahlstrom, Max Endicott, Adam Anderson, Tyra Sundberg take us down to 25th. 3 more finishes in that race were Oscar Gallen, Sunyi Bay and Clara Kovalchuk. Number of retirements late on. Tobias Zeni, Vladimir Ivanikov, Alfie Slater, Efim Durinov, Remik Samchek and Makos Savalev all retired early on.
Yeah, it's very shaky for a good chunk of that field. Not what you want to see at all. But for the rest of the field, the results came in thick and fast. And for this young man here, Manuel Miguez from Spain and CRG, well, he's doing exactly what he needs to do over the course of this weekend and puts himself in a really strong spot. And this is how he did it in this one. This time around, again, got the front, had that inside line. Hugendorn certainly made it a challenge for him, though. But it would be Drew Waltz who would get up into second place at the start of that one, pushing himself up in that early stages, getting away from the rest of the field. Unfortunately, further down in the field, we would lose the likes of Remy Samchek, unfortunately getting rotated in the middle of that one, smacking the steering wheel and just not having the start he wanted in that one. Changes here again. Hugendorn in the early stages trying to fight back on the exit of that one. That brought in Filippo Sala, it brought in the rest. As then we started to see more retirements here. This was Maka Savalev bringing it in to the pit lane. He was not happy with something on his car. It looks fine from that picture, but clearly something not working on it. And then again later, we would have Efim Durdenov. Was there contact between those? But the way that he'd run away from the car and turning around, and not sure what happened there to that one.
Yeah, really strange one for Efim Durdenov. This is how we lost Alfie Slater and Vladimir Ivanikov, the two of them coming together off of turn 5. Big scores in the intermediate classifications and not in a good way, I should add there. Frustration for both drivers who miss out on probable top 10s with the speed that they had in the early stages. Hugendorn went on the attack. This was him getting past Sala on lap number 5. Hugendorn in the end would improve to second place and score well again, is second in the intermediate classification after that race. That was his move on Waltz to go back through. Filippo Sala continuing to get scores on the board as well. That was down the inside of Drew Waltz once again. Filippo Sala continuing to impress here for Ricky Flynn Motorsports.
Certainly was, and again continuing to push their way through the field all the way in that one on that final lap of the race. But across the line, Manuel Maguez, his third win out of 3, is certainly proving to be a thorn in the side this weekend for the championship fighters this weekend. Well, that's going to be an exciting one later on. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. Can Manuel Maguez keep up his winning streak? Seniors, OK qualifying C versus E is coming up next. And it's Yuri Peschel, Finn McLaughlin back on the front row of this one. But Joe Turney is now out on track. Championship leader on this one. Winner of his last race yesterday, and wants to keep that momentum up in his fight.
He does indeed. He just wants to keep that scoreboard pressure going on his rivals. But it's going to have a hard job here because these two drivers on the front row have looked very, very good so far this weekend. We've already seen Finn McLaughlin in action here on Saturday, but it's Yuri Peschel who will start this race from pole position. A first and a third yesterday for the young Czech driver racing for ASD Monster K factory team. Another one of the drivers using CRG machinery. We caught up with him yesterday after qualifying.
Well, Yuri Peschel, top of the times after the first series of the OK category here in Sweden. Good solid lap that, but a few challenges out there.
Yeah, it was a really good lap. The last sector was not ideal. I made a yellow one, but still it was enough for pole position, which I'm really happy for. Yeah, it's really hot today and the track is really fast. Also, the juniors make a 9.9, so I was expecting a lap time around the 8.7s and maybe 6. So we will see also in the other groups, but I'm happy for now. I hope it will be enough for pole position. I want to thank my whole team, Monster K, then Matchak Motors for the engine, and also CRG for all the chassis and all the work, and my family.
New lap record to boot at this stage. We'll see what the other two or three series can do. Air temperature a little bit cool. Is that helping the engine, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's more hot than it was 2 weeks ago, and I think the track will be really fast this week.
Going into this weekend, the pieces haven't quite fallen into place for you in terms of the races. So does that take the pressure off a little bit, knowing you've not got championship permutations complexing things?
Yeah, of course, I'm happy that we are now really fast, because usually in the preparation race we are always a bit more strong than in the Europeans. So this week it looks okay. So I hope we'll carry on into the heats and the finals.
Well, best of luck, Yuri. I know you'll give it your all, and we look forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you.
Great to chat there to Remy Samchek, starting this one on the front row. Like you said earlier on there, his races so far this weekend have been exemplary. A win and a third, absolutely superb for him. But he's got to deal with the likes of this man here, Finn McLaughlin, 2 wins out of 2, maximum points. He's the leader of the intermediate classification at the moment, and I suspect wants to keep that streak going.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't he? He's a very competitive young driver, and he knows he's got a really good opportunity to take a win here this weekend at a fantastic pre-round, and he'll be looking to go from strength to strength. Joe Turney just behind him on the grid as well. So you've got 3 drivers who've all had, at the front of the grid, who've all had at least 1 win so far this weekend. But for Joe Turney, big weekend, leading the championship, knowing he doesn't need to win the round this weekend to become champion. Essentially, if he holds in the top 8 in each of the points awarding stages, that is the bare minimum he needs to do to be European champion. He's exceeding that at the moment. He's in the top 5 at the end of round number 2. So Joe Turney on course, but again, it only takes 1 moment, 1 race for things to go wrong. He is going to be helped, though. You need a bit of luck in this game sometimes, Anthony. The fact that he's got Noah Montero directly behind him on the grid in the same group, this is going to be a lineup you'll see across the course of the whole day. Those 2 Works, Kart Republics, Turney and Montero, they worked together fantastically yesterday to maximise points for both of them, and I expect to see the same again here. Yeah, and then again, he's got 3 satellite Kart Republic karts on the other side of the road in the form of McLaughlin, Smith and Corby. He's also got Andrea Dupe behind as well. Another one of the Kart Republics, surrounding a lonely CRG of Yiddy Peschel on the front row. So again, you've got that to boot as well, but we'll see what happens here as we are moments away from getting this race started. As the whistle blows and the karts get pushed off, let's take you through the full starting lineup for the 3rd race of the weekend for Group C and E. It is Yiddy Peschel and Finn McLaughlin on row number 1, Joe Turney and Joseph Smith on row 2, Noah Montero and Matt Corby round at row 3. They'll have Miguel Costa and Andrea Dupe on row 4 with Vilma Svan and Scott Lindblom on row 5. Kasper Henriksen and Vegard Clementson go from row 6. Elliot Kaczynski and Blake Nash round out row 7 ahead of Livia Arnin and Grayson Skulinov on row 8, Ludovico Busso and Marcus Schulkunas round out row number 9. Mark Bolko and Aaron Garcia go from row 10 in this one. Cole Hewitson and Augustin Sepulveda start on row 11. Guillaume Bouzard and Peter Stiller start on the 12th row of the grid. They're ahead of Liam Brunner and Sebastiano Pavan on an all-Italian row 13. Louis Castellini and Noel Sundberg start on row 14. Fred Sarex and Sophia Safari start on row 15. And it's Louis Agria who completes the grid on row 16, 31 competitors in this one.
The Swedish flags you saw there briefly adorned around the circuit. The spectators are here surrounding the track. So many national flags being represented here this weekend, and I'm sure they'll be watching the multitude of Swedish drivers who are in this race in the form of Scott Lindblom, Vilma Svan. You've got Elliot Kaczynski out in this race. You've got Noel Sundberg and you've got Fred Sarex as well starting further back in the field. Multiple Swedish drivers in this one ready to do racing for all the Swedish fans that are here this weekend at the circuit. If you are watching and you are local to the Kristianstad circuit, do come on down. It's an open paddock. Just park up, join in, sit in the grandstand and watch some of the best racing you'll see all weekend. Here this weekend here at the Åsum Ring circuit in southern Sweden. We are making their way round into the final sector of the track now. This is going to be an interesting one here. McLaughlin, who's on a winning streak. Peschel, who has won 1 and is on pole position. Turney, who has won 1 and is currently on the 2nd row of the grid and fighting for his championship right now. There could be fireworks in this race, or it could be nice and calm. Let's find out. We're green and racing, and it's a lightning start from that inside row, and crucially, Turney gets straight into 2nd place. There's a CRG going slowly, and that's Cole Houston on the start-finish line as well, who's rotated right underneath our commentary box, as there's another CRG going slowly. There is Cole Houston in his first appearance in the FIA Karting European Championship, is out of this qualifying heat, sideways out of turn number 6 there. for Yuri Peschel as he tries to hold on to the lead of this one, but still you have the likes of Joe Turney there in second and Finn McLaughlin in third place. Unfortunately, Cole Hewson is out of this race and he will go no further. That is a big shame. Yeah, that is such a shame for the first driver in his first appearance in the FIA Karting Championship.
Yeah, didn't even get over the start line for that one. It was a bit of a mess towards the back of the field. Yuri Peschel leads at the end of lap 1, and if he looks over him, he's got a huge train behind him, which includes 2 Works Kart Republics and the VDK of Finn McLaughlin in the middle. Joe Turney, he'll be happy with this. This is, at the moment, is another solid score. He doesn't need to win races. Finn McLaughlin down the inside. We saw this from Turney yesterday. So far this season, Turney has been one of the best drivers to see go wheel to wheel. We've seen some fantastic battles involving the championship leader. I don't think we're going to see as much of that, particularly today. He can win it today with some more consistent scoring. He doesn't need to go out and keep smashing in 50 points, the intermediate classification. He would be quite happy being 1 position behind Gabriel Gomez at the end of today, because that he knows is again, it's not clinching him the title, but it's further moving it into his direction. So wise there, Finn McLaughlin, bowled down the inside, controlled as well. Turney holding third place, and now he's in this really good scenario because Noah Montero, I would not be surprised if Montero has been given the instructions to say, your job this weekend is protect Joe Turney. Don't go for big overtakes, give him some breathing space, give him that opportunity to relax and bring this one home calmly.
Yeah, exactly. And as well, I think for both of these drivers, we talk about it nearly every weekend, the low risk or high risk, high reward, anything like that. For Joe Turney, everything this weekend is low risk and he gets a high reward at the end of it. It's a perfect combination for a driver. He just needs to stay there and just enjoy going around for a few laps and getting to the end of this weekend and just seeing what he can do. But in the meantime, though, Peschel leads the way. He's at a completely different story right now. He's thinking, right, I've got to win everything. I've got to win everything. I want to start on pole. I want to end this weekend on top. And McLaughlin is going to deny that as he sends it down the inside of Yuri Peschel and moves up into the race lead. Now, this brings in Turney, who kind of now has to feel like, right, well, now I might have to go for a move here if it's the opportunities right there in front of me. I mean, if a racing driver no longer goes for a gap, they're no longer a racing driver. There we go. I'll suddenly get that quote, a very famous quote from Ayrton Senna back in the day. But right now, in this one, he's staying behind. He's not latched onto it. He's stayed behind. He's just purely focused on himself.
He is indeed, and just keeping it calm. That was another one from the McLaughlin mail service sent by express post down the inside. By the young Irishman, has just gone purple through sector 1 as well. Fastest driver on the circuit over the whole lap is Aaron Garcia. Aaron Garcia needing a good score in this one to bounce back after the disappointment of earlier on. Joe Turney closing in on Yuri Peschel. We did see Joe Turney go for some overtakes yesterday in the second round of heats when he felt he had the speed again. They were all low-risk ones. They weren't dives from miles back, putting himself at risk of something happening at the apex. They were calculated moves, working with his teammate Noah Montero as well behind. I mean, there might be a little bit of frustration, I think, for Noah Montero this weekend because he's been on such good form this weekend. He was brilliant in Slovakia. His day will come. You know, if he keeps this form going, you know, into the Worlds later in the year, into 2025 as well, if the plans are to stay with the team. But right now he's just got to play that team role, and he is playing it brilliantly.
Yep, he certainly is. It is just that team game, isn't it? And when you get to this high level of senior racing in karting, you know, on the global scene here, you do get to see this style of racing, and it's not just an absolute fight to the end of these races. It's calm, it's calculated all the way throughout. A look further down the field while this race progresses on this one. Big movers, Casper Henderson, 5 places gained, is up into P6. You've got Levi Arin as well, who's up into P10, 5 places gained. Aaron Garcia, 8 places gained, is up into P12. You've got Augustin Sepulveda as well. Montero's going to go for the move on his teammate. And again, it's not the end of the world, but it was something that we were surprised to see.
Surprised to see in a way, but I just wonder if, again, this is a little bit of a tactic to see what kind of pace has Noah Montero got, because if Montero is able to start hitting some sector times and some lap times that pulls both of the Kart Republics back towards Jiri Peschel, there could be further reward later on in the race. They were losing touch to Jiri Peschel. This next lap is going to be very, very telling. They've also got a good advantage to those behind. Joseph Smith at the moment in the 50.1s, decent pace, but I would think that Joe Turney's got enough at the moment to hold his personal best at the moment is a 50.0. So yeah, let's see how this next couple of laps play out. But because right now, in terms of the pure race pace in this heat, to be fair to Montero, he is quicker.
Yep, he certainly is. And Montero at the moment, who's had a shaky championship, only scored 6 points in Val d'Argenton, scored no points in Spain. Slovakia was the round that bumped him up in the order in this championship. But again, looking this weekend, a much stronger start. And he's not going to be able to catch up to the likes of Ramakas, because I think he's got like 87 championship points going into this weekend. Ramakas, who's just ahead of him, has 130. So there's such a huge gap between those ones out there that it's going to be too tough to really make a move on that. But certainly, Turney allowing him to go through, it benefits him in other ways still in the team game. That team championship as well, it helps Kart Republic keeping those drivers up the sharp end.
It does indeed. I'm very intrigued at how these lap times are playing out with 5 to go, because Montero's just put in a 49.8. Took 2/10 out of Jiri Peschel last time around. If Montero catches Peschel, I think you could get pretty short odds that he'll go for a move, because even if it doesn't quite work, that might just bring Joe Turney back into this and potentially give an opportunity to Turney to get some points further on in this race. And Joseph Smith, Casper Henriksen, Vilma Svan going along nicely, but not massively making any inroads on Joe Turney. So Joe Turney quite comfortable at the moment there in 4th. This is the fight for 2nd place, Jiri Peschel and Noah Montero. The gap is down to 0.3 of a second. Finn McLaughlin untroubled at the moment. He's just running his own race to a nice pace, a second clear. But this is the key moment now. What can Montero do about Peschel? And can he return the favour a little bit to Joe Turney? Because there was a moment yesterday in the race that Joe Turney won where he wasn't only able to get into the lead, but he held the door open for Montero to step through and take 2nd place. It was very shrewd team play, but again, maximised the opportunities, maximised the points return for these two works drivers.
No, exactly, and again, it all affects the intermediate classification as well, with where they go up in positions. And if you can have, if Joe Turney can have Montero in the superheats or in the other superheat, that will allow him to battle away with Gomez or anything like that. There's benefits to all of that, because again, battles all the way throughout. Big moves down the inside there. That was nicely done a little further down in the order. That is Matt Corby getting past Casper Henriksen and moving up into P7 now. Corby still down on places, but now can try and close up to the back of Vilma Svan, who is just further up the road. McLaughlin, what's happened to McLaughlin? He was in the lead, he's down to 4th place.
Well, that's shocked me. I'm not quite sure what's happened out there, but he lost 2.5 seconds on that last lap. It was a 52.787. Well, this has completely changed the complexion of this race now. Jiri Peschel is now holding on to the race lead. Montero 2nd, Turney back up to 3rd. Finn McLaughlin not happy at all. This is going to lose in the lead in the intermediate classification.
Well, this is very dramatic, and completely unaware there of what happened to McLaughlin. That is a real shame. I'll have to chat to him in the lunch break to see what happened there. But Peschel comfortably now in the lead, 0.3 of a second. Montero could win this heat if he can close in those 0.3 of a second. But that is a lot of work to do right now to try and do that. McLaughlin's on a bit of a dilemma as well, because Turney's down to 3rd, but he wants to gain those positions back. But I think he's going to have to stay there in P4.
Yeah, this is where the team game really starts to come in. Jiri Peschel is on top form this weekend. The pressure on this young man with Montero, Turney and McLaughlin bearing down. We're on the final lap. Jiri Peschel is on course to take victory. It would move him up to second place in the intermediate classification. He'd be 3 points behind Ramakas out of the final corner. Jiri Peschel is going to take his second victory of the weekend. He beats the Kart Republics. Montero P2, Turney P3, McLaughlin P4. But what will be going through the mind of the Irishman after that? He was comfortably clear of the rest of the field, but a problem a few laps from the end. It's cost him race victory.
Certainly has, and again, completely unaware. You saw the frustration on him there, but he wasn't pointing at a driver in front. He was hitting the steering wheel. Was it a self-made mistake? We don't know. We'll find out later on. We'll try and ask in the lunch break to see if we can find out what happened to him. Peschel, though, that is what he needed. Effectively gifted that one a little bit, but still now second in the intermediate classifications. 141 points from Thibaut Ramakas, 144. McLaughlin drops to third, just ahead of Turney, and Montero now fifth in the points, right behind his teammates.
Indeed. There is your intermediate classification on the bottom right of your screen. Still one more race to go, remember, in this third round, and it will include Gabriel Gomez. There's a provisional result from that heat. Peschel for Montero, Turney, McLaughlin and Smith all in the top 5. Matt Corby, good run there from Matt Corby to 6th. Vilma Svan, Casper Henriksen, Andrea Dupe and Aaron Garcia all in the top 10. 10 positions gained for Garcia. Miguel Costa, Levan, Vegard Clementson, Blake Nash and Augustin Sepulveda all in the top 15. With work to do across the course of the afternoon. The drivers in the second half of the field here: Elliot Kaczynski, Scott Lindblom, Marcus Shalkunas, Peter Stiller, Sebastiano Pavan, all record top 20s. Leon Brunner, Gerasim Skulinov, Ludovico Busso, Guillaume Bouzard and Louis Castellini take us down to 25th place. Also finishing that race, Marco Brovko, Sofia Zafari, Louis Aguiar, Noel Sundberg and Fred Sarex.
Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Initially, great start from Jiri Peschel, breaking away at the front. Turney slotting into second place as the drama unfolded in the background. The rest of the grid, though, still looking strong in those early stages, right at the front. But the action there, Joe Turney getting up into second place, that was the only retirement from the race, and that happened actually just after the start-finish line. Cole Houston, unfortunately, getting rotated right at the start of that race. Then you had McLaughlin going down the inside of Turney, later getting the move done on Peschel, moving up into the race lead. Montero later would get the move done on Turney as well. They stayed the same for quite some way, but that move there kind of clinched it. And again, later on, we just don't know what happened. You can see here the gap that they had between the two of them. I don't think anyone was close to McLaughlin at that point. It must have been a mistake by himself, and you can see the frustration and he hitting his own head there thinking, what are you doing? What are you doing? That must have been a self-made mistake.
We did imagine so, but Finn McLaughlin will sure bounce back. For Jiri Peschel, another 50 points in the intermediate classification, moves him on to 141. We turn our attentions, though, back to OK Junior, the third and final race of the third round of qualifying heats here today is upon us. Groups A and D ready to go racing here in Sweden.
Certainly so. We're not far from that one as the air temperature starting to go up a little bit here. It is cooler than yesterday, though. We are at 23 degrees, but certainly a very strong and lovely day we're having so far. We're 3 minutes away from getting this race started. And there, Dries van Langendonk on the front row again for this one. Your pole sitter in time qualifying. A superb weekend he's had so far this weekend, and of course fighting for that championship top spot. And again for him, that's a look at this one, 8th higher in all of the point scoring things. So at the end of the qualifying heats. If he's 8th place or higher, he's fine. If it's a super heats, if he's 8th or higher, he's fine. If he's in the final and he's 8th or higher, he's fine.
Yep.
Any lower than that, any point scoring opportunity, he's in trouble. But we caught up with him before the weekend even started. Here's what he had to say.
Confident for this race. Yeah, leading by quite a margin. And yeah, I hope to be repeating what I did in the pre-round 2 weeks ago. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. For my future with McLaren, I'm very, very excited. I think the FIA has prepared me a lot in the racing bit. I've become a very strong driver over the course of my career, and yeah, just it's prepared me a lot. I think also the racing skills you learn in karting will continue further on in your career. So yeah, I think FIA Karting has prepared me a lot. I don't feel much pressure, to be honest. Obviously, every race you have that kind of pressure, but I'm going to take this race like every other race. I'm going to try and win the race, and the championship would be nice as well, but I'm just going to try and do my best and yeah, just see how it goes. Hopefully P1, if I'm honest, but yeah, it's going to be tough. Obviously, a lot of very strong competitors, and yeah, it's going to be tough, like I said, and yeah, we just have to see how it goes. I'm just going to try my best and hopefully P1.
Well, great to hear there from Dries van Langendonk at the beginning of the weekend. And again, he stayed focused throughout this one, and he's really putting himself in a strong performance on this. And again, I don't think he can be beaten in this one. I don't think he needs to worry. I think he's put himself in a really strong position.
He has, and the professionalism that he's shown across the course of this weekend, across the course of the season, is exactly the reason why McLaren have signed him to a new deal to be part of their driver development program. That's news that's come in since the last time we raced in this championship. Air temperature currently 23 degrees. Good conditions, really good conditions for everybody out there. Not quite as warm as it was yesterday. And this next heat, another 10 laps. Interested to see how Archie Lovett gets on. Great qualifying from Archie Lovett on the other side of the front row. He's not quite had the opportunities, though, to get a good race result yet. 16th and 6th for him so far this weekend.
Exactly that. Well, let's see if we can put it all together in this one. OK, junior qualifying heat A versus D makes its way out onto the circuit, and it is Dries van Langendonk and Archie Lovett starting on row number 1. William Kalija and Ili Christian go from row 2. They'll have Christian Kostoja and Kenzo Craigie behind on row number 3. Iskander Sulfakari and Joel Pokela go from row 4. They'll have Scott Marsh and Asher Osteen on row 5. Casper Reipold and Luke Corner on row 6. Andrea Mani and Armin Karrier Osman go from row 7. They'll have Matteo Rivals and Jesse Phillips on row 8, with Devin Grabko and Salamat Soy running up row number 9.
Bosco Arias starts on row 10, is alongside Marcel Chabo, Roland Nagy and Jarrett Clark start on row number 11. Mark Pilipenko and Jagrak the Troja go from row 12. They're ahead of Francois Cadal and Benjamin Jalmgaard on row 13. Row 14, Jakob Vung and Kit Polovsky, Amir Sabarov and Mats van Rooyen start on row 15. That is top 30. On row 16, Ludwig Mutzi and Eddie Nielsen. The 34 kart field is completed by row 17, Casper Nielsen and Alex Brunner.
Well, there you can see again a multitude of spectators lining the outside of the circuit. The grandstand is full, as well as every other raised spectators area there. It is a beautiful day for racing, and, well, everyone knows it, including the drivers out there who now on their formation lap are getting everything ready to start this race. Like we were saying there, Dries van Langendonk, the news from him, like you alluded to there very briefly, fantastic news of him signing with McLaren, really stepping up into his world of racing. Like we're saying, world champion for him last year in the junior category, looking to get a junior championship, junior European championship this year. It's all going his way so far, isn't it? Live on board with Iskander Zulfikari, a fellow Forza Racing driver who starts this one a little further down in the order behind Kenzo Craigie, but looking forward to seeing what he can do from that position. We are moments away from getting this race started as the field heads in to the final corner. into the tram lines. Are we going racing this time? It looks good at the front. The answer to it is yes, and we are racing. It's the two forces at the front going wheel to wheel, but through goes Kalijah and splits the two forces in half as they head down in towards turn number 4 and 5. It is a lightning start. In fact, I think that's Illy Kristian who's got up into second place. It is. It's the Canadian who's got the jump from the outside row into second place from P4. Defensive line there for Archie Lovett as he defends from Kalijah behind, but all the meanwhile at the front, the two break away.
Yeah, really good start for both Dries van Langendonk and Illy Kristian. Looks like Joel Pokela, the Finnish driver, is also on the move. Tony Karts have come alive, it seems, in the early stages of this one. On board with Iskender Sulfikari, another one of the Forza Racing pilots out there in the 232, having to work really hard at the wheel there. This is where it gets really tricky in terms of the tyre management for all of these drivers. They've done their time qualifying, they've done 2 full races, the temperature is rising out there on the circuit, the grip levels are rising as well, which is great for cornering speed and feeling like you've got that performance, but it puts more and more punishment on these Maxxis tyres. They are a very stable compound through this mid-phase as down the inside, that's Scott Marsh on the move. Scott Marsh up to 3rd place, Christian Costoya down to 4th. But yes, whilst the Maxxis tyres have provided a lot of stable performance, there's still an element you've got to take care of them so you can make that performance go even longer, even deeper through these qualifying heats.
No, exactly that, and we'll see a great shot of those tyres every time we go live on board with Iskender Sulfikari. We'll have a look at those tyres later on. Marsh really pushing strong, though, in this race, is gaining those positions. Kip Bolowski is going to see a warning flag in the early stages of this race. So again, he needs to be careful that he doesn't continue that streak. Van Langendonk and Illy Kristian, though, leading the way. There is 3/10 between them, but they are clear now by just about a second from Scott Marsh. Costoya to the inside. That was a huge lunge, and we've seen multiple moves like that from Costoya over this weekend. He's looked so strong here.
The front end of that parallel is absolutely on rails. You saw the decisive turn in there from Costoya to saying, right, the gap is there, I'm going for it. Full trust in his machinery, full trust in how the mechanics and the team have set this kart up to go. I'm going in and I'm going to hit the apex. He's done it time and time again. Let's have another look at it. Wham! There he is, turns down. Absolutely spotted. There's nothing Scott Marsh can do about that. Side by side at the apex. Marsh has just got to concede that one and hope to fight later on in this race.
Benefit to turn 7 as well, that one. The track widening up to the apex allows moves like that to happen, and we're going to see more of them. Another parallel in the form of William Kalijah making moves. In fact, I think that's a little further down in the order. It's the 228, a little further down, I believe. But that's another one of the parallels making those moves and gaining great positions up in this one. No, it is Kalijah getting past Lovett, because Marsh has dropped down even further. He's going to go down the inside here of Lovett to try and gain those positions. He gets through, and through comes Pokela as well. The two Tony Karts can now go to battle.
Yeah, good response there from Scott Marsh. Puts himself back in that picture. It's a psychological game, karting a good chunk of the time, and Scott Marsh making that move says to the other drivers, no, I'm not the weak link in this train. I've got good pace here. Go with me. It just puts that thought in the mind of everybody else to say, yeah, let's try and follow this one and come back into this race later on. That down the inside, that's Lovett going past Pokela. That is for 6th place. This is good for Scott Marsh now. He can break away, and Iskender Sulfikari not too far behind as well in the 232. A good race as well for Asher Oxtein as well. Is there in the 270 on the CRG. Took a qualifying heat win last time out in Slovakia, and is good value again here in the top 10.
He is keeping on to this race. We're on to lap 6 now of 10. We're past the halfway point. This is on board with Iskender Sulfikari as he makes his way through the chicane, the live outboard feed on the right-hand side of your screen. I just want to have a quick look at them tyres. How are they looking? They're looking good. When they get to the straight, seeing a little bit of graining there when it gets through the corner again, but again, understandable. The temperature is warm out there. These tyres have been deployed a lot. That was a huge look down the inside there for Sulfakari.
It was indeed. Kostoja is on the move, though. He had a bit of a slower start to this race compared to what we've seen so far this weekend, but he's got past Ili Kristian with another textbook move through turn 7. This is a very intriguing. This almost takes us back to the very start of the season, doesn't it, when Christian Kostoja was one of the big threats to Dries van Langendonk in the first round of the season on home soil for Kostoja in Valencia. He is well and truly back here in Sweden. 4 laps to go, including the one that we are on. Kostoja is the fastest driver on circuit at 51.0 last time around. Dries van Langendonk on a 51.4. Here on board with Iskender Sulfakari again. This is getting a little bit of a rough ride on board. But keeping hold of position there in 8th place.
Indeed, Ili Kristian as well, not dropping off the back of Kostoja, is staying along for the ride. Now the gap is down to 0.8 of a second between Kostoja and Van Langendonk. Could we see a change between these two? We're not too sure. But like you say, Kostoja is trying to hunt down the likes of Manuel Maguez in that intermediate classification. But right now, he is still there in 2nd place. After his 2 wins earlier on, he's looking to see if he can try and get a 3rd here. But time very quickly running out, and we'll keep an eye on that gap. You see it's gone back up to 0.9 of a second, so I think the pace right now is the same. I don't think Kostoja's got anything in the bag left to close up to Van Langendonk.
And this is where the T word comes into it, because Dries van Langendonk has been racing very calmly. He's not been pushing too hard, has been picking up the points. This is where, and he has become a master of this on the Maxxis tyres. You know, in the pre-round, he took his first set an incredibly long distance through the racing here at Kristianstad. We know Kostoja's been racing hard. We know he's been doing lots of overtaking and pushing up through. And this is where Dries van Langendonk now has that ability to just go, okay, driver behind me is at about a second. This is where I'll show what I've got over the course of the remaining 3 laps. They're now trading purple sector times back and forth. Dries van Langendonk last time around a 50.876. Kostoja responds again though 50.7. So it's not completely done at this point.
No, certainly isn't. And there you can see closing in with that fastest lap of the race as well. It's just chopping and changing, but still the race time is closing in just that little bit. A look down further in the field again. We always like to shout out some of the biggest movers in this one, and there are a few of them in this. Mark Pilipenko is up 12 places into P11. Kit Bolowski, who we did see have a warning flag earlier on, is up positions. He's up 14 places into P14, the same as Mats van Ruin as well. 12 positions gained into P18. Bolowski, want to chat a little bit about him.
Yeah.
Tough season for him as well. Had a drama yesterday in one of his races where he came off the circuit. He did then end up facing the wrong way on the different part of the track with the leaders coming around, but he quickly avoided that one and got back onto the correct part of the circuit.
Yeah, very good description of what we saw out there. It was a bit of a close moment for Kit Bolowski. It's again, there have been signs. I thought that the weakness had been fixed for Kit Bolowski, but it came back yesterday. TQ, time qualifying, making sure that that car with Fusion Motorsport is a long way up the order. It wasn't the case yesterday, but for Dries van Langendonk, this is another victory. This is another step towards becoming European champion. He takes the win, 50 IC points. Christian Kostoja's streak of victories is broken. He comes home in 2nd place. Will be 2nd in the IC at the end of this round. Ili Kristian home in a solid 3rd place. But the key right now, Anthony, is we look at the intermediate classification after 3 rounds. Van Langendonk is there in 4th. There is no sign of Martinez in the top 10. There is no sign of Kamyab either. This driver here, Dries van Langendonk, is 2 races away from becoming European champion.
He certainly is. It all falls down to that one at the end of the day, but this young man here, well, it could be the start of a very good day for Dries van Langendonk. He'll make his way back into Parc Fermé, but like we'll say, we'll knock on wood and we won't speak too likely until that very last race of the day. There's a look at the full classification at the end of that one. Van Langendonk ahead of Kostoja, Christian from Kalija, Marsh, Lovett, Pokala from Zulfikari, Korda from Mani, Filipenko from Reipold, Alias, Bolovski and De Troja, who round out the top 15. 16th place is Jarrett Clark from Martin Kalia Osman, Mats van Ruin from Francois Cadal, Jesse Phillips from Devin Grabko, Sada Matsui from Marcel Sebo, Genzo Craigie from Jalmgaard, then it's Sabrov from Nagy, Brunner from Revels, Nilsson in 30th place. 31st and 32nd sees Eddie Nilsson. Then it is Ludwig Muzzi, Jakob Vung rounding out the 33 finishers. One retirement, Asher Osteen, unfortunately not getting to the end of the race. Well, 3 more races to go for the first half of the day. Seniors coming up in a few moments' time, but for that young man there, well, champion-elect, I would say, in the European standings this weekend.
He's getting there, and it's the level of just calmness that he's doing it with that is the most impressive thing for me. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last heat. The start was always going to be key. Dries van Langendonk gets it right again, but it was the start of Ili Christian switching from the outside, swooping down. I think it's taking a little bit of tips out of Louis Iglesias' book from earlier into second place. Very good move indeed. Iskender Sulfikari had a decent start as well. There was Kostoja ahead of us. Not as quick a start for Kostoja as we've seen in previous races for the Spaniard, but he would come into his own later on. A number of drivers going for a little bit of rallycross in a country that's very familiar with that particular sport through turns 2 and 3 there. This was early on lap 1 as well. Sulfikari down the inside of Kostoja. Kostoja, I think, fell down to around 5th or 6th place, but as I say, would fight his way back up the order.
Certainly would. That was the outside view of that same moment. That's what gave Scott Marsh 2 for 1 into that corner. Just capitalised on that racing line. That just shows that if someone does go down the inside of this, someone close behind, you still could be in a spot of bother. Marsh later then getting up into 3rd place. That allowed Kostoja to close back in as well. That's what brought him into 4th place. This move here was fantastic. That was so far back. And again, Kostoja known for those lunges down the inside at turn 7. And as well, later on, his teammate Kalija doing the same. The parallel setup there going into that corner is on it.
Yeah, it really is a credit to the whole team there. Scott Marsh would fight back. That was him getting back down the inside of one of the Forzas. In the end, Scott Marsh would race through to 5th place. Iskender Sulfikari, more good points for the driver representing Turkey, but in the end would be in 8th place in this race. This down the inside was Archie Lovett looking for a way past Joel Pokla and successfully finding so. That was another move into turn number 7. Looking further down or into the race. Another move from Kostoja through turn number 7, this time getting past Ili Christian on his way to 2nd place and elevating himself to 2nd place as well in the intermediate classification. It's Manuel Miguez who will lead it at the end of the 3rd round. But for Dries van Langendonk, the bigger picture, 4th place in the IC now after that race victory. And the good news for him as well is that he is ahead of his title rivals, the 2 drivers who could mathematically take the title away from him. Jacopo Martinezzi and Roman Camier are both outside of the top 10 at the end of round 3.
Well, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the rest of the qualifying heats in a few moments' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championships here, live from Sweden at the Åsum Ring karting circuit just outside the town of Kristianstad. We are midway through the first stage of the morning races. We have got 3 more races to go before the lunch break, and it's the Senior OK qualifying heat A versus D that will be next out onto the circuit, and we'll have Jimmy Elias and Gabriel Gomez back on that front row. And it's all talk about Gomez on this one. He's only been having those second place. There he is on your screen. He sits a little further down in the intermediate classification right now. He's in that championship fight, but he needs those good results. He needs to beat the likes of Turney, and he wants to make sure that Turney doesn't finish as well as he is currently doing right now. It's a tough one. But we caught up with Gomez before the start of this weekend. Here's what he had to say about his championship fight.
Out the most chance we have for the championship now is a little bit more difficult. We still can do it, a bit more difficult, but we prepare a lot for this race. We made many tests here. We prepare a lot. We prepare home. We go home. We study a lot from the tests here and everything we try to develop everything, the package, the chassis, engine, to come for the fight in this final round. I think we have a good pace this week. We are working on it more during the week, but I think we have a good possibility to be on the top this week. This motorsport is, you never know what you'll do in the next day, I think. I don't know, maybe yes or maybe no. It depends on the probability to move to the single-seater or no. I think if I get the opportunity to the single-seater, it's very good, but if no, I for sure will be again here in the go-kart world again next year. Well, I think our best week overall between these 2 years I was fighting for the championship was in Trinec last year and this year at Valencia, because when we win both races, we not just win one race, we win all the week. And Trinec we make, I think, a record because we managed to make the pole position, win every heat and final, and super hit everything with the fastest lap out in every race. And then I think it's a record. Nobody can beat it, just can make the same, and it's very good. And also Valencia this year, when we made the pole, we win every race during the week and also win the final. I think we was made very proud of the team these 2 times when we managed to win during the week. This is so important to you can demonstrate to everyone. It's not just one race you are fast, and you are fast during every moment. I think here we go for all or nothing, a win, because that's what we have of opportunity. We need to win everything and expecting better result from the other opponents. And we'll try to manage to win everything this week. We'll try everything now during the free practice to develop a lot our package and try to win more points as we can during the week.
Oh, great to catch up there with Gabriel Gomez in his fight here as the karts make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Jimmy Elias and Gabriel Gomez going from the front row of the grid for this one. Lewis Werrell and Leo Nilsson on row 2. Jakub Mikulev and Zach Drummond round out row number 3. They'll have David Kozma and Tiziana Monza on row 4. David Walter and Mark Dubnitsky go from row 5. They'll have Ethan Jeff Hall and Tom Dussel on row 6. Luna Flusha and Pedro Hiltbrand round out row number 7. They'll have Tom Luye and Emilio Covisto on row number 8.
Alpec Soy and Alina Lee Rolfsen go from row number 9. Matteo Giaccardi and Hugo Marti complete the top 20 on row 10. Santino Panetta and Michael Adair on an all CRG row 11. Kuba Reisky and Filippo Donaldson are next on row 12. Marcus Juncker and Vilgot Leek start on row 13. Sebastian Hayden and Hugo Ryametz go from row 14. Nico Lachnalate and Simon Peng start on row 15. Christopher Nieter and Victor Gustafsson start on row 16. Yes, that is the Victor Gustafsson, KZ World Champion, had technical problems in qualifying yesterday. Wildcard this weekend on home soil would have been hope. Oh, is this problems for Matteo Giaccardi, and the kart being returned to the pre-grid area to try and get it restarted. But that is a bit of drama for the Forza Racing pilots. Meant to be starting this. Where is Giaccardi meant to be starting this race from? On the 10th row of the grid. But yes, Gustafsson. I think the hope at the start of the weekend for CRG was like, we'll put Victor Gustafsson in there to get involved, get up at the front, maybe take some points off the Kart Republics. It's going to be entertaining to watch from the back of the grid for a driver the level of Victor Gustafsson, but it's not been the weekend that they would have expected.
No, it hasn't indeed, and they can see the whole field making their way back into the tramline area of the circuit. Looks okay at the front, back just organising themselves now. There will be a gap there where Matteo Giacardi would have been, but we are going round again. Like you said, Kashaman, back, you were talking there about, of course, a man who starts a little further down in the field, the Swedish KZ World Champion, of course, back in the day. Just trying to push himself in this one. It's not the best qualifying out there, of course, for Victor Gustafsson. He starts this one right at the back of the grid. Another one that has struck out a bit, kind of wild card coming into this weekend, Pedro Hiltbrand as well, 2016, former OK World and European champion in the same year, and he starts this one on the 7th row of the grid in P14. That itself is, you know, a very talented driver, and he's right back there in the middle of the field.
It just shows how competitive the class has been this year, but it's great to have Pedro back.
100%.
Brilliant to see a driver of his level maybe going for the Worlds later this year. We don't know yet. We'll see when we get to the entry lists coming out for the World Championships at PF International, and we'll be looking forward to that in September. But yeah, good to see how Pedro Hiltbrand gets on this weekend. As with the other 31 drivers on the grid, can Jimmy Elias continue the form? Can Gabriel Gomez strike here from the front row of the grid? We're away and racing once again here at Kristianstad through turn 1. Good start for both drivers on the front row, and Gomez has held second place. That's a good start for Gabriel Gomez. Lewis Wewell trying to find a way through there, but is going to have to concede and just hold third place for now. But Jimmy Elias leads into turn 6 here on lap 1. There's already a bit of activity from race control as Wewell looks down the inside of Gomez. It's a fast start. Oh, as Gomez throws it down the inside into turn 9. That is the kind of move that Gabriel Gomez needs if he's going to take the championship fight into Sunday. Brilliant overtake.
Absolutely superb. Delighted with that one, I'm sure he'll be. But can he maintain that lead for the rest of this race? We are going to have to find out as they come back across the start-finish line. It is Gomez leading from Elias, Drummond, Mikalev. Then it is Nilsson, Volta, Verrill, Jeff Hall, Monza, Dussel. The top 10 at the moment as they dive down in towards turns 4 and 5 for the second time on lap number 2. There is Drummond in third place. What a fight he's had so far this season. He's always been around there in the top section as David Walter dives to the inside of Leo Nilsson and moves up into P5. The Tony Kart racer is looking strong this weekend in Sweden.
Yeah, and it's a circuit that he knows well. He's had success here in the past. David Walter, who won here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy the last time the Academy class visited these shores back in 2021, if I remember correctly. Investigation flag for Michael Adair, the 177. I said there was a couple of things from race officials to note. There's been a warning flag out there as well for the 104 of Lewis Wewell. Zach Drummond this weekend, we've been singing his praises across the course of 2024 Anthony Badis qualifying. His single lap pace has been very, very good, but sometimes his race pace has just ebbed away. We're talking mere percent here. That's turned around this weekend with moves like that. Down the inside, takes second place away from Jimmy Elias. This has been a very good weekend so far for that driver there, Zach Drummond.
Yeah, I will agree with what you were saying there. Yes, you have seen moments like that over the course of the season, but let's say right now, pushing himself as hard as he possibly can. And it's another Paralin who's got the setup right. Something in the Paralin tent has clicked here this weekend, and they've got the setup that I think everyone else is looking for this weekend, because Drummond is closing in on Gomez. The gap is less than half a second. We'll update it as they go through the timing beams, but there you can see 0.4 of a second separate those two, and it is fractionally coming down as they go through the next sector.
It's where this circuit is different to others. If we compare it to Slovakia, where we were last time, top speed was very important at Slovakia to basically just keep yourself ahead keep yourself with the best advantage into those minimal overtaking spots around that circuit. There's so many of them here that you can sacrifice a little bit perhaps, but we don't see many overtakes at the end of the longest straight into turn 1 here. We see them in these hairpins, so making sure that you've got a raceable setup, making sure that you've got something that you can stick at the corner and know, yes, it's going to stick, it's going to support me in my quest to get up the field. As you say, Powlin have got it absolutely spot on so far this weekend. The big question now is, have they got enough pace to close down Gabriel Gomez? Because Gabriel Gomez is fully pumped up here. This is a big opportunity now for Gabriel Gomez. This is starting to get into the realm of territory that he needs to have a big chance to maybe snatch the title away from Joe Turney. At the moment in the IC, Gomez would be 3rd. He'd be going from 5th to 3rd across this round, whereas Turney still there in 6th place.
Yeah, exactly. Well, again, we'll keep an eye on those points. We talk about it constantly through every single race. It's going to be that way throughout the entirety of the day, I'm sure. But we'll keep an eye on all of it. We're on to lap 6 now. Michael Adair is under investigation in this race at the moment. Now, he's currently running in 21st place. He is up positions, but only one of them. Victor Gustafsson, 13 places gained. He's pushing his way through. Nice to see that qualifying was purely just not the qualifying that he wanted. And yes, pushing his way through on this one. Now, Jimmy Elias closing back in on Drummond? Question mark, Andrew?
Very big question mark over that one. I'm just keeping an eye on those sector times as to are they making any impression on Gomez? Right, I think the answer is no. Gomez is very strong in sector number 2. And again, that's where a lot of the overtaking does happen around this circuit. It's
little inroads.
Yeah, bits here and there. That's a good 3rd sector from Drummond, though. At least visually, it looks like they've closed in a bit now. They're all about the same, a 16.7. 15 zeros and 50.1s for the top 3 across the course of the whole lap. Gomez still holding that advantage at just under half a second.
Jimmy Elias, though, on that last lap, fastest lap of the race in 3rd place. So his pace is still there. He's still got it as he's trying to close in. Here's Volta, though. He's under pressure as down the inside goes Lewis Werrell, and they moves him up into P5 now. These two pushing their way through. Werrell again, a driver who, I talked about it last year, it's his 1st year up in the senior category. Last year he was all over the junior scene. He was battling here and there. It was all the talk as well. The Forza team with their package, with the likes of Dries van Langenthal and the form of Lewis Werrell pushing themselves through. But this year in the seniors, obviously he's learnt a lot. It's his 1st year, so you can forgive him for that one. He's been such a strong contender. But has just been around there in that sort of top 5, top 10 area.
And just so calm and cool round the paddock. You know, we've said it before, when you see him in the paddock in the morning, it's like, morning Lewis, how are you? It's like, yeah, all okay. Just very, very grounded, mellow, and but very focused when he gets out there on circuit, and it shows with his results across the course of this year, and he's back into the top 10 as well in the intermediate classification, just to keep tabs on that. And another young British driver on the scene this weekend, Ethan Jeff Hall, having a very good race here, Anthony. We said yesterday on the Circuit PA, for us in particular, it is a little bit strange seeing him in CRG colours. We're so used to him from the British in different colours. We'll just leave that there. But he's delivering at the moment. He's up there in 7th place.
Yes, it certainly is. The last time I saw him and left him alone, it was in the UK, PFI, and it was in a green and white liveried cart with a red fruit on it.
Yes.
So there we go. I'll let you work that one out. Jimmy Elias here, though, fastest lap of the race, and he pushes his way back into 2nd place and gets past Zach Drummond. So, like you were saying earlier on, Drummond gets flurries of quick pace, and then it just slowly just seeps out a little bit. It's like inflating a balloon rapidly and then slowly letting the air out.
Still good points at the moment for Drummond there in 3rd. Now, that is a key move also in terms of championship picture. It puts Elias back to 138, the same as Gomez right now. And of course, Gomez, leading the race, can do no more.
No.
Why is it key? That's when you get a time qualifying tiebreaker coming in, which would go to the advantage of Elias. So Gomez now slips down to 4th place in the intermediate classification. If something like that happens at the end of the day, That's 2 championship points, and it could be the 2 championship points that Gomez needs to keep himself in the fight going into deep into Sunday. So, yeah, good move there from Elias, and being on a Kart Republic chassis, that will also please the Kart Republic Works team, because it's once again playing into their man's hands, Joe Turney.
Yep, certainly is. Back over the start-finish line they go. We go on to lap 11 of 13 now, and eyes still watching those top 3, and so are the spectators as well around the circuit, watching alongside all the racers there as they file their way through turns 4 and 5 on the circuit. A look back still further in the field as I can see Marshall's running in front of my screen, and that's the reason why. Drivers out and tumbling down the order, and it's Tiziano Monza and Victor Gustafsson, unfortunately, out of this race.
Real shame there for both Monza and Gustafsson. That's the kind of result that starts to put question marks on whether both of those drivers will proceed beyond the superheats and into the final on Sunday. Back at the front of the order, though, Gomez is being closed by Jimmy Elias. The gap is down to 0.431 of a second. Elias was a 10th quicker on that last lap. Zach Drummond still there in 3rd. Jacob Mikulev continuing to run strongly in 4th. This is not done yet for Gabriel Gomez, but if he's played it smart with the strategy, we have seen others do this. If he's held something back in the tyres, now is when you want to use it. And just keep that air gap open between yourself and Jimmy Elias, because we know Jimmy Elias, in the mood that he's in at the moment, so fast, so competitive. If you give this Frenchman one opportunity to go down the inside, he's going to take it.
He certainly is, and that gap getting smaller and smaller. Checks over the shoulder as well, just to assess the situation as we go on to this final lap. The gap behind is opening and clear. The gap in front is closing and is filling with that rear bumper of Gabriel Gomez in the lead of this one. It's down to less than 0.4 of a second now, but as they go into the midway point of this lap, I just don't think it's going to be close enough. We have seen mega overtakes in towards turn 7, but they've passed that corner already. We're into the final sector now. This is looking to be Gabriel Gomez's first win of the weekend. It's exactly what he wants, but is it going to be enough as the fight continues to go to the end of the day between himself and Turney? Out of the final corner, it is Gabriel Gomez across the line who wins his first heat of the weekend ahead of Jimmy Elias. Drummond finishes in 3rd place ahead of Lewis Werrell. Jacob Mikulev finishes in P5 ahead of David Walter. Mark Dubnitsky ahead of Ethan, Jeff Hall, David Kozma, and Leo Nilsson rounds out the top 10. But for Gabriel Gomez, that is what he needs. We spoke to him at the start of the weekend. You saw that interview before this race. He said he's going to work hard with the team. After the pre-round, they went home. They worked on it. They said what worked, what didn't, what could we change? And right now, those changes seem to be coming alive now at the midway point of the 2nd day of racing. It is Gomez from Elias, Drummond from Werrell, Mikulev, Walter, Dubnitsky, Jeff Hall, Kozma, Nilsson, the top 10, with Tom Dussel and Luna Flusha, who round out the top 12. Emili Koivisto and Santino Panetta round out the top 14, with Alpak Soy rounding out the top 15. Pedro Hilbrand finishes in P16 ahead of Elina Lirolson, who finishes in 17th place. Tom Ludier and Sebastian Hayden, with a gain of 8 places, finishes in 19th. Michael Adair in 20th. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. And again, initially, great getaway from Jimmy Elias, holds on to it, but Gomez from the outside managing to clinch and hold on to 2nd place in the early stages of that one. Some drivers just getting swept to the back there in the beginning stages of that race. This was the first lap move from Gomez immediately into the lead, not wasting any time. Elias just holding on to 2nd place as the field behind all closed in. You had Drummond there just behind. You had everyone else closing in. This was David Walter finding his way down the inside, getting past the Kart Republic there further down in the order. Jakob Rikkelevens well trying to push his way up in the early stages of that race. Then the field got into a little bit more of a movement here as Werrell then started to push his way forward past David Walter. He would get up into 4th place at the end of that race. That was the change for P2. Jimmy Ellis getting past, and then we saw the retirements. Unfortunately, Victor Gustafsson and Tiziano Monitor at the end of that race, out of it, finishing 30th and 31st. But across the line, CRG's Gabriel Gomez ending that race on a high and takes his first win of the weekend. Well, there is only 2 more races to go before we go to the lunch break, and that's coming up in a couple of minutes' time with junior qualifying Heat B and E, and then the seniors qualifying Heat B and E. Then we go back to Academy after the lunch break for their 2nd round of the qualifying heats phase before their 3rd round early morning tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. And then we go into the second half of the day for the seniors and juniors, interlocking all the way throughout until the very end of the day, where the last heat goes out at 6:30 local time, with the seniors qualifying Heat B versus C. And at the end of today, we might find out who could be champion. Let's head down to Parc Fermé for our first live interview of the day. It's over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here with Gabriel Gomez. Gabriel, good race victory there. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I think was a good result for us for the points during the week, the intermediate classification. Yeah, we are quite in the front. We are still in the top 3, I think, overall. We are doing quite a good week, I think. We just need to find the last bit we need for fight for the victory. But I'm proud of all the work of the team and everyone. I think we are getting better during the week, and we can arrive tomorrow to chance for the win.
Jimmy Elias, very quick in that race, was approaching, getting to like 4/10, 3/10. What was going through your mind going on to those last couple of laps?
Yeah, I was trying to manage a bit the tires, but at the end it was difficult because he started to catch me, and then I need to push again a little bit more. But in the beginning I was a bit faster than him at the end. I think we need to find this a little bit, but it will be a very tight.
Very close between yourselves and CRG in the Kart Republics. Yesterday, as the afternoon went on, it felt to us in the box like you gained a bit of performance as the day went on. Is that the hope that you can do so and keep getting these results in?
Yeah, I think yes. We still need to work, but the fight is from the both teams. It's very tight from everyone, but I think we can do a good job and need to improve a bit, but we are doing well, I think.
I know you've got a debrief with the team straight after. Thank you very much, Gabriel, and best of luck. Good thoughts there from one of our championship contenders, Anthony. Gabriel Gomez, hitting form at the right time.
Certainly is, and the kart's also hitting the circuit at the right time there. Perfect deployment there. As the karts make their way out, it's the penultimate race of the morning. It is the OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus E coming up next. Let's take you through the full starting lineup as they make their way onto the circuit. Noah Baglin back out on track after a certainly dominant performance so far this weekend. He'll have Dean Hugendorf starting alongside. Devin Waltz and Vladimir Ivanikov go from row number 2. They'll have Ludovico Mazzola and Filippo Sala on row 3. Roman Kamyab and Efim Durinov round out row 4. They'll have Gustavo da Silva and Remy Samchek on row 5. Henry Domain and Jean-Matteo Rousseau going from row 6. Zhang Jose and Oliver Kinmark on row 7. They'll have Daniel Kelleher and Kanish Grau on row 8, with Marco Gast and Zhao Zijun on row 9. James Anagnostiadis and Paul Andriotis round up the top 20 on row 10. They'll have Sonazi and Maka Savalev on row 11. Herbertus Palm and Eduardo Gottfried go from row 12. They'll have Melvin Clusian and Max Endicott on row 13. Filippo Pancotti and Klara Kowalczyk on row 14. Mika Runitz and Alexander Dahlström round out the top 30. They start on row 15. The last 2 rows being Gregor Matikainen, Sunye B, Maximus Unt and Dean Pedersen rounding out the 34 kart field. Drivers making their way into the final sector now, organise themselves into groups. Baglin here what a performance we've seen from him in the first couple of races. Not overdriving his kart. He's been smooth with how he's deployed everything and is having a very, very strong weekend so far. He sits 5th in the intermediate classification, but he's still trying to close in on the likes of Manuel Maguez. And off the circuit there, unfortunately, is Max Endicott. He will go no further. The British driver out of this race before it's even started. That is a huge disappointment. But for the rest of the field, that is one less driver they have to deal with as they enter the tram lines. We are green and racing, and the inside row gets a lightning start. Hugendorn tries his best to hold on to second place, but slots into third. Devin Waltz into second, with Baglin leading the way as they exit out of turn 4 and 5. Exit now up over the crest. They gain air here. All 4 wheels off the track with a good exit out of turn 4 and 5 as the whole field is still going strong in this race. There is Ludovico Mazzola in the Birolart, the wild card this weekend, holding on to P4 as Filippo Sala stays there in P5. Late on the brakes of the drivers behind. It looked like Roman Kamiab trying to get the early move, but he loses out on a little bit of time here. But crucially, at the front, Andrew, it's another lightning start for Noah Baglin.
It is indeed another good start for Devin Waltz as well. Read the acceleration of Baglin very nicely and was able to take advantage of being on the inside of Dean Hugendorn. So it's Baglin. Someone's lost is that a neck guard that's on the circuit now. That is going to be collected. Thankfully, it's near the start of the race, so it's going to be able to be collected pretty easily with a big gap in the field. But the question is, who's lost a quite key piece of equipment there? Hugendorn's looking down the inside of Devin Waltz for second place and has got it through the overtaking hotspot of turn 7. Back comes Waltz down the inside into 9. Here comes Mazzola, who thinks better of it. Back comes Hugendorn again. Brilliant racing here in OK Junior. Hugendorn takes second place. This is all playing into the hands of Noah Baglin. This is his big opportunity to break away at the front of the field whilst everybody else is scrapping over second place. End of lap number 2. Let's have a look at a replay now. Is this going to show us who lost the neck guard? It's going to pop off somebody. There, so it's off the Birrell. It's off the Birrell 223. That's Gustavo da Silva.
Well, you can see that just shows how violent the motions is when you go sideways out of a corner, down the inside. Mazzola gaining another position, but then instantly losing it back as back through goes Devin Waltz. And that brings in everyone else to play. Kamiab, Gustavo da Silva there as well. Kamiab could gain good positions in this one, and he needs good positions, but he's just lost out on 2 there as Domain has got past. Filippo Solo's just behind. Daniel Kelleher is up 6 places and inside the top 10, and is latching onto the back of this one. You can see him there going for the move just behind the likes of Filippo Sala. So big moves happening in that long train, but like you alluded to there, all of that's allowing Baglin once again to do what he does, and that's breakaway so far this weekend.
Indeed, 51.592 last time around for Baglin. Hugendorn was quicker though, 51.489. It's going to be tough though for Hugendorn. He's got no help from behind, because this is the fight on your screens now for 3rd, 4th, 5th and everything else. That is not pushing Hugendorn along. That's a nice bit. Kamiab is scything his way through. He is not giving this one up. He knows he's got a bit of a tough draw from what he did in time qualifying, but he is going for it. He has to go for it if he's going to keep himself in the title picture. He's got 2 more races to keep the dream alive into Sunday. At the moment, he's further back in the order behind Dries van Langenhoek, but you've got to give it to Roman Kamiab. That will please the RFM team a lot to see their driver fighting to the end.
Certainly will. Hugendorn as well with the fastest lap of the race now is starting to reel in Baglin just that little bit with that clean air just in front as down the inside. Well, I thought that was going to be Domain going for the move there, but Ivanikov just thinking, no, I'm going to hold my line and not having to defend from that one. Da Silva just behind as well. Sala still there for close company. Kelleher just behind as well. Gast is there, Zhang Jose is there, Anagnosiadis is there as well. This is still a really top flight battle here. This is third place. Well, the timing can dictate where the battles are from, and unfortunately off the circuit there, tumbling down the order is Kanish Grau, unfortunately. That's the end of his race. The Sodikart driver will go no further. But yes, the live timing gives us little markers where it says these are the big battles out on screen, and it can't tell the difference between third and all the way down to 31st.
Brilliant. Classic OK Junior. This is what we expect to see, particularly here at Kristianstad. It's a fast circuit. We talk about the concertina effect sometimes. Now, the concertina effect was in a big display last time out in Slovakia because it was a much tighter, twistier circuit. Drivers had the tendency to trip over one another, particularly when they fought. But because here you've got a lot more sweeping corners, it keeps the pack quite closely together. That gap is growing between Kamyab and Ivanikov. There's an investigation flag that's just gone out, so that's a bit of attention to Paul Andriotis in the 292 from the race officials. Race continuing though. James Anagnostiadis has passed Zhang Jose now for 12th place. But we're keeping an eye on Roman Kamyab. One of the championship contenders may be taken out of his hands due to the performance, the very high level of performance by Dries van Langendonk through these qualifying heats. But if that is the case, there is still the opportunity of second place in the championship, especially with Jacopo Martinezzi a little bit on the back foot this weekend.
It certainly is. Well, keeping an eye on this progression as we're on lap 7 of 10 at the moment. This race has gone pretty quick in this one. There's been some close battles throughout this one, all the way throughout, and Kamyab certainly doing what he needs to do in this one, but eyes focused on those battles all the way throughout. There have been overtakes on this last lap. Duranov has managed to get past Zhang Jose as well. They're at 14th, 15th place at the moment. They're the only drivers in that last sector to get an overtake. Another fastest lap of the race for Dean Hugendorn. That gap's down to 0.6 of a second. Is that doable? 2.5, 3 laps to go? Not too sure, as down the inside comes Vladimir Vanikov, gets past Roman Kamyab, moves up into P5. Kamyab not able to retaliate straight away.
It's becoming a bit of a pattern for Roman Kamyab's race. His very good first half and then just not quite able to keep moving forward in the second half. Keeping an eye on the leaders. They're trading purple sector times again. Baglin fastest in the first sector, was out of the race as one of the Paralympics.
It's Efim Duranov, another retirement for Efim Duranov. That is from bad to worse for him.
Is indeed. So, next question of Noah Baglin. He's won some races, he's won them quite comfortably. Can he deal with Dean Hugendorn chasing him down at a rate of about 1/10 a lap? And the closer he gets, it's not the biggest circuit for slipstreaming, but the closer Hugendorn gets, the greater the effects of the slipstream. Plenty of battles up and down the midfield. Marcos Savalev's trying to gain spots once again for Fusion. There is Roman Kamyab. Kamyab now falling into the clutches of his countryman Henry Domain, the second of the energy courses out in this one. Final lap though, and I tell you what, Hugendorn is charging. He's just put in a 50.695. He's less than 4/10 behind the leader, as there is a defence from the Silva ahead of Sala.
Yeah, indeed, that battle's still raging on in the background. There though, your current race leader, Baglin. And like you said there, Hugendorn, another fastest lap of the race, 0.4 of a second on that last one. Now, is this tyres or is this Baglin being told that, yeah, you've worked hard, but you've pushed those tyres a little hard. Bring it back a little bit in this one. Don't push too hard. But has he not pushed too hard too much?
Too much, gone the other way.
Yeah, and now Hugendorn's closed in on him. He's only got one more corner to get it done. I don't think he's going to be close enough for it. Baglin's going to score another one. Another one in the bag for Baglin across the line. He wins another qualifying heat win. Hugendorn finishes in second place ahead of Devin Waltz. Ludovico Mazzola finishes in 4th place ahead of Vladimir Vanikov, with Roman Kamyab finishing in P6.
Very good result for Noah Baglin. 3rd win in a row. Puts him back into 2nd place in the intermediate classification. Just 7 points behind that man there, who's just gone past him, given congratulations on the cool-down lap. Dean Hugendorn takes the lead in the IC. well, of course, we're part way through this fourth and penultimate round of the qualifying heats. Devin Waltz, third place in that one, third place in the IC. But remember, the likes of Miguez, Kostoyev and Langendonk Schaufler all have their fourth race yet to do, or yet to take part in. But into Parc Fermé go the drivers. Good race once again from the OK Juniors, and here's your provisional result. Noah Baglin wins once again for Prema Racing by just over a quarter of a second ahead of Dean Hugendorn. Devin Waltz, Ludovico Mazzola and Vladimir Ivanikov in the top 5. The top 10 runners also included Roman Kamiab, Henry Domain, Marco Gast, Felipe Sala and James Anagnostiadis. Good move there from Anagnostiadis again, up the field by 9. Gustavo da Silva, Daniel Kelleher, Oliver Kinmark, Gian-Matteo Russo and Sunan Z all record top 15s. They were followed in by Zhao Si Yun, Filippo Pancotti, Melvin Kaluzdian, Hubertus Palm and Zhang Hezhe. That took us down to 20th place. Also finishing in that one, Mako Savalev, Eduard Godfroyd, Alexander Dahlström, Clara Kowalczyk, Maximus Unt, Gregor Callas, Sun Yibei, Paul Andriotis and Remy Samchik. 5 retirees, Dean Pedersen, Miko Runitz, Efim Durinov, Kanish Grau and Max Endicott. But Noah Baglin, well, this young driver has well and truly arrived, it would seem, in the OK Junior category. Let's have a look at how he recorded his third heats victory of the weekend. Early on, we would lose Max Endicott before the race really even got underway, but the start was always going to be key. Into turn 1, Baglin, strong start. Hugendorn trying to hold it round the outside there, but Devin Waltz would follow through, get into second place. Bit of drama for Gustavo da Silva, lost his neck guard. Everybody did very well to avoid that in the tramlines, and that was picked up promptly by the hard-working crew here at the Åsum Ring. Hugendorn back down the inside of Devin Waltz, retook second place. Good scrap this, so Devin Waltz actually came back. And then Hugendorn returned the favour. It was counter-attack after counter-attack. That was a big moment in the race, that allowed Noah Baglin to get 1 to 1.5 seconds in the lead. Down the inside, Mazzola having another good race. The wildcard recording another top 5. And plenty of things to be decided. The energy courses coming into play here with good drives from Vladimir Ivanikov and Henry Domain. Not the first time we've said that about Ivanikov as we get into the latter stages. He has a tendency to finish through round 4, through round 5 of these qualifying heats very strongly indeed. Roman Kamiab on the attack in the first half of the race, trying to keep himself in title contention, has moved himself back up to 8th place in the intermediate classification. The trouble is, he's still behind Dries van Langendonk. Van Langendonk still has that 4th race to go, of course. It's looking for Kamiab like it's going to be him going out of the title picture here today, but he's going to keep fighting on. We lost from the race as well. Kanish Grau, you saw there a few moments ago, and Efim Durinov would leave the scene. A couple of other retirements as well along the way from Mika Runitz and Dean Pedersen. But for Noah Baglin, another one of the surprises this weekend, as it just feels like he's got everything together, and all those little glimmers of speed we've seen across the season are now really coming to fruit. Let's hear from him down in Parc Fermé with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much. Here with our race winner from that one, Noah Baglin. Noah, the pace that you've got now in the second half of this weekend has been absolutely superb. How are you feeling now with getting 3 wins out of 3 in the latter stages of this weekend?
Yeah, we've been very fast, and it's been very hard, obviously, with the starts and all of that. But yeah, it's been really good. We've been fast, and obviously the momentum is good. So we hope we get another one. And for now, it's really good.
Yeah. We were talking briefly before we started this interview. This all started back in Slovakia, didn't it? That podium really came your way, and it's all stemming from this one here. What changed after that round?
I got used to being at the front, obviously, because I had a very good quali. And yeah, I just got used to the front. I got used to how the people drive, and I just got faster. I guess I learned how they drive. I learned the tracks, and yeah, just got faster.
The Kristianstad circuit here is drastically different to Slovakia. It's open, it's fast, it's flowing. You're getting used to it now, though.
Yeah, it's a very nice track. I love this track very much. Yeah, it's a nice track, but yeah, obviously there's a huge difference. Slovakia is very tight and it's very hard to overtake, but here's freely, obviously, like you said, and it's easy to overtake. But luckily, I've had not a lot of overtakes this week, and I've just been at the front. But yeah, it's a nice track.
How are them tyres feeling now that you've had those calm battles? You've not had to work those tyres. Are they feeling okay still?
Yeah, obviously we used our first set in the first heat. What wasn't the best of heats, as you see. But yeah, I think the tyres are fine at the moment, like, because we don't have to battle and we don't have to defend so much. The tyres aren't fully done, but yeah, at the moment they're looking good at the moment.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your win so far this weekend, and we'll see you out there in those races later on today. Thank you so much, Noah Baglin. Andrew, let's head back up to you. One more race to go before the lunch break. Plenty more action coming up.
One more race to go indeed, and it'll be in the senior category, the qualifying heat for OK Groups B and E coming up very shortly. And of course, all the races this afternoon as well after the break. Plenty more to come here from Kristianstad. We'll be back in a few moments' time. Welcome back to the Åsum Ring in Kristianstad, Sweden for live coverage of the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championship, the final round of the season. Getting ready for the last race of the morning and early afternoon session. It's another qualifying heat for the OK category. Groups B and E are set to head out on track. This is the start of round 4. Of 5 of the qualifying heats, and another opportunity for the likes of Thibaut Ramicus, Finn McLaughlin, Davide Bottaro and others to secure championship, intermediate points, which then will transfer into championship points as the day goes on. Here is your pole sitter, Thibaut Ramicus, on form. He's already got race victories here this weekend and is joined on the front row by his VDK Racing teammates, Finn McLaughlin. These two were very, very close in time to qualifying. They were in the same series, the same group, and either one of them could have emerged on top in that one. But these two know each other very well. They will work together as they have done across the course of the season, and they've got big parts to play as well in terms of the championship permutations. Out from the pre-grid, let's take you through the full grid for this one. 31 drivers heading back out on circuit for the next heat. And as we say, Thibaut Ramicus on pole position, joined by Finn McLaughlin. It's an all VDK Racing front row. Davide Bottaro and Joseph Smith on row 2. Salim Hanar and Matt Corby on row 3. Kai Rillatz and Andrea Duke go from row number 4. They're ahead of championship contender Mateus Morgato on row 5, who's joined by Scott Lindblom. Lewis Francis and Vegard Clementson go from row number 6. They're ahead of Noah Wolf and Blake Nash on row 7. On row number 8, it's Greece's Stylianos Kolovos and Gerasim Skulanov.
Jensen Graham and Marcus Shilkunas go from row 9. Bernardo Bonaldi and Aaron Garcia round out the top 20 on row 10. Sebastian Korpeng and Augustin Tablaveda go from row number 11. They'll have Dang Hutian and Peter Stiller on row 12. Tord Ragstad and Sebastian Pavan on row 13. We'll have Alexander Spets and Nosenberg rounding out row 14, and all Swedish row 14. Then it's Eva Estrada and Sofia Sanfari, who had a great race earlier on, making her way through the field. Can she do the same with this one? Of Elias Kivisto on the 16th row in 31st place. Well, so far this morning, we have seen up and down races from the majority of the grids that we've seen out there. We've seen dominant performances. We have seen shaky ones. We have seen drivers make their way through the field. We've seen drivers make their way through the field and then tumble right down to the back. And we've seen drivers not even starting races. It's been a real shake-up so far this weekend, but still in between all of that, there's still a championship at stake.
Still a championship at stake, still a round in the balance. In terms of the intermediate classification, if you're just joining us, these are the scores at the end of round 3. Ramakas first, Peschel second, Elias and Gomez tied on third on 138 points, but Elias gets the benefit based on his time qualifying. Joe Turney at the moment in 6th place. So here we go into the tram lines. Are we good for a race start? Here we are, yes, and away we go. Green light, good start for both of the front row. Good start for Ramakas, takes the lead. McLaughlin slots into 2nd place. Bataro holds position there in 3rd. Into turn 4 and turn 5. Particularly interested to see what Matheus Morgado does in this race. Those championship hopes arguably fading at the moment. The one of the 3 championship contenders always down the inside. That is a lightning start from Salim Hanar. Hanar up to 3rd place then, having started on the 3rd row of the grid.
Yeah, that is a superb start. And again, having to deal with those dramas that they had earlier on as we go live on board here with Joseph Smith right in that tow. Just behind, you can see how close it is. Matt Corby just ahead as they dive into that last hairpin. You can see the 2 different racing lines there. Corby turning in much tighter, much sooner, but that outside line seems to have worked for Smith as he has that slipstream. He has that tow, but not enough to get the move done. A big clout to that curb on the first apex through that chicane, and now sends it down the inside. At turn number 4 and 5, over the crest, gets the air, lands back down on all 4, and he immediately, again, is on the charge back. Superb racing all the way throughout.
Andrea Dupes down the inside there of Matt Corby. That was good for 6th place, but love that from Joseph Smith. That's more like it. Say, it's been a testing season for Joseph Smith. He seems to be in a good frame of mind here this weekend. So, coming round to complete lap number 2. It's looking like VDK have got full control of this at the moment. It's Joseph Smith on the attack again this time. I think that was down the inside of Davide Bataro for 4th place. Yes, it was. So it's Ramakas and McLaughlin out ahead by about 2/3 of a second ahead of Salim Hanar. Joseph Smith up to 4th. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 for runners on a Kart Republic chassis at this point. Davide Bataro there in 5th. Where is Matheus Morgado? 12th. And this is the problem for Morgado at the moment. Start of this weekend, few points back from Gomez, so essentially the job for Morgado is the same as Gomez. 1, get ahead of Joe Turney, and 2, extend the gap ahead of Joe Turney. Now Gomez is starting to get into that rhythm. The problem for Morgado, at the end of the last round of heats, he's not even in the top 10. He's behind Turney and by a bit of a margin. So I fear with this kind of form, unfortunately, for the CL Racing team here this weekend, we're starting to get into that position where we're not going to be talking about Morgado as European champion this year.
No, that is a big shame in its own right. But again, all of it, it's still going to be a fun weekend. He still could get something out of this weekend. So the weekend far from over. But in terms of a championship, yeah, certainly it is looking that way. Eyes on this one, and Smith has closed in on Salim Hanar. The battle for 3rd place is on right now as McLaughlin and Ramakas continue to break away. The 2 VDK teammates who I suspect have had lots of fast memories over the course of this season. Have been living it up lovely between the 2 of them. But the racing so far between the 2 of them has still been fierce. Don't get me wrong on that one. I suspect it will stay the same throughout the rest of this weekend. Live on board with Joseph Smith, and the outboard picture on the right-hand side of your screen if you are watching from home, or trackside if you've got your mobile phone out. You can watch it. Head to YouTube. You can go to the FIA Karting YouTube channel, and we are live on there as well as Facebook as well. So make sure you are watching. You can see all the angles live. But back with this one. This is a superb view, isn't it? You're seeing the physicality of the lap here. You're seeing the undulation changes. You're seeing how rough it is on a driver, the bumps out there that you don't get from a track walk. You know, you can do a track walk and you can say, that looks a bit rough, but it might be smooth. And then you drive out there for the first time, and then a part of the track where you thought was smooth is actually really bumpy. And then it's like, you know, it's one of those, you don't learn that when you go out for practice. And that's what you're seeing here right now. Well, there you can see Smith has done a brilliant job of trying to close in, but on that lap, not able to get that overtake done on Selim Hanar just yet.
Not yet, but the balance on the victory lane run, Kart Republic, really good for Joseph Smith. You just watch a driver when they're in tune with the kart of how little steering input they're having to do. They're actually doing a lot of the rotation through the corners, on the brakes, on the power. And Joseph Smith looking really good at this stage, has got the pace of those ahead. We're into the mid phase of the race. Drivers will be starting to think about, right, what do we need to do with the tyres over the course of the next 8 laps? Do I need to start going on the attack now to bring myself back into play, or am I just fine continuing to lap at this pace? Thibaut Ramekers 50.069 last time around. What's his pace like this time? It's the 49s. He's absolutely flying, is Thibaut Ramekers. He's had 2 race wins so far this weekend in the 2nd place. This could be number 3. It could put him on a total of 194 points from a possible 200, and be looking good for possibly a front row start in one of those superheats tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly so. That's always a nice feeling, isn't it, starting on a front row for a superheat, and plenty of opportunities for that one. No action between those top 2. They've stayed exactly where they want to be. They're not breaking away. They've just stayed in limbo mode, I think, right now. I think it's just, hey, look after the tyres, get it to the end. Let's see if you can make them last for another race and not deploy the fresh set till much later on. But we'll have to see what happens with that one. Out of the final turn they go. It's still Ramekers from McLaughlin, Selim Hanar from Joseph Smith, Dupe from Bataro, Rillards Francis, Lindblom, Morgato. Clemenson has just got past Corby. That's changed for 11th place, the same as Alexander Spatz. He's got past Aaron Garcia. That is for 17th place as well. Alexander Spatz up into 17th place in this one. Brilliant start.
Yeah, good run up through the field for the driver racing with the KH Racing team, local team here for the final round of the championship, running a number of the wildcards here this weekend. We're on lap 8 of 13. And how we go? Oh, now that's quite sizable damage for one of the victory lanes and one of the World Racing wildcards.
Now that is Elias Gavisto.
Andrea Dupe's out of the race as well.
Well, this is getting from bad to worse here. The first 2 were Elias Gavisto and Sofia Zanfari, unfortunately, out of the race. And yes, Andrea Dupe, who was looking so strong at the front of that field, is out as well. That's 3 karts off and 2 different parts of the circuit, I'll stress. Yeah, not sure what happened to Andrea Dupe there.
Most important news, both drivers out of their karts and jogging back to the marshal post unaided. That is good to see. That was a sizable amount of damage to Sofia Zanfari's 131 machine. Not sure what happened to Dupe there. I don't know whether it was a mechanical failure there. He had that almost reaction of he wasn't looking around to say, who was that? Oh, there's another incident. Aaron Garcia, and is that one of the Hagman Racing entries that he's come together with? It's Tor Graugstad in the World Racing 638.
Well, there we go. That's not gone well at all. And, well, Aaron Garcia was actually under investigation before that incident as well. So that's just gone from bad to worse there, as now McLaughlin set the fastest lap of the race. He started to close in. What on earth happened on that last lap? So many drivers going off in all different incidents on the circuit.
Yeah,
it's the first one. Well, that's the aftermath of it. And side pods going everywhere there. I'm trying to think what that other one was. Now, this is Andrea Dupe. Breakdown. Mechanical failure. Yeah, I think that was brakes as it was looking. He looked down at something there, and that was at the brake disc. And yeah, maybe thinking something wasn't working there because he was wiggling the steering wheel trying to scrub speed and just went straight on at the turn. So drama over 2 laps, 5 drivers out in the space of 2 laps.
Brutal sometimes this sport can be, but for Andrea Dupe, you can see he's trying to wrestle the kart into the corner, way too much speed. And down the inside, and that's Scott Lindblom on the move and getting another position. Scott Lindblom past Kai Rillards for 6th place.
Yep, nicely done. It's a shaky move though. It's like he didn't even want to do it, and then all of a sudden the gap just opened, and then there he was. There just behind though is Luis Francis. He's closing in as well. Francis with a very very, very similar helmet livery to Joe Turney. It's impossible when they're next to each other to detect who it is. Here's the replay again. Yeah, again, so it was actually Rilats who went for the defensive line. Then Lindblom went to the inside. It kind of was like, oh, am I going? No, oh, okay, I will. And then it was just that last attempt. That's why you're seeing all those little adjustments, those micro adjustments on the steering there. But amazingly, gets it done. Francis again, still on that rear bumper of Kai Rilats. Not able to get it done as Vegard Clementson has closed in just behind. So he's looking very strong right now. Matt Corby just in tow as well. Another 2 VDKs trying to push his way through. VDK have been strong this weekend so far, haven't they?
Absolutely. It's all. We don't mean it in a dismissive manner when we say, oh, they're a customer team for Kart Republic, because their performance across the course of the whole season has been absolutely exemplary.
Yeah.
And they've been a good value for Kart Republic as well, helping out in some of the teams and Drivers' Championships aspects. And Thibaut Ramekes, once again, we have wondered, haven't we, whether we will see Thibaut Ramekes in a works Kart Republic in 2025. Right now, though, he's focusing on the job at hand, continuing to win these races. He's going to put himself top of the table after 4 rounds. And the big question for me regards Ramekes is, can anyone beat him? He just seems to be getting faster and faster across the course of this season.
Certainly is, and he maintains his lead in the intermediate classification as well with this one. Out of the final corner, it goes the way of Thibaut Ramekes to end the first half of the day. McLaughlin finishes in second place ahead of Salim Hanar. Joseph Smith, unable to get past, has to settle for P4 ahead of Davide Battaro. Scott Lindblom up to P6 from Kai Rilats. Francis in 8th place from Vegard Clementson. Matt Corby rounding out the top 10 across the line. But like we're saying here, Thibaut Ramekes, it's just getting a little bit better for him right now, isn't it? This second half of the weekend is looking strong.
And for VDK, 1-2 again in the race, 1-2 in the intermediate classification. They could be absolutely delighted with how this weekend is going, continuing the form that they had in the pre-round. They are the team to beat here this weekend in Sweden. Ramekes will return to pit lane. Belgium knowing that he's 1 race away from securing another maximum haul of championship points and pole position for Superheat, the first Superheat tomorrow. From Finn McLaughlin, he could well be on the pole position for the other Superheat, depending on how his results go across the course of this afternoon. But it's Ramekes from McLaughlin, 1-2 for VDK. Salim Hanar, 3rd. Joseph Smith, 4th. A 1-2-3-4 for Kart Republic running teams. Davide Battaro, the first of the CRGs, home there in 5th. Scott Lindblom, impressive again. The Swede coming home in 6th place. Kai Rilats, Lewis Francis, Vegard Clementson and Matt Corby. All in the top 10. Stylianos Kolovos home in 11th. Blake Nash has got back on track, I feel, with that 12th place. Bernardo Minaldi, good run there from Benaldi, up to 13th place ahead of Mateus Morgato. 14th for the driver, 3rd in the championship. That is not the best of results. Unfortunately for Morgato, Alexander Spets completes the top 15, was your biggest mover in that race.
Yeah, good stuff. Peter Siller as well, finishing just behind that in P16 ahead of Noah Wolf. Noah Sundberg having a good race in that one, 10 positions gained, finishing in 18th place ahead of Sebastian Korpeng. Marcus Shilkunas from Grayson Skulinov, then it's Jensen Graham from Eurostrada, Pavan running up the top 24, and the rest, of course, the highlights from this one. Perfect for the top 2 VDKs, McLaughlin and Ramekes breaking away, no drama. That was their race pretty much done from the word go, wasn't it? But the rest of it all the way throughout was very interesting. Joseph Smith, the live onboard feed from here. Great racing from him. Really good moves throughout that race.
Yeah, one of the I think the best performances we've seen from Joseph Smith in 2024. An assured drive through the field. Clearly had a lot of confidence behind the wheel. This was his move down the inside of Davide Battaro into the final corner. We have seen overtaking into turn 14, but not as much as, say, a turn 6 or a turn 7 or even a turn 9. So that was a really nice move from Smith. Andrea Dupe in the early stages as well, going along quite nicely. Then the 2 laps of, well, everything out there on circuit. Out would go Kavisto and Zanfari. Dupe would have a mechanical failure that would put him out of the race. A real shame for Andrea in that one. And then there would be further incidents. Aaron Garcia and Torg Raugstad coming together. 5 karts, all running pretty strongly, out in the space of 2 laps.
Yeah, blink and you'd have missed it on that one. The fire retirement certainly being a shock to the rest of the field. Certainly promoted some drivers through. This move here from Scott Lindblom, not sure if he planned it or it went the way he wanted, but there you can see it was a very late lunge down the inside through the corner, but it worked out beautifully for him. And across the line, much further up the road, Thibaut Ramekers and Finn McLaughlin crossing the line 1-2. It's a VDK 1-2 in that heat after 13 laps. Well, that's the first half of the day done and dusted. We're going to do some mental calculations, some maths and everything on points of what needs to happen. Of course, when I say we, I mean Andrew is going to do that. We'll be back in around 1 hour's time for the Academy's second round of qualifying heats. And then, of course, we go back into the flurry of the juniors and seniors for the last. And could we be crowning champions at the end of the qualifying heats phase? We will let you know. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 1 hour's time. For myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather. We'll be soon with the final round of the FIA Karting European Championship here in Sweden.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then
It's the second half of the final round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, live here from Sweden. A sunny Sweden here at the Åsum Ring in Kristianstad. Year of opening 2012. Jimmy Elias, event record and lap record here at the circuit of a 48.729. That was set in time qualifying this morning. The circuit itself, though, in a closer detail, the track 1.2 kilometer race distance. It's a fast and flowing one, 185 meters down that main start-finish straight. Track width around 8 to 10 meters and 6 meters of elevation change. The corners, though, out there, 14 of them in total, spanning 8 right-handers, 6 left-handers, and of course the 6 hairpins out there, which those hairpins come to the main overtaking opportunities out on the circuit. You see them in towards turns 4 and 5, 6, 7, and turn 14. You also see the overtakes in towards turn 9, but that one is a little bit more tricky to get done properly. Top speed these drivers reach into this circuit is down into the braking zone of turn number 1 of 125 kilometers per hour with an average speed of around about 90 kilometers an hour as well. It is a fast flowing circuit to end the European Championship of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. It's been an exciting first half of the day, but the second half is set to be even more so. Academy is coming up next, and Andrew, championships are becoming closer and closer at stake.
This is when the pressure really starts to rise this weekend. You know, for a number of drivers, they've already gone past their halfway stage. Not quite yet for the Academy, but if you've had a good race this morning, there's that pressure to keep it going. If you've had a bad race, you've got to bounce back. Particularly interested to see how Wian Boschhoff gets on in this race. One of the championship contenders had difficulties in timed qualifying, though. Was only 13th. We caught up with him earlier on in the weekend.
Makes me very excited. I've been wanting this for a long time. Always wanted to do the FIA Academy in my career. And hopefully I can show South Africa what I can do. And I'd love to be the first. We were here for the pre-race and we were just testing a lot, learning the track. It's a very demanding track, very difficult. But we got to grips with it and now I think I know it quite well. I've learned a lot. The racing this side is a lot different to home. And first race in France was good. Unfortunately, not all of the races go well. But I've had a lot of experience now after these races, and I've just had a lot of fun and enjoyed these races. In South Africa, we do not have as much drivers on a grid. The level is definitely not as high. So it's a lot more difficult knowing there's so many more drivers in one race. And I've had to learn to overtake a lot better and race way better and always be pushing 100% because everyone is very fast.
Well, great to catch up there with Wian Boschhoff, who starts this one, like you say, a little further down in the order on this one after not a great qualifying. Starts this 13th on the grid. There's a look at your winners so far in other stages. You've got Valdaugenton, of course, was Jakub Gašparovic. Slovakia was Jules Hermann. Sweden is not Priyan Bruno, but because that's not been decided yet, because they're currently on track and we're midway through the qualifying heats. But at the moment, Jules Hermann on this one, championship leader, pole position in time qualifying. But his first race earlier on, third place for him. Not the sort of qualifying pace we expected to see from him in his first race. Yeah, but I don't think there's too many concerns for Jules Hermann. You can't win every single race. No, that's very true.
And this is a good opportunity for him to get some more points on the board. He has got an advantage. It's not as big as we're talking about with the senior and the junior categories later on. But it is nice having that slight buffer, knowing that you, especially with how time qualifying has played out, and that his two closest rivals haven't had the greatest of runs through the TQ. He doesn't necessarily need to win this race. Another solid score will do quite nicely.
Exactly so. Engines fire up, and the second round of the qualifying heats phase for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup. It's Belgian Gilles Herman starting alongside Lithuania's Noje Stasionis, who DNF'd earlier on after mechanical failure. Turner Brown, the winner of the first race from the United States of America, starts alongside Argentina's Fernando on row 2. Lilian Suarez and Theodor Tabal, both second places in their races earlier on. What can they do in this one? Rian Darmadasa and Nicholas Karianis round out row number 4. They'll have Emilio Burnt and Mattis Vitva on row 5. Yor Tapale and Shiremon Kolkasem from Thailand round out row number 6.
Bian Boshov goes from row 7. We heard from him earlier. Amaru Adriansen joins him on that row. Ethan Seto and Jakub Gasparovic. Gasparovic, another one of the front runners in the championship. They start on row number 8. Khaled Al-Najjar and Andrea Marcella go from row number 9. Alexander Termanidze and Zakaria Delay start on row 10. Roland Spruder completes the 21 kart field. Key race this, you've got first, second and third in the championship all in this heat. Herman, Gasparovic and Boshov. And it was a really good point that Vian Boshov made in when we caught up with him earlier in the weekend, that by not coming from what you would say one of the traditional karting heavyweight nations, not the United Kingdom of France and Italy, Brazil,
yeah, anything like that.
United States. You know, he really has had to raise his game versus a bigger field, a greater depth of talent than he's used to. So full credit to him for being in the mix at this late stage of the season. But he's said he's been practicing his overtaking. He's going to need to do so again here, going there from 13th on the grid. And same for Gasparovic, one row further back. How are we looking then for the start? It's going to be over to Pasquale Lupoli and Gonzalo Planta to decide whether this one is good to start. Eyes on the lights around, we're racing once again. Start of the second round of heats in Academy. Very good start for Stasionis round the outside. Takes the lead. Stasionis needing a good result here. Remember, it's the top 36. As there's all kinds of stuff going on in the second half of the field. Numerous karts off, and is that Boshov one of them involved? Yeah, a bit of a compromised start for those in the second half of the field.
I can tell you who's involved. It's Nicholas Karayanis involved for Greece. It's Yor Tapale for Finland. It's Shiremon Kolkasem for Thailand, and Amaru Adriansen as well, also out of the race as they try to get them restarted. It looks like one has got going again, and we'll try and figure out who that is in a moment's time. But crucially, at the front of this one, it's back with Gilles Herman at the front, who crosses the line in the lead ahead of Fernando. Stasionis is back down to third place as we go on board with Rian Darmadasa, who was in amongst the offs at the start of that race, managing to get through it and still in this race in P6.
Yeah, pretty much everyone from 8th place down to some level of degree were involved in that contretemps at the start. Vian Boshov actually gained 5 places in that race, so apologies for anyone that are scared there back in South Africa. Boshov with a good start. Gasparovic has also had a good start as Rian Darmadasa going side by side with Turner Brown and making through there into 5th place.
Yep, nice stuff there. A great onboard shot from that race. Right to the back of this field coming through. That's Theodor Tabal getting the move done on Vian Boshov, and the 533 going back down to P9, but still up 4 places in this race and still having a good run. But again, Gilles Herman is having a better one, but he's under immense pressure here at the front. For Stavanado is piling on that pressure. The Argentine pilot is on his rear bumper as they make their way into the infield section. Keep an eye, though, as Noje Stasionis, who, like you pointed out earlier on, fantastic move round the outside to claim the lead of this one in the early stages, is still there in third place. And Lilian Suarez, who finished P2 earlier on, is closing in as well. Rian Darmadasa sees a warning flag. We'll have to be careful in this second half of the race. And it looks like the driver that did get restarted was Thailand's Shiremon Kolkasem, who restarted, so he's still in this race. We exit out of the final corner, we cross over the line, we go on to lap 4, 3 laps completed with Herman leading the way.
Herman leading the way in this race and also leading the way in the intermediate classification as things stand. It would throw things back over to Dan Alaman, who's in the other heat within this second round, to see if he could keep up his scoring rate. Lilian Suarez, new fastest lap of the race, the French driver there on a 52.220. Not too far off joining this trio fighting for the race lead. Who else is improving? Roland Spruder has got past the carrier delay. That's Latvia past the United Arab Emirates for 15th place. Gilles Herman, he had a bit of a wobble about a lap and a half ago. Was a touch wide out of turn 1. Got out of the groove, had to slam on the anchors to pull himself back onto the racing line for that very grippy part of the circuit through 2 and 3. Seems to be in a nicer rhythm now as they come round to finish lap number 4. 52.2 last time around for Herman. Arnaldo slightly quicker on a 52.1. In fact, Arnaldo is really strong through the first couple of corners. He closes in to the back of the Belgian. The trouble is, I think for Herman, he's got a bit more pace in this middle part of the circuit. Turn 6, turn 7. These are the best overtaking opportunities. There is a live look in the bottom right-hand side of your corner of the live IC points. And doing a good job here at the top of the table.
Certainly is doing so. We're on lap 5 at the moment, and we're midway round that lap as we go through. And big shake-ups throughout this field. Jakub Gasparovic still the biggest mover out there, up 6 places now into P10. We'll keep a close eye on that move all the way throughout. Across the line they go, and still no change between these drivers. The gaps are being affected just slightly throughout there, but no changes over that start-finish line this time around. So everyone at the moment is in a bit of a lull. Looking at that intermediate classification, though, like you say, Gilles Herman leading the way, doing what he needs to do right now. But remember, he had a 3rd place earlier on. Dan Alaman, who took the win earlier on, is still in position for this one to really be a threat, as you're pointing at something.
We've just
investigation
seen
flag.
Investigation for the 503, which is Neue Stationis. Now, the other key bit of information that we can see in front of us, you didn't quite see it on the graphics on the screen, but we can see on the gantry that the drivers witness as they go over the start line the word start under 503. So that would indicate that the reason that the 503 is under investigation is the race start. We said it was good. Was it too good?
That is the ultimate question. Well, that is under investigation at the moment. We will, I'm sure, find out some more intelligence on that, whether or not it comes to anything. But right now, Neue Stationis would not be well received in a penalty going his way, especially after that DNF earlier on this morning. Still no change between the top 4 right now and the rest of the field. They still stay line astern. Gilles Herman continuing to open up that gap now. It's up to 0.6 of a second. This battle here on your screen is the battle for second place. Stawanado, Neue Stationis and Lilian Suarez. Staciones there, a little bit shaky under the corner there. You saw him have to readjust the steering there. Lost a lot of momentum down that start-finish straight. Not able to close in right now, but the battle's still close. You can see there, the gaps are opening. They're not closing.
Yeah, they are opening indeed. This can be quite a frustrating moment of a race if you're Fausto Arnaldo or any young driver in this scenario where driving well, you feel like you're in control in the early stages, and then you just start to see adversary pulling away. You start to think to yourself, well, what's happening here? Why is this happening? That's when overdriving can sometimes become a thing for a driver gaining experience all the time. A little bit of news further down the order. Andrea Marcello has got past Khaled Al-Najjar for 13th place. The carrier delay has also returned the favour to Roland Spruder. They're still fighting over 15th place, but right now it is to the advantage of delay. 8 laps completed, 2 to go. Gilles Herman now 0.85 of a second ahead of the rest of the field. This is another very strong performance from the young Belgian. Last time out in Slovakia, for those who didn't like the Belgian national anthem, and there's not many people who don't like the Belgian national anthem, it wasn't a good day because we had Belgians winning in seniors, juniors and academy. Could that happen again this weekend? Well, Gilles Herman, at the moment, is definitely keeping up his side of the bargain.
Certainly is, and continuing to break away now. That gap nearly increasing to over a second ahead of this battle here on your screen. Still watching further back down in the field. Gaps are starting to close a little bit here and there between drivers as we continue to watch on the Staciones. He's tucking in as much as he can. He is closing and closing and closing on this final lap. There could be something on this final lap here of the race. It's just whether or not he's got that momentum to close it. Right, closing in under braking there through turn number 4. Again, it tightens on the first apex. It opens up on the second, but you can see there visibly that gap is down to absolutely nothing. Big check over the shoulder there for Stacionado, who now goes defensive into turn 7. Checks over the shoulder again, hugs the inside line. Here comes Staciones, remember, who is under investigation for the start of this race. He might not even gain anything after getting past here, but Kristianstad is going to defend it still through the final few corners. Gilles Herman's clear now by 1.4 seconds, but the battle for second place is on. Can the Lithuanian get the move done? The answer to that is no. It's side by side across the line. Herman takes the win. He takes his first one of the weekend. As Kristianstad finishes in P2 ahead of Noe Staciones, and that, unfortunately, is Ethan Seto. The 545 is out of this race. He looks to be in a little bit of discomfort there. That is on the exit of turn number 10 on circuit. But Gilles Herman now, he leads the classifications after that win. His first one of the weekend, but that third earlier on might come back to bite him just that little bit.
It could do, but it is, well, pretty much on Gilles Herman's way that he's looking like he's going to get some good championship points at least out of this and make the task for the likes of Boschov and Gasparovic and Dan Alleman that little bit harder to see if they can overhaul his score between now and Sunday's final. Drivers head into Parc Fermé. That is them done for the day. The next time we'll see Groups B and C in Academy action will be their third and final heat early tomorrow morning on finals day. Remember, the Academy don't have super heats. They go straight from 3 rounds of qualifying heats into the final for the top 36. There is your provisional results. Herman from Arnado, Staciones, Suarez and Brown in the top 5. Darmadasa P6 ahead of Tobal, Bernd, Boschov and Gasparovic both recover back into the top 10 ahead of Andrea Marcello in 11th, Matis Vitfer in 12th, Khaled Al-Najjar 13th. Zakaria Delay wins out in the battle with Roland Spruder. That takes us down to 15th place. Two more drivers before we get to the retirements. Alexander Turmanidze and Shiriket Shirimon Kol Kasem for retirements. Ethan Seto on the last lap, and 3 from the first lap. Nicolas Karajanis, Joel Tapele and Amaru Adriansen.
Well, Gilles Herman takes his first win of the weekend. Let's see how he did that. That start, well, yeah, there you go. Into the apex of turn 1 before Herman was that start too good to be true for Noe Staciones, who finished in 3rd place at the end of that race. Then the start, well, it all kicked off a little bit in the background, didn't it? Shiriket Shirimon Kasem was involved. Nicolas Karajanis, Joel Tapele and Amaru Adriansen all involved in that incident, and unfortunately there you can see Adriansen trying to get it restarted, but no bueno, it was not going to go. Gilles Herman back into the lead there. Noe Staciones losing 2 and 1 at the exit of the final corner on that opening lap as the marshal post slowly started to fill up with unwilling drivers who didn't want to be there during this second race of the weekend for them. Brown there just in front, getting, well, quite robustly told to get out the way from Rian Darmadasa. That may be the reason why we see the warning flag coming out later on for Darmadasa in that race. But again, more racing happening throughout that one. That was the likes of Vian Boschov being squeezed out of the way. Theodor Tabal gaining those moves. But across the line, it would be Gilles Herman taking the win. And that photo finish between Stacionado and Noe Staciones across the line, absolutely superb, but it would just go the way of Stacionado, and of course that question mark over Noe Staciones' start on that one. A very interesting first Academy race of the second part of their qualifying heats. One more to go for today, and then of course we head into their last qualifying heats tomorrow, and then that will be where we find out who gets those 25 championship points. Like we were saying, Academy Qualifying Heat A and D is coming up next in around 5 minutes' time. Then we go back to the juniors and seniors for their last rounds of their heats, alternating all the way throughout the day. There you can see the look at the groups and the times coming through. Ends the day with groups B and C for junior and senior. That'll be starting at 6:30 later this evening. So there's a lot to get through at this stage of the weekend, and still those points. But we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second half of the Academy in just a few moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championships live here from Kristianstad in Sweden. The second Academy race of the second half of the day is coming up very, very soon. Qualifying Heat A versus D will be heading out onto the circuit. We have just witnessed Gilles Herman taking his first win of the weekend for Belgium after turning around took the first win earlier on in the weekend. Dan Alleman, who starts this one on pole position, now has a second attempt of taking what could be maximum points at the end of this one. A look at the winners so far again this season. Val d'Argenton, Jakub Gasparovic took the win there in France. Slovakia, it was Gilles Herman. Who could it be in Sweden? We don't know, but at the moment, fingers pointing at nobody really right now, because Gilles Herman is championship leader. He's looking strong for the championship and maybe a race win on this one. But this young man here, Dan Alleman, with a win and on pole position, is looking, I would say, just that fraction stronger.
Yeah, and on balance, I think Dan Alleman will say that, you know, he's a worthy part of the championship picture. If he can't win the championship, he'll be looking good at least for second place, the form that he's on this weekend. But I think the key in terms of the numbers and how the maths all works is that this one will go to the final, irrespective of what Gilles Herman does, you know, tomorrow in the third round of heats. This one will go on to what is a one-off race with plenty of points, plenty of weighting towards the final as well in terms of the final picture of the championship classification. And Dan Alleman, from the very first free practice, has looked on it this weekend, and I think he's enjoying these conditions as well, with no rain for the first time this year in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy.
No, exactly that. There is Ivan Simonova, who starts this one on the front row of the grid. The Austrian having a good race earlier on, finishing P4. Certainly a very strong result, and again, starting this one on the front row of the grid. It's not a championship contender so far this season, but this weekend could come away with some really strong results.
Yeah, really big step forward from Yvonne. Her results, for example, in the final so far this year, 15th and an 18th, so she has been in the points, but in the smaller awardings of the points, this is another good opportunity for her. She was 4th in her first heat earlier on today. A good result here, a good result in the heat tomorrow morning. This could be a driver right at the very sharp end of the grid come the final on Sunday. Other drivers to look out for in this one, Fredrik Flood Engebretsen in the centre of shot there on the second row of the grid. The driver from Norway also got a 4th place in their race earlier, but let's go for it. Let's take you through the grid for Academy Groups A and D.
It's all coming up in a few moments' time, and the supporters are out there in force for Dan Allemann, the Swiss driver who could have a chance of being the champion this weekend. Starts this one on pole position. Yvonne Simonova starts alongside Fredrik Flood Engebretsen, and Erik Paulsen for Sweden go from row 2. Vanessa Schilkenate and Vino on row 3. Then it's Alex Pineda and Fyodor Sedelnikov on row 4. Victor Rad and Kim Bernard for the United Kingdom goes from row 5. They have Kai Berg from Australia and Denmark's Kasper Nissan on row 6.
On row 7, Egypt's Zain El Homassani and Poland's Emilia Weszmerska. Lucas Hernandez and Anna Solis go from row number 8. Simba Matoda and Martin Menezes start on row 9. Look out for Menezes coming through the field as P9 earlier. Yuri Levar and Pedro Matavella start on row number 10. It's a 21-kart field completed by Abdul Razak Al-Qurashi.
Well, again, a packed grid in this one. There you can see the supporters lining themselves up, and the Swiss flags in fine form at the front there, getting ready to support Dan Allemann, who starts this one on a pole position. And again, he had a shaky one earlier on, didn't he, Dan Allemann, where his kart didn't fire up and he went right to the back of the grid. Luckily for him, a false start meant that he was able to claw back his pole position start, and that came away with a race win as well. So he was really lucky in that one, because that could have really put him on the back foot.
It's been a roller coaster of a season for Dan Allemann. If we take ourselves back to Val d'Argenton, where again he was having a very strong run,
and then poof, blink of an eye.
Yeah, went off in the wet conditions there. This is a chance from pole position to secure himself back to the top of the table at the end of 2 rounds of heats with 1 to go. It would be a very good return here on Saturday. There is Gonzalo Planta, Deputy Race Director, on the buttons to decide whether this race gets going at this time of asking.
Starting his 2nd ever race here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Here we go then, into the tram lines. It is green flag. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. Lightning start for Dan Allemann in that inside row. Fredrik Flood Engebretsen gets up into 2nd place and holds on to it. We're 3 wide. There's a half spin in the midfield there, but everyone faces the correct direction and keeps going in this race. Still a brilliant start from the front row. The battle for 4th place is raging on as the top 3 are clear and dry.
Yeah, good start from those at the front of the field. A little bit of action in the middle once again, but it's not as much spread out as it was in the first race. Erik Paulsen on the attack out there as well. Needs a good result. Was only 11th earlier, the Swede, and knows this circuit pretty well. Has that home field advantage. Looking to get back into the final round. It's the top 36 from the 42 competitors who go through to the final, so there will be some drivers who miss out on making Sunday's showpiece. End of the first lap. Allemann leads by nearly 0.3 of a second ahead of Flood Engebretsen. Schilkenate there in 3rd ahead of Simonova. Paulsen completing the top 5.
Certainly so. Action here, though, in the background. It's all kicking off and squaring away just in the background here as Alex Pineda getting squeezed backwards there. Looks like Victor Rad gaining those positions in the early stages. More happenings here as again Alex Pineda is at the forefront of it, trying to battle away with Fyodor Sedelnikov there in the 5:28, trying to squeeze his way through, and he has got through. So again, it's a good game positions, and he pushes his way up the field. Still, Dan Allemann who leads the way at the moment, but not comfortably, as Norway's Fredrik Flood Engebretsen is right there in 2nd place.
Yeah, having a good run here is Flood Engebretsen. Moves further down the order. Lucas Hernandez is into the top 10. That's a gain of 5. Yuri Levar from Slovenia is on the move as well. Has got up to 12th place now. That's a gain of 7. Meanwhile, Dan Allemann just holding his position, holding the lead at around 2 to 3 kart lengths over Fredrik Flood Engebretsen. Dan Allemann strong through sector 1, which is good. It sets him up for the 2nd sector, particularly where you've got those key overtaking places. A bit of a buffer. He doesn't need to think about defending into turn 6 and turn 7. That'll be keeping him calm at this stage of the race. Here is the fight for third. Vanessa Shilkinaita from Lithuania up against Yvonne Simonova from Austria. Both very experienced racers over the line to complete lap number 3. It's 2 by 2 at the front of the field.
Certainly is. We'll keep an eye on all of these races as they progress over the course of this. We're on lap 4 of 10 right now, and still Anna who leads the way from Fredrik Floyd Endiger-Bretson. There still on your screen, Vanessa Shilkinaita under pressure from Yvonne Simonova, who again is pushing strong in this second half of this race. Still no changes just as of yet. Still down the inside there. It starts to become a little bit more interesting here. Everyone's putting on the pressure. Erik Poulsen trying to get involved in this as well. Not able to find the way through. And but for Yvonne Simonova, back up into P3 now.
Yeah, good stuff. And Poulsen down the inside for 4th place. Another overtake to add to the list for the Swedish driver. Had an unfortunate start in the first race, but was able to get back up to 11th place. This is more like it from Erik Poulsen. A bit of more of an opportunity now for Erik to show the skills there in the 5.35. We'll set about trying to catch up to Yvonne Simonova now and take 3rd place.
Indeed, but we'll have to see what happens. There's a big check over the shoulder there for Vanessa Shilkinaita, just holding on there to see what's happening on behind. But we'll keep a close eye on this one as well. Poulsen straight away latching on to the back of Simonova here, but not going for the move just yet as they go through. Kim Bernard's up to 9th place now. He's just got past Alex Pinheiro as well. That's a change in the top 10 area of the grid. Eyes focused on this one, like we're saying. The battle for 3rd is most definitely on as we go on to lap 6 now. Down the hill, still no change. Any lunges into the chicane. We've seen moves in there through the chicane, Andrew. But this time around, we're not seeing them just now. The same down towards turns 4 and 5. Staying line of stand. If we are going to see something, I reckon turn 7. It's been a favourite for many.
Yeah, it's an area where we always talk about the risk versus reward, and the wide entry into turn 7 means you can stick it down the inside, still give yourself a good bit of space. Oh, that's a forceful one. Thank you very much, says Erik Poulsen. That was not a wide entry at all, but Poulsen makes it work up to 3rd place, and credit to Yvonne Simonova. She fought for that one to try and hold on, but left enough racing room for them both to get round the corner. Victor Rad is also on the attack. We saw a bit of this from the Romanian in the first set of races, that Victor Rad had a very strong second half. We're into the second half of this one now. That's 6 laps down, 4 to go. So keep an eye on that 5.29. Could be some more big points coming the way of the Romanian team.
Certainly is. Well, having a look at points, the intermediate classifications at the moment after the second round of qualifying heats. It's Dan Alleman who leads the way, of course, after his win earlier on, and currently leading the way right now by 0.8 of a second. He has 100 points to his name, ahead of Jill Herman, Turner Brown and Fustau Naldo. Fredrik Flood Enderbretson, with currently being in P2, puts himself 5th in the points, ahead of Lilian Suarez. Yvonne Simonova currently 7th in the points. This will be a good chunk of championship points that would go Simonova's way right now.
Absolutely. End of lap number 7 then. Gap at the front, balancing around 8 to 9/10. It's new fastest lap of the race from the race leader, Dan Alleman, on the 51.816, but Flood Engelbretson not too far behind on pace. Victor Rad getting closer to Yvonne Simonova for that 4th place, currently held by the Austrian. Through turn 6, slightly uphill now into turn 7. That's another part of turn 7 that means you see a lot of overtaking. You're braking uphill ever so slightly. You can really lean into the corner if you're trying to make a move down the inside. No moves further down the field. Your biggest mover in this race is still Yuri Levar, who's gained 8 places, is up to 11th.
And as you say that, unfortunately, he tumbles down. He tumbles to 13th, which is a big shame, which makes him still the biggest mover, but now only 6 places gained in this race. Over the start-finish line, we're going to lap 9 of 10 right now. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. The next time the drivers cross the line, they will see that last lap board. And still, we are yet to see Victor Rad here make a move. And Yvonne Simonova is holding on to P4 right now, doing an absolutely superb job. It was a P4 earlier on as well, and I think she wants to match that. She doesn't want a worse result, and she's looking good in those points at the moment. But so is Victor Rad as well. This point change here would benefit, but I don't think will help him too much in terms of gaining positions in this.
No, not at this stage, but every point could count when we get to the end of the 3 rounds
100%.
tomorrow, and such is the nature of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. It's always close, it's always competitive, equal machinery across the field as well. On to the final lap. Dan Alleman has this one under control. 51.766, new fastest lap of the heat. Extends the lead to 1.1 seconds ahead of Fredrik Flood Engebretsen. Erik Poulsen looking to make it 2 Scandinavian drivers in the top 3 for this one. Still there in third.
Certainly so, looking very strong at this point of the weekend. There on your screens is Dan Alleman for Switzerland. And again, pushing himself along in this one very, very nicely. And he's just breaking away from the rest of the field here. 1.1 seconds clear for the driver from Switzerland, and well, with one more corner to go, I think he's looking good going into tomorrow and leading and taking those 25 championship points. But of course, they've got one more round of heats to go, but that's first thing tomorrow morning. It's Dan Alleman on top here in Sweden. Fredrik Flood Engebretsen finishes in P2. Erik Poulsen in third from Yvonne Simonova. Victor Rad in P5 ahead of Vanessa Schilkenote. Then it's Kai Berg from Zadelnikov. Bernard from Pinera, who rounds out the top 10. But that, Andrew, from Dan Alleman, is perfect so far.
Yeah, really good pace, really good control of the race and ticking those 10 laps off. Dan Alleman will have another opportunity from pole position tomorrow morning for the third set of heats. An investigation flag just coming in there towards the end of the race, the 5-2-1 of Marcus Satria. All 21 drivers, we said this in the second heat in round 1, didn't we? All 21 drivers who started finished the race, which is really good to see. Drivers head on in. The provisional result: Alleman from Flood Engebretsen, Poulsen, Simonova, Rad, Schilkenote, Berg, Zadelnikov, Bernard, Pinera. That was your top 10. Satrio, Matoda, Levar, Menezes, Vishmerska all in the top 15. Hernandez, Nissen, El Hamasani, Solis, Alkarashi and Matavella take us down to 21st place.
All 21 drivers who started that race do finish it, which is good to see. No retirements then for the last race of the day for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. They will be back out tomorrow morning for their third and final round of qualifying heats. So make sure you set your alarm clocks for that one. That's coming in first thing this morning. But for Dan Alleman, that is exactly what he needed to do. 2 wins out of 2. He's certainly helping out his championship fight, and this is how he did it. The start of that one, absolutely superb. That inside line breaking away well. Flood Engebretsen getting through, Schilkenote getting through as well. Little bit of drama in the background there. Some drivers taking it to the grass, but all in all, a relatively clean start from the field.
Yeah, better than the previous race. A couple of drivers taking to the runoff there around the back of the flip-flops, but apart from that, it was all good. Dan Alleman controlling the race from the very front. Fredrik Flood Engebretsen would get up to second place. There'd be some good scraps further down the order as well, particularly the 5.35 of Erik Poulsen, looking to get a better result on the board after a disappointment in the first heat. Erik Poulsen would fight through to eventually third place. Alex Pinera out on the curb, good scrap with Fedor Zadelnikov there in the 5.28. And eyes as well on Yvonne Simonova and Vanessa Schilkenote looking to get their best results of the weekend so far. Simonova equaling the 4th from earlier on. That was the move down the inside involving Simonova. Here on the attack again was the 5.35 of Erik Poulsen getting past the first driver there, past Schilkenote, and then going on the attack. That was one of the best overtakes of the weekend so far, I'd say, in Academy. Erik Poulsen getting up to third place.
Yeah, certainly so. Victor Rad as well, gaining those moves in the latter stages, was slowly starting to reel in the likes of the drivers ahead, but wouldn't be enough. And Dan Alleman would cross the line the race winner. The question mark arises, who could be champion at the end of the weekend in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy? We don't know, but there are 3 possible drivers from countries who have never had a winner in the Academy Trophy at the end of a season. Well, like we say, that's the end of the Academy for today. They'll be back out first thing tomorrow morning, so make sure you set your alarm clocks for that one. We turn our attention back to the juniors and the senior category in the OK category. It is qualifying heat D versus F coming up next, and it starts with RG Lovett and Nicholas Schaufler on the front row, and Andrew all the way throughout this one in the juniors. The more and more we talk about it, the more and more races that we go through, this looks like it's going into the clutches of the Forza Racing driver, Dries van Langendonk. But before that one, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere, but we'll be chatting to Ricky Flynn at Motorsports, who, of course, have got lots of drivers racing right at the sharp end of this grid.
Yeah, obviously very happy. We'd be rather if we was in front at this time rather than in third position, but no, everybody's worked extremely hard. Roman has done a very good job, and it's nice to see him in the fight for the title coming into this last round. No, it's great to have 3 in the top 10. We'd rather more. It's better managing them at the front than in the midfield or the back. So no, that's just testament to how good a job the team has done and how good a job the drivers are doing to work together to understand everything to progress to having 3 in the top 10. The track has not changed for many, many years. We've been coming here in the last 10 years for many championship races, and it's the same as it always is. It's quite slidey. There's not a lot of grip, and then obviously as the tyre wears, you're having to deal with that, and then obviously you put the new tyre, and then you find some grip. So nothing's changed really with this track. It's just the same.
Well, great to chat there to Ricky Flynn from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Very appropriately named. Again, lots of their drivers starting relatively high up in some of these races, and they've got drivers right up there in the sharp end of the championship. Archie Lovett, who starts this one, though, on pole position for the Forza Racing team, though, has been looking relatively strong this weekend. That first race, a little bit shaky P16 for him. 6th place earlier on from the front row. We'll have to deal with the likes of Nicholas Schaufler starting alongside, who has equally some relatively decent results, a 3rd, 2nd and a 4th. But still, this race here, it's their penultimate race of the weekend for the class, and this really starts to get interesting now in the points.
Yeah, you start to see drivers maybe changing their tactics a bit, or how they approach. They also have that increasing challenge of the tyres, getting a little bit further along in their useful life. It's another one of those where sometimes you just look through the grid and you go, right, well, who's had a really, really good day so far, a good weekend so far? And there's only really one driver who ticks that box for me, and it's Nicholas Schaufler on the outside of row 1. All the other drivers have, like you mentioned with Lovett, a couple of 6th places, but then that 16th, it's been like, yeah, they've had mostly good results, but then one that really wasn't a good result. So Nicholas Schaufler on form book would probably be the favourite for this race, but he was a little bit off colour earlier on this morning when he ran to that 4th place. So Schaufler's going to need to step it up here.
It certainly does, but in no doubt do we expect he won't do something like that. He's been quick all the way throughout this season, right up there in the sharp end, and is very appropriately liveried there. The Beta Tools DPK kart pushing its way through in this one. Ili Christian as well, starting for Canada on the 2nd row of the grid. 7th, 4th and a 3rd for Ili Christian. Again, good results there. There's nothing to be ashamed of with that.
Yeah, the only other driver in the top 3 rows who's been in the top 10 in every single race so far for these drivers. And has had some really good starts as well. So now he's on the inside of row number 2, which a lot of the drivers do like to be there, because they'll just sit themselves on the rear bumper of the pole sitter and look to take 2nd place in the early stages. So yeah, keep an eye out for Ili Christian, because another driver just seems to be getting stronger and stronger as the season goes on. Yeah, indeed. The same for Jack Iliff. Jack Iliff has had a bit of a troublesome one so far this weekend. P6 was a solid result in the first race. A P29 and a 19 earlier on. That is where it's really kind of
Ooh, now we've got to think these last two races, we got to deliver.
Got to deliver, got to get points in to pull yourself back into the top 36 cut-off. I mean, I would not expect Jack Iliff. I'd expect Jack Iliff to be in the top 72, but when you've had that good at qualifying, going out in the super heats is not what you want to do. You want to make it deep into the weekend and score some championship points. As ever, big thank you to all the volunteers, the marshals, the track workers. Without them, we could not go racing. And the Kristianstad karting organisation have put on a brilliant event so far for this fourth round and final round of the FIA Karting European Championships. Let's get ready for it. OK Junior qualifying heat D and F is next.
Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. It's Archie Lovett for the United Kingdom starting alongside Nicholas Schaufler from Austria. Canada's Illy Christian will go ahead of Jack Iliff from America on row number 2. Then you have Kenzo Craigie and Rocco Coronel on row 3. Joel Pokela and Arata Endu go from row 4 with Arthur Osteen and Thomas Brodeur on row 5. Luke Cornder and Bruno Greek go from row 6. They'll have Armin Kari Osman and Louis Cochet on row 7. Jesse Phillips and Sebastian Letamaki rounding out row number 8 with Salamat Sui and Mira Peldis on row 9.
Marcel Chabo and Louis Bazire go from row number 10. Jarrett Clark and Cara Furhan starts on row 11 ahead of Jagrat de Troja and Florentine Hattemer on row 12. Benjamin Yalmgaard starts on row 13 alongside Alexander Uznin. Kit Bolowski and Enzo Ruggiero start on the 14th row of the grid, completing the top 30 runners on row 15. It's Mats van Rooyen and Alex Malota. Eddie Nielsen and Georgi Zazov go from row 16. And on the last row of the grid, row 17, it's Alex Brunner and Ebby Rassam.
Well, the drivers making their way round the final stage of this lap before they kick-start their race. Again, this is the penultimate race of the weekend for him. And so far, all the way throughout this one, it's been an up and down. It's been a challenge for them. There's been interesting moments here and there for all the drivers, but right now it's exactly where they want to be. The time of this year's European Championship is slowly coming to an end, and for some of them at the end of this qualifying heats phase, it will be over for them for the season. It'll be the world's left to go when we head to the United Kingdom with PFI, but for now here, this could be it for them.
It could well be. This is the second heat within the fourth round for all the OK Juniors. Into the tram lines then. Eyes on the lights. Do they go out this time around? Yes, they do. Bang racing once again here at Kristianstad. Good start for those on the inside of the first few rows. Lovett takes advantage. Chrisen does as well. I think Kenzo Craigie has also had a decent start. First, second, third for the drivers who started first, third and fifth. Rocco Coronel looking racy in the early stages of this one. Look out for him in the bright orange helmet. The black and white victory lane entry a little bit further back. Schaufler slipped down to fourth place, but is already looking like he wants to get some of those places back. Lovett defensive to the inside. Knows how important track position is in a race like this. Christian still there in second. Craigie holding third. Fierce start to this. That is a bit of an unexpected car park at turn 7. Number of drivers involved there. The 213 CRG is involved meanwhile, and we've got slow procedure. Slow procedure, I think the first time this weekend.
It is.
Understandable given the level of clear-up required on the last, on turn 7. The drivers out of this race, Alexander Uznin for Alex Racing Team, Enzo Ruggiero, Mats van Rooyen was the 213 CRG mentioned, Alex Malota again. Another retirement for the Slovakian, Georgi Zazov and Ebby Rassam. So that was all drivers towards the back end of the field. This is what can happen sometimes, Anthony, when you get to the penultimate round. Drivers can get a little bit desperate, especially on a first lap, trying to get 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 positions. And when you have a lot of them doing it at the same time, that can lead to incidents.
Yeah, that's quite a big gaggle of drivers now accumulated in that Marshall post, and Marshall's doing a fantastic job again dealing with that clean-up operation as the track is now cleared once more. and we should be good to go. Not this time, but maybe the next time for the field as the slow procedure continues for now, as the drivers make their way into the final corner. So a recap then of the positions that had changed over the course of that first lap. Archie Lovett leads the way. Ili Christian up to second place. Kenzo Craigie with a good start is currently in P3, and that Prema kart. Schaufler's dropped to fourth place, so again that outside row's not worked out for him. The start's not been the one in his favour. Jörg Pokela currently P5 ahead of Jack Eiliff. Asher Osteen ahead of Rocco Coronel. Thomas Bradier in P9 ahead of Bruno Greek, who rounds out the top 10. The biggest mover on that opening lap, Eddie Nilsson in the 682. 7 places gained, I suspect, was diving out of the way of getting caught up in that big incident that was happening probably all around him.
Indeed. So the yellow flags on the marshal posts have gone static. That is a normal indicator that we are going green next time around. That decision, of course, is over to the race director, but the track is clear. We're looking good, potentially, for a restart at the end of this lap with Lovett at the front. I all quite like this, though, the fact that a couple of the laps, racing laps, have been chalked off with the slow procedure. You can see it now. It's over to him to control the pace into turn number 14. And it'll effectively be a single file restart for this one with 7 laps remaining. Onto the main straight, looking for those lights. And indeed, we go back to green and racing here at Kristianstad. Good start for Archie Lovett, leading through the first couple of corners. Is there going to be an opportunity for Ili Christian here into turn number 4? No. Lovett just covers that off. There was a little move to the right before the braking zone that meant Ili Christian thought that was too risky in that case, and he just held there in second place. It's a good start for everybody in the field. 28 karts still in this race.
Yep, good to see as they head into the corner that had the incident. All the drivers get through it this time around as they go through. Still no change. Christian not able to get on the inside, but Craigie still there as well. He is trying to get his nose of that Prema kart down the inside of one of these corners. Could it be the final corner on the track? He looks for it, but again, everyone looks for it, which means no one can get past. The train continues across the line, and it is still Archie Lovett who leads the way now, not comfortably, as the whole field is right there close in. Look at the difference between a single file start and a side-by-side of how much the grid is able to stay in close contact with everyone. Here and a spin in the background there. Round goes the 268 and is out of this race. That is Thomas Bradier tumbling down the order and unfortunately involved with another, and I'm not quite sure who the other was at that point, but still not good for Thomas Bradier. He's out of this race.
Really tough season through the spring and summer for Thomas Bradier as Jack Eiliff wrestles his way past Nicholas Schaufler there for third place. Bold move from the Texan to get past a driver in good form in 2024. And it looks like Bradier has got back into the race, but is all the way down in 28th position. Got to give it to Archie Lovett. And I thought in my mind of like he's really got to push on like lap 4, lap 5 to break away, because this is not a circuit like the Slovakia ring that we were last at, where if you hold up you get that concertina effect and everything spreads apart. The pack just stays together. As here we have another look at the incident involving Bradier and the other driver involved, one of the World Racing entries. I think it's Bruno Greek. Yeah, the 281 of Bruno Greek was the other driver involved. Greek has fallen down to 27th place, but Lovett got, for me, Lovett got the tactics absolutely spot on there. Controlled the first green lap, made sure that he stayed in first position, had that track position, and then went for it, because the risk was if you keep trying to do what I like to call, for any of the Lord of the Rings fans out there, the Gandalf, is eventually you will just get moved out the way, and once you get moved out the way, you will lose a lot of position. So Lovett switching the tactics, kicking forward, not being a bit of a roadblock, has now meant these spread the field apart. And yes, he's not got the race won at this stage, but there's a considerably smaller number of karts immediately behind him now.
And your description of that is called a what again?
The Gandalf.
The Gandalf.
You shall not pass.
You shall not pass. There we go. I'll try to forget that one. But back with the live on-board pictures here from Eli Kristian, who's currently sitting there in second place. And now looking for the lead of this race, down the inside, through that final hairpin. And the Canadian Eli Kristian now leads the way ahead of Archie Lovett. That has allowed Jack Iliff to close in. And now you've got two Forzas chasing down. But now it's going to be Iliff to the inside. Schaufler gets through. Can he get them both in one corner? The answer to that is no. He tries to gain two. He only gains one position now secured.
Yeah, good racing here across this top four. They can pull away now from Pocolo and Coronel and Oxteen behind. Asher Oxteen needing a good result here, needing to bounce back from a disappointing P34 in the last round of heats. We're on lap number 8. In terms of the IC, how is this affecting things? Well, it would elevate Schaufler up to 3rd place. Chrisen would be 4th. Waltz and Miguez 5th and 6th. Remember, Miguez still has to run a 4th race. He's on a perfect score after 3 rounds. Big amount of curve being taken there by Nicholas Schaufler. This is another strong run for the Austrian.
Certainly is. And again, in this second phase of the day, certainly looking back on top here. We are on lap 9 of 10 at the moment, so the last lap board will be coming out this lap, and Schaufler's going to full send it down the inside of Jack Iliff and moves up into 2nd place. Again, out of nowhere, that DPK cut is absolutely flying right now, and Schaufler is again looking on fine form. He got a 2nd place earlier on in the weekend. Can he come away with another one right now? He's not had that qualifying heat win so far this weekend, but he's certainly looking strong. There was the near double overtake earlier on. It was on the outside there, wheel to wheel with Jack Iliff. Lovett would get back down the inside though, try to squeeze his way through, but Schaufler had it covered off. And again, how close was that to just getting squeezed completely off the circuit there. Close, fierce racing from both racers on that one. And then this was the move here. Super late on the brakes, straight down the inside, no drama.
And great control, making sure that he didn't understeer there. He carried the speed through the corner. We're on the final lap now. Eli Kristian looks to have this one sewn up. There's an almighty scrap going on for 3rd place. Coronel and Pocolo have caught up to the 2 Forzas here. But Eli Kristian is going to take race victory, his first of the weekend. Tony Khan Racing Team are going to be very pleased with that. The Canadian takes 50 points in the intermediate classification, goes up to 4th in the standings midway through the 4th round of heats. Nicholas Schaufler gets another top 3 with 2nd there. Will go to 3rd in the IC, and Jack Iliff needed a big result and gets a big result. His best one of the weekend so far, Anthony, is there in 3rd, back on track.
No, exactly that is what he needed. But the same could be said for Eli Kristian on that one. A first win of the weekend as well. Superb results throughout that one, and they can be delighted, but they've only got one more race to go at the end of today, and then their qualifying heats are done and dusted until their super heats tomorrow, of course. But we are going to be eliminating some drivers at the end of today. We just don't know at this moment in time who that could be. Drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme. We'll go over the full results in a few moments' time and then have a look at some of the highlights. But there, Eli Kristian from Nicholas Schaufler, Jack Iliff from Archie Lovett, Coronel from Pocolo, Osteen from Craigie, Cochet from Endo Arata. Then it is Peldes from Fairhand, Lettamaki from Phillips, Bazare rounding out the top 15 out there.
Jarrett Clark, P16 ahead of Luke Corner, Kit Bolowski, Jagrat Troja and Sarah Matsui. That takes us down to 20th place. Marshall Chabo, Amin Kara Osman, Benjamin Yarmgard, Alex Brunner and Bruno Grick all in the top 25. Good drive there from Brunner, up 9 places. Florentine Hattemer, Eddie Nielsen and Thomas Pardier, the last of the finishers. A few retirements in that one, all of them on the first lap at turn 7. Alexander Uznim, Enzo Ruggiero, Mats van Rooyen, Alex Malota, Georgi Zazov and Ebi Rarsum, and that could be the end of realistic hopes for a number of those drivers of making it through to the superheats and into that top 72 cut-off that will be applied at the end of the day. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
There were many of them in that race, but initially the start, good getaway from Archie Lovett at the beginning of that one, breaking away straight at the start and just holding on to it. A little bit of drama through the chicane, as always to be expected, but then this drama here right at the back of the grid, all starting with Alexander Uznim, Enzo Ruggiero, Mats van Ruin, Alex Malota, Georgi Zazov, and Ebi Razum, unfortunately all out of the race on the opening lap. There would be more drama later on in the race after the slow procedure, and of course there the field all neutralised as the marshals went to work clearing up that rather large-scale incident there, but thankfully all the drivers okay. The restart though was close, but Schaufler, I think, tried his very best to get the overtake done right at the beginning moment of that as he went side by side across the line, but unfortunately he wouldn't have to hold on to it. Then we lost Thomas Bradier in that race, who did recover back, unfortunately getting involved in an incident with Bruno Greek there on circuit. Not what they wanted after that restart.
No, not what they would have wanted at all, and they didn't get good points from this race. I loved this move. This was Jack Iliff down the inside of Niklas Schaufler. Brave move there, and Iliff in the end would go through, finish in third place. A little bit further back, Kenzo Craig had another difficult one here. You know, had a great start, was up in third place on the first lap, but didn't recover from the restart. In the end would finish in 8th place. That was the move for the lead. Eli Christian passed Archie Lovett, who had controlled the pace of the first few laps after the restart well, but there's not much you can do about that when Eli Christian sends one from miles back to absolute perfection. Brilliant move to take the lead of the race.
Yeah, indeed. The race going on though, and again, Schaufler at this point was on the charge back, going wheel to wheel with the two Forzas. Firstly, getting past Lovett, squeezing the two Forzas in half. Later would go for the move on Jack Iliff, kind of returning the favour that Iliff did earlier on. You said you loved that move. Well, I love this one. Down the inside, absolutely superb, under braking, and just, I think that was so perfectly timed there from Schaufler. It was well driven from Iliff as well. He didn't make any contact there. He closed the door and just held on to it. But there, Eli Christian across the line, exactly what they needed, and their first win of the weekend.
And Tony Kart getting quicker as the weekend goes on as well.
Tony Kart getting quicker.
We've been talking a lot about CRG versus Kart Republic in and the X-Breeze as well, of course, for Forza Racing in the context of both the junior and the senior classes. But we shouldn't forget about Tony Kart. They have the capabilities, they have the drivers as well, as the weekend goes on, to surprise a few people and return to where they feel like that they belong at the very front of the field. Couple of minutes before we get into the next race. It'll be back to the seniors, back to the OK category, and a heat involving groups D and F. Plenty more racing to go here at the Åsum Ring, just outside Kristianstad in Sweden, taking us all the way up and beyond 6:30 local time.
It's well past my bedtime, that last heat race. It's terrible. Right, more racing coming up very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for the rest of the heats. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship live from Sweden. We are heading into the OK qualifying heat D versus F race that'll be heading out onto the circuit. And just as I say that, the engines fire up and they make their way out onto the circuit. Well, while they're doing that, let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Gabriel Gomez starting on pole position. Can he take a race win in this one as well? Dmitry Medvedev starting alongside him. Leo Nilsson and Louis Iglesias round out row number 2. They'll have Zach Drummond and Vivek Canthan for company on row 3. Tiziano Monzo, who retired earlier on, will have Annie Consani alongside. Mark Domnitsky and Jakub Kamenet going from row 5. Tom Dussel and Timo Jungling on row 6. Pedro Hilbrand and Roland Koechlin go from row 7. They'll have Emilio Koivisto and Maximilian Rafalik on row 8.
Alina Lidia-Olfsson and Murillo de Roca start on row number 9. Hugo Marti and Aaron Eichmans complete the top 20 on row 10. Michael Adair and Dominic Simek go from row 11, ahead of Filippo Donaldson and Javier Avramidis on row 12. Vil Gottlieb and Radek Vavra go from the 13th row of the grid. On row 14, we find Hugo Rayamets and Maria Neto. Simon Peng and Suleiman Zanfari start on row 15, and Victor Gustafsson, KZ World Champion in 2022, starts at the back of the grid, 31st in the CRG. And I think we've got a couple of drivers actually who have not taken the start. In fact, Victor Gustafsson is one of 3 drivers who've not taken the start. Tiziano Monza and Timo Jungling also, at least according to our information in the box, not starting this one. Hope they're all okay.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, those drivers were plagued with retirements earlier on. So, yes, that may be the reason. There's a look at the intermediate classification. On your screen, just going through, Ramakas, McLaughlin, Bataro, Peschel, Elias and Gomez at the moment are your order. That will change going into this one. Gomez, like you say, took a win earlier on, put himself in a good spot there, but Elias, who had out-qualified him, was up into 2nd place, and that meant that he bumped up just ahead of him in those points. They were joint on points, but the qualifying results changes that and bumped him down another position. And that's what we're worried about going into the second half of this.
I'm always a little bit conscious of using this phrase, but I think this is just about as much as you can get to in terms of the qualifying heat to a must-win race for Gabriel Gomez in terms of his championship. This is his best opportunity, starting on pole, starting on that nice side of the grid, and we're going to go around again. It's an extra formation lap for everybody to raise the nerves.
Again, they've done you over there, haven't they, the drivers? You were egging that one up perfectly. Right, yes, false start then for that one, and yeah, no, I wouldn't say it's not a term you shouldn't use for that one, because you're right, in a way, for Gabriel Gomez. You know, this is really a make or break race on this one. He could keep the championship fight going into tomorrow, potentially, or it might be all over at the end of this race.
I think, particularly with the VDK, it's the VDKs doing the job for the KR Works team at the moment. They have been so strong. Their work has been absolutely exemplary. They've got 1 and 2 at the moment. Ramek is looking almost unbeatable, and that's the thing for Gomez, that if he's not able to be top of the IC at the end of today, how does that affect Joe Turney? Well, it reduces the amount of work that Joe Turney needs to do as a bare minimum to keep himself ahead of a charging Gabriel Gomez. So, yeah, he's got to keep this momentum going. He was in very good spirits earlier on when we spoke to him after that win in round 3. But as I say, starting from pole position, a driver of Gabriel Gomez's level, you would expect him to take the race victory here, but we've both watched this sport long enough to know that, yeah, saying it's one thing, actually seeing it happen out on track is another.
It certainly is. Drivers making their way back into the final corner. This time it looks a lot more calm and controlled for a green light start. We're into the tram lines and we're going round again. It's another false start, and this puts the pressure on the drivers now. 1 more false start, 1, they're going to be in trouble. 2, it's wear on the tyres. And 3, it's fatigue on a driver as well. Another extra lap of getting themselves ready. The nerves start to build up and pressure starts to build up as well.
It does. Yeah, I think that was a go around for things going on in the middle of the pack, which I think for Gomez might be a bit frustrating. Anyway, he'll be wanting to get this race running pretty quickly. Reminder of the intermediate classification midway through this fourth round. Ramakas on 194, McLaughlin on 182. They're done for this particular round. Bataro as well on 142. The first driver that we come across who hasn't had their fourth race yet is Peschel on 141, Elias on 138, as is Gomez. Here we go then, in towards the red line once again, hoping for a third time lucky in getting this race underway.
Certainly so. Whether you are a CRG fan, a Kart Republic fan, a Paralin fan, or a Tony Kart, or a Sodi Kart fan, or any other chassis brand, everyone this weekend has had a brilliant weekend, and it's still not over yet. There are plenty more races to go, but this is starting to build up as a challenge for them. This is these groups' penultimate race coming up now. They're all three races in. They've still got another race to go at the end of the day, and then tomorrow is another brand new day of racing. Into the tram lines. Here we go. Lights go out. We are racing, and it's a lightning start for Gomez, who sweeps to the outside, and the CRG leads the way. It looks like another good start as well for Louis Iglesias as he gets up into third place and is immediately piling on the pressure to Dmitry Matviev, who is there in second place. They dive into the braking zone. They're three wide. The Paralin down the inside of the Kart Republic, and through goes Zach Drummond, gaining those positions.
Good start for Vivek Canton in the other Paralin as well. Is already up to fourth place. Really important in this great battle between the CRGs and the Kart Republic. That battle between Iglesias and Matviev. Iglesias will want to get through as soon as possible to then go into the role of being rear gunner for Gabriel Gomez, as Noah Montero has been doing likewise for Joe Turney in their heat. Has a little look, does Iglesias. Matviev similarly, he's got to go out there. It's very close through turns 2 and 3. Matviev trying to hold Iglesias off. Iglesias is coming through whether he likes it or not. It's a 1-2 for CRG. Canton's now all over the back of Matviev. In is coming Andy Consani as well. Andy Consani, who needs big points. Did have a technical non-conformity earlier on. As down the inside goes Matviev, back into second place.
Wheel to wheel now goes Canton and Iglesias as they dive down in towards turn number 9. Canton on the outside, though, is going to get swamped by the pack as the whole train makes their way through in the form of his teammate as well, of Zach Drummond, who gets now up into fourth place. Gomez, in the meanwhile, has no idea what's unfolding behind him as he is clear now by 1.4 seconds. Drummond down the inside of Iglesias, and now goes wheel to wheel with Canton. The Sodi Kart of Consani gets involved as well. Can he go down the inside at turn 1? The answer is no. Slots in just behind, but how close could you get on one of the fastest parts of the circuit?
That was mighty, mighty stuff from the seniors. Gabriel Gomez has set the new fastest lap of the race. He's just got to go. He's got to build that lead up as big as possible to put it in the minds of those behind that they're fighting for second place in this race. Who's making good progress out there? Murillo de Rock is up 7 spots for DPK, is into 11th place. In Eitmans as well on the move, up 6 spots for Birol ART. Radek Vavra also into the top 20, but we're going to stay focused here at the front of the order. It's Gomez, Matviev, but not for long, as here comes Canton down the inside. No, sorry, Drummond down the inside. What a move from Zach Drummond. Fast starting Zach Drummond again on the move up to second place.
Now, can he use that momentum to close a 1.6 second gap up to Gabriel Gomez, who still leads this way? There, confirmation of your screen of the live gap there, and already with that fastest lap of the race is breaking away from the drivers behind. Matviev, though, still there as here comes Iglesias back down the inside of Vivek Canton, and Consani is going to get them both on the exit. Andy Consani in the Sodi Kart now leads this train as he's up to P4. Absolutely superb. Exiting out of the tight infield section, they go into the last corner now. Are we going to see a change here? The answer to that is no. It stays in position. The gap for the lead, 1.5 seconds. Count it, Andrew. Is it coming down?
At the moment, it's still very much the advantage to Gomez. He's extending that lead, 50.399 last time around, 50.698 for Zach Drummond. Drummond is going to be thinking about Dmitry Matviev behind. In fact, no, sorry, update on the time. In fact, Drummond is the new fastest lap, so Drummond is closing in on Gabriel Gomez now at about a 10th a lap, and it's still, oh, it's round there, was that Iglesias in trouble? One of the CRG's round at turn 7, it is the 1-1-5, it's Dubnitsky. It's Dubnitsky in the other CRG who falls out of the top 15. Big moments here, you can tell we're getting into the latter stages of these qualifying heats. Let's have a look at it again. It was down into turn 7. There's Kanthan getting very close with one of the DCRs, and then a little bit further back. Oh, just right over the top of one of the World Racing carts there. All just, it's a simple case of many carts going for one piece of tarmac.
Don't go. Yeah,
it doesn't quite work.
Doesn't quite work, that one. Right, Anni Consani, fastest lap of the race after getting that cheeky double overtake earlier on, is now putting it to good use and is closing up to the drivers in front in the form of Dmitry Matviev. But can Drummond close that gap up? Well, it's still 1.5. It's not come down at a rate. I think Gomez, he heard this is a win or no win situation. He's in full win mode right now.
Yeah, and Hill is so aware of what's going on around him as a driver. You know, this is getting back into the spirit of form that we saw at the very start of the season from Gabriel Gomez when he dominated things in Valencia. We're on lap number 7 now. I think the other good thing for Gabriel Gomez at this stage is we've been talking about Zach Drummond's fast starts, but it's when we get into the last 3 or 4 laps of these races that sometimes the pace of the 107 just ebbs away a little bit. So Gomez with that nice buffer at the moment, he can start thinking about taking the tyres a little bit further, trying to keep the fresh half set for as long as possible, possibly into the superheat tomorrow. How's Dmitry Matviev getting on? Well, Matviev has just gone purple through sector number 2, so could be closing in on Drummond here. There is your race leader, clear by 1.2 seconds, but that was a bit slower that time around. Gomez 50.4. Don't think any reason to worry, because this could just be him managing tyres and quite happy to just lead by 1 second. But if it isn't, Drummond could have a chance here.
Managing tyres, but slower than 4/10 off what Drummond did on that one. That's quite a big jump in 1 lap alone. And already the gap is down to exactly 1 second, as it was 1.5 earlier on. And who is walking away? It's Havri Avramidis, the Australian who races for Tony Kart, is out of this race, and that's another retirement. He had a retirement earlier on as well, didn't he?
Yeah, it's not been the weekend that Javier Avramidis would have wanted. Going to be tough to make the final from that position now. How good a job is Jakub Kamenik doing here? It's gone a bit under the radar so far this weekend, but it's not the first time that we've seen Kamenik up in the top 10. That is the 155 of Avramidis out of this race, but Jakub Kamenik giving Louis Iglesias, a driver in Louis Iglesias who, you know, started the weekend with a mathematical chance of winning the championship. That chance is gone now because Turney is almost guaranteed at least a few points, irrespective of what happens between now and the end of the day. But well, Iglesias has been in good form. Full credit there to Jakub Kamenik, not on one of the bigger teams, having a cracking run here, and it's good value for the 7th place.
Certainly so, and is closing in here on Louis Iglesias at quite a rate of knots. We go on to lap 10 of 13 now. The Gomez-Drummond battle is, well, it's in limbo mode again on this one. He had close down to 9/10 of a second, but it's back up to just over a second now. So, again, it was a good fight in this one, but Gomez now with the fastest lap of the race, I suspect has been told by mechanics on the sideline there saying, you're being caught, go. Don't start looking after your tyres now, go. Because it was the same as Matviev. Matviev was closing in. Even though I say that, Drummond on this lap now has just taken another 3/10 out of him. The gap's down to 6/10 of a second, even more. So something's clearly happening on these laps here. If it's mistakes from Gomez, if he's not deployed newer tyres at this point of the weekend, we have no idea if he has deployed new tyres or not so far this weekend. At the moment, he's being caught up by Drummond at quite some way, and there is still 2 and a bit, 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Gomez's pace is a bit in and out at the moment. He's back into the mid-50s, 50.342 last time around, whereas Drummond keeps hitting in the 49s. this is a good performance so far. Matveev is also in the high 49s, and yeah, at the moment we don't have all the information in the box as to whether drivers have put their fresh tyres on, but it is possible that Zach Drummond has done that at this stage. Just over 2 laps to go. That's the thing, Gomez, when he needs to, I think he's still got this one under control, because he's just gone purple through sector number 2. He's almost toying with Zach Drummond to go, come on, let's see if he can close in my lead. And then just reminding him, hang on a minute, I've got a 49.798 in my back pocket to put in there. So Gabriel Gomez he's getting us excited in the box, but I think he's still got full control of this one. Leads by 9/10.
Yeah, exactly, and there you go, confirmation of that fastest lap of the race on your screens there. Drummond, in the meanwhile, though, is losing time to Matveev. Matveev has set his fastest laps earlier on. His last lap was a 49.9 compared to a 50.0 from Drummond. So Drummond, as much as he's closing in on Gomez, Matveev is closing in on Drummond as well. As we're on lap 12, we'll be going on to the final lap of the race this time around. It's not close enough just yet, but we've seen lunges so far this weekend, Andrew. Could we see another one as we go on to the final lap?
Yeah, particularly into turn 7. Gabriel Gomez leads this one, is comfortable, especially now with Zach Drummond having to think carefully about where he places his kart. Doesn't want to give Dmitry Matveev any opportunity to slide down the inside. This is going to be the crucial couple of corners. Is Matveev close enough? No, he's not going to make the move from back there. Drummond just covers it off with a little bit of a defensive move. That should be it for Drummond and Matveev. I'll say that. Matveev closing in through turns 9 and 10. The closing in on Gomez as well. Gomez is most likely tyre saving here. Winning it as slowly as possible, but winning.
Oh, blimey.
Is really slowing it down on the last lap. Gabriel Gomez needed to win this one. He has won this one. Gabriel Gomez goes to 188 points from a possible 200 into second place in the intermediate classification. He's creeping up the order. He's keeping Thibaut Ramekers honest there. And if he can keep going with that, it's going to translate into championship points. Over to you, Joe Turney, to see what he can do in the next race.
Well, exactly that. But like you say, Joe's been on fine form so far this weekend. But Gomez goes up even more now in the order. But of course, Ramekers, McLaughlin, and the rest as well all have more races to go today, as well as Gomez. So it's not the end of the day just yet, but is closer and closer going into the clutches of Joe Turney. End of the race on that one. One driver not going any further. Is that Maximilian Rafalik?
I think it might be Hugo Marti in the 130.
I think it is as well, which means that came out after the checkered flag. It is the 130 there of Hugo Marti. Yes, indeed. So that's not gone too well for him there. Not sure what's happened. Let's have a look at the full results at the end of that one. Gomez taking the second win of the weekend, then ahead of Zach Drummond, Matveev from Kutsani, Nilsson from Iglesias, Kamenek from Dussel, Cantham from Cook Lane, Kavisto from Daroca, Hiltbrand from Netto, Hugo Marti finishing in 15th, but now breaking down.
Indeed, rest of the order, Alina Liederolfsen in 16th place ahead of Radek Vavra, Michael Adair and Eichmann, Suleiman Zanfari takes down to 20th place. Good drive there from Zanfari up 10 spots. Filippo Donazan, Simon Peng, Hugo Ryametz, Dominic Simek and Vilgot Leek takes to 25th. The last of the finishers, Maxi Rafalik in P26. Javier Avramidis and Mark Dubnitsky, retirements did not start for Monza, Youngling and Gustafsson.
Here's the highlights as well from that race. I do want to give a shout out to Maria Netto in that race as well. 14 position gain in that race to finish in that top 15. Here is the highlights from this one. That was Drummond making the moves early on as well. Andy Kansani pushing his way through as well. This first initial battle here was intense here. Matveev having to deal with the likes of Leo Iglesias just behind. Iglesias getting through. Canthan getting through as well, but Matveev just slamming the door close on the exit later would then retake that position back. Canthan would get through as well. Drummond would close in, but keep an eye on the likes of Andy Kansani as well, and that Sodi kart would certainly gain good positions at this point of the race. Canthan there getting swamped by the rest of the pack. And then this charge from Drummond, pushing himself to the front. Nicely done by him as he pushed himself forward, but here again, Canthan having to deal with the likes of Louis Iglesias. It was on this lap here, though, that just keep an eye on Andy Consani. He gained 2 positions in one of those corners. I think this was the move here. It was down the inside for Iglesias. Keep an eye on that safety car. And Consani says, thank you, 2 for 1.
Lovely racecraft, just held a little bit back on the entrance to the corner, knowing that there was a bit of a dive coming from Iglesias. Got the power out of turn 7. One of the easiest overtakes he'll do this weekend. Good stuff as well from Jakub Kamenik. The DCR Motorsport team taking 7th place. That is how we lost Mark Divnitsky, one of the 2 retirements from this race. That was on lap number 5. Gabriel Gomez, though, nice controlled run, taking care of the tyres as well, maintaining that gap. The end won by half a second. It'll look close in the history books, but we'll know that it was a far more comfortable than that for the driver going for championship glory here this weekend.
Certainly so. Well, that race now makes its way back into Parc Fermé. Plenty more races to go as OK Junior qualifying Heat A versus C will be coming out onto the circuit next. And again, all the way throughout this one, this is where it gets interesting for your man, Dries van Langendonk, who starts this one on pole position. Everything so far has been going somewhat his way. But again, in the juniors, it's always been Manuel Miguez who's been fighting at the front of this one. 3 wins to his name, and he starts this time alongside Dries van Langendonk in their first race together. Oh, this is going to be an exciting one.
This is possibly the biggest banana skin for Dries van Langendonk this weekend, because you've got the surprise package of the meeting alongside him on the front row. You've got Christian Costoya, who we've seen be in very good form so far this weekend, starting on the 3rd row of the grid. I really don't know which way this one's going to go, because Manuel Miguez has looked unbeatable this weekend.
He certainly has. But Scott Marsh, who starts this one on the 5th row of the grid, we did catch up with him before this weekend started. Here's what he had to say.
Yes, the pre-round was very good. We managed to come away with P3, a podium, which was a great result for me and the team. I was very happy with the weekend, showing some good speed, so I'm feeling confident for this weekend. I think every race we are improving more and more each race, so every race is getting better at the moment, so hopefully we can come away with some more good results soon. There's many heats, it's a long weekend, so I'm going to try to save the tyres the best I can. It's quite a flowing circuit at this track, so quite a long lap as well, so save your tyres and try to push it the last couple of heats as well, and hopefully you don't have to put new tyre for the super heat by saving your tyres. So yeah, it's a long track, so you just got to save your tyres and try to be the best at the end of the weekend also. Hopefully some good results, but it all depends on the qualifying, so I'm going to try to do the best I can in that.
Well, great to catch up there with Scott Marsh, who starts this one on the 5th row of the grid. Drivers made their way out on the circuit. Let's quickly fire through this grid then. It's Dries van Langendonk and Manuel Miguez on row number 1. Ooh, looking forward to that one. William Kalija and Drew Waltz go from row 2. They'll have Christian Costoya and Ian Kraling on row 3. Eskander Sofakari and Boris Leisen go from row 4 with Scott Marsh and Benjamin Maniak on row 5. Casper Reipol with an Alfie Slater go from row 6 with Andrea Mani and Tobias Jenny on row 7. Matteo Rivals and Jacopo Martinez, second in the championship, 16th place on the 8th row. Can he close up from that position?
Devin Grabko and Oliver Rasmussen go from row 9. Row 10, Bosco Arias and Sky Parker. Row 11, Roland Nagy and Mariano Lopez. Row 12, Mark Pilipenko and Lewis Islin. Row 13, Francois Cadal and Alois Giardet. Jakob Wung and Tyra Sundberg start on all Swedish row 14. Amir Sabarov and Oscar Gallen start on row 15. Ludwig Mutzi and Hampus Holmberg are 2 wildcards on row 16. The grid is completed by row 17. Casper Nielsen and Adam Anderson.
Well, looking forward to this one. I think you worded it perfectly there, Andrew. The banana skin to Dries van Langendonk. That is the surprise package from Manuel Miguez.
He has nothing to lose, does Manuel Miguez?
He has 0 to lose.
He doesn't care that he's racing alongside a championship leader. He's got a race to win.
And exactly, because if we've thought of that, Dries van Langendonk's probably thought of that as well and is thinking, right, if he wants to go and win this one, I will not stop him as long as I don't get caught out by the drivers behind. Into the tram lines, are we going? No, we are not. False start, the field goes round again. This gives us some time to talk about some things. Most importantly, intermediate classification with Dean Hugendorn leading it.
Yes, so Miguez does actually have a little bit of bit of breathing room. He doesn't need to win this race to retake the lead in the IC. He's got about an 18-point advantage in terms of the perfect score over Hugen Dawn, so we'll keep an eye on that. This is very key race, I think, for Alfie Slater. We saw have a retirement earlier on, also had a 16th earlier in the weekend, but did start with a 4th, so we know that Slater can do it if everything goes well from that 6th row of the grid. Similar for Andrea Marni. Andrea Marni's not had a great weekend, but can recover it with 2 strong races here and then, of course, later on this afternoon.
Indeed, mechanics stand filling up with more than just mechanics. There's a handful of drivers in there as well, trying to get a prime view of the races going on in this one. Drivers making their way back around. They've gone past the red line. They're not yet formed up. They are getting formed up just now. It is nearing the end of the day here, and the sun is slowly starting to fade in the background, but it's still the hottest it's been so far today. We're up to 26 degrees as we're into the tram lines. The lights go out. We are racing. It's a great start from the inside road. Van Langendonk Kalija getting through, the same as Kostoja. Kostoja as well, who's been a charge of a driver this weekend, has got a brilliant start there and is up into 3rd place. They head down the infield straight now in towards turn number 6. And still, line astern, where did Manuel Miguez go down to? I think around P5. Big send down the inside there for Drew Waltz as he tries to get down the inside on that Forza Racing kart. Here comes Scott Marsh trying to get the move done as he fails to do so, and he stays behind as they make their way out into the 3rd sector.
A good orchestrated switch between the power lines there. Kostoja down the inside of Kalija, and I think Kalija was expecting that. He was checking over his shoulder through the approaches to turn 6 and turn 7. Here goes Kostoja on the attack, not part of the championship situation. He's was just over 101 points, more than 101 points back from Van Langendonk at the start of the weekend. So even with a perfect run for Kostoja, he cannot overhaul Dries Van Langendonk. That means, again, he's on full attack mode to win every single race that he can. Emerge victorious at the end of Sunday. Is there a big move coming in? Of course there is. It's Christian Kostoja and turn 7, a relationship that continues to blossom. That's another brilliant move by the Spaniard. He takes the lead.
Yep, and crucially, he holds on to it as well. Van Langendonk does not stress about retaking that position, but a loss there might give a green light to the drivers behind here to try and close in. Sulfakari there in 3rd place as Scott Marsh for company, but Scott Marsh has been looking quick this weekend as well and could close in. Kostoja leading the way, 4 places gained after starting this one P5. Like you say, Andrew, has been on an absolute charge this weekend. Nothing to lose. He's just thinking win, win, win. Get to that final and win that as well.
He's looking at good odds for it at the moment as Marsh having a little look down the inside of Sulfakari. Sulfakari's had a really good start in this race. He's up 4 positions. Marsh having to defend now ahead of Kalija there. Where is Miguez? Miguez has gone down to 7th place. Now this is going to be a bit of a test, I think, for Manuel Miguez, because we've seen his single lap pace and in clear air pace be very good this weekend. A big part of why he did so well in time qualifying. Spoke to him after his session. He said, well, I had clear air at the front of the field. I just went and pushed. Didn't get himself involved in any of the traffic management in that session. This is really the first time in a competitive live session out on track we see Miguez in the pack and see how good his racecraft is this weekend. Christian Kostoja sets a new fastest lap of the race, 51.432. And this is Marsh, half defending, half attacking there ahead of Kalija, and not too far behind is Drew Waltz. Forza Racing, again having a strong race here. Got 3 karts up in the top 6.
Yes, he is. So we'll keep an eye on this race as a look at the intermediate classifications as they stand at the moment at this point of the race. Like I was saying, Kostoja leading that one at the moment. Manuel Miguez up to 3rd in the points. Side by side here. Wow. Marsh was under a lot of pressure there from Kalija just behind, who is looking quick here, but just needs to get that pace into an overtake. Can he do it down here in towards turn 4 and 5? Closes in, but it's not close enough, and he does have to be careful here right now because he's got Drew Waltz right behind. Waltz might find an opportunity to get by if Kalijah doesn't do so, and he is going to find it down the inside. He's going to squeeze the move through, and Kalijah gets squeezed out wide, and through goes Boris Lysen. Lysen goes on the attack immediately on Drew Olsen, gets through. Robust but fair, and he goes through 2 positions up into P5.
Oh, we haven't talked too much about Boris Lysen so far this weekend, Anthony, but he's certainly has announced his arrival there, saying hello down the inside. I'll take 2 positions in the space of 2 corners, thank you very much. End of lap number 5. Kostoja leads by 3/4 of a second. Van Langendonk continuing to accumulate intermediate points. He's getting closer and closer to becoming champion. As here goes, is that Iron trailing on the move? Yes, it is. Miguez is falling down the order. Is this tyres? Is this the problem that we thought about earlier on in the weekend when he was pushing so hard to take those first 2 wins? He was miles clear of the rest of the pack. Is he now suffering from that? He's losing positions hand over fist. That's Rasmussen going through. He's down to around 15.
I think this is the first qualifying heat he's had where he's not been at the front and battling away. I think he's just flustered right now. He's seeing that he's got drivers overtaking left, right and centre. He's been pushed off the racing line a little bit. Now he's just having to deal with, oh wait, I've got to defend now. I've not had to do this all weekend. Right, let's think, how do we do that? And yeah, unfortunately, he's tumbling down the order. So when we were talking about does Van Langendonk allow him to get through, when we're talking about that, we were talking about Kostoja then.
Yeah, we were indeed. Investigation flag for Anir Sabarov. Keep an eye on Jacopo Martinezzi. Jacopo Martinezzi realistically probably knows that the fight for the European title is not going to go on to tomorrow, but you've got to give the Italian credit. He's not giving this up. He's up 7 places in this race. He knows he can't win the title. We talked about this with Roman Kamiab earlier. He can't win the title. It's a big fight on for 2nd place for the silver medal, effectively. And he's there in that fight with Ian Kraling, William Kalijah. He's starting to grow into this weekend, and there's a swap there. Martinezzi now ahead of Kraling for 8th place.
Yeah, this is good stuff now. Martinezzi looking strong on the second half of the day. But again, is that a case of has he deployed fresh tyres at this point? This is a key moment in a weekend to deploy fresh tyres on your car. Remember, they only get the 1.5 sets throughout all of it. And changes here further down. That is Benjamin Manak getting through on Ian Kraling. Kraling fights back. This is good for Martinezzi now. It clears his air behind him, and he's able to now go to work and close up that gap up to William Kalijah just ahead. But now it's allowing the Koski of Kasper Reipold to close in. Reipold looking strong.
Yeah, Reipold, another driver who's gone a bit under the radar so far this weekend, but strong there in 11th place. Biggest mover in this race is Jacopo Martinezzi, up 8 places now. 2 laps to go. New fastest lap of the race from Christian Kostoja, 50.967. His lead is 1.3 seconds. This result would put him to the top of the intermediate classification. Nobody would be able to take him away at the end of round 4. That down the inside, that's Kalijah going down the inside of Waltz. Good move for 6th place.
Yeah, and that helps out Jacopo Martinezzi massively as he's launched an attack on these drivers ahead of him now. Drew Waltz right there in front of him is the target to try and get past. Are we going to see a lunge here into the final corner? No, because Drew Waltz goes defensive. As we go on to the final lap of this race, it's Kostoja who leads the way from Van Langendonk. They are clear at the front, and there's massive amount of time between the top 2 drivers. So Fakari and Marsh are still tantalisingly close for 3rd place, but the battle for 4th place is on. Marsh, Lysen, Kalijah, Waltz and Martinezzi still involved in that battle, but Martinezzi, 2nd in the championship, is trying so hard to get past. He takes the optimal racing line. He tries to get the switch back on the exit of turn 7. Looks to the inside through 8 and 9, and he can't quite get it. Can he get it here? A little bit of jostling, and he does go through, but he gains 1, loses 2. 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, a little bit too eager there from Jacopo Martinezzi, but what a race for Christian Kostoja. He shoots to the top of the intermediate classification, wins by 1.4 ahead of Dries van Langendonk, who is now 1 race away from becoming the 2024 European champion in OK Junior. But for Christian Kostoja, the freight train rolls on. Parolin take another race victory. He is looking in super form here this weekend in Sweden.
Certainly is, and right now for Kostoja, exactly what he needed. And again for Dries van Langendonk, that's a smart drive from him.
Very.
Kept the pace up, but didn't overdo it to keep with Kostoja, but to break away from Iskander Solfakari in third place as well. He had a safe race on that one, and that's a champion's drive.
It's a champion's drive. It moves him one place closer. I do wonder as well that, you know, if the title does get decided today, does that mean that Dries van Langendonk goes back to his normal self, all-out attack for later on in the weekend?
If he knows that it's sealed and nothing that he does can stop anything, the only thing he can take away is if he does anything so bad that he gets disqualified from the whole weekend,
yes,
and then he loses all points, and then he does lose the championship on that instance. So there is that risk. There is a look at your full results at the end of that one. Big movers all the way throughout. The biggest movers in the top 15. Jacopo Martinez with those 7. Oliver Asmussen with the 6. Alfie Slater rounding out the top 15. Bosco Arias finishing in 16th place from Sky Parker. Lewis Islin from Alois Girardet. Islin 6. Girardet 7 places gained. Pilapenko gaining 3 places to round out the top 20. Today Mani from Devon Grabko. Then it's Roberto Lopez from Holmberg in 24th place, gaining 8 positions. Francois Cadel from Mateo Rivals. Then it's Sabrov and Sundberg. Then Anderson, Nagy, Vung, Gallin, Nilsson and Mutsi, all 34 drivers who started the race, had finished the race. And for Christian Kostoja, that's another check off his list. Yes, indeed, he knows it. He leads the intermediate classification now and puts himself right where he wants to be. But there are still races to go. But this, Andrew, is how he did it. What a start it was, though, from that inside row. Initially, great getaway for Dries van Langendonk, but as soon as he knew that Kostoja was there right behind him and battling and pushing him, he thought, right, just go for it. I'll sit behind you and just coast my way around.
Yeah, this was a good move from Kostoja. I think we've completely lost count now how many times Kostoja has made a move into turn number 7. That was the first on Collegiate. And again, miles back on the run into that hairpin past Dries van Langendonk. But again, Dries van Langendonk very, very aware of the situation and perfectly happy for Kostoja to go down the inside. You know, he can't be beaten in the championship by Kostoja. That's a good driver to see take the big 50 points. Collegiate had a difficult middle phase of the race. Really good scrap involving the likes of Arjen Trailing. Benjamin Maniak's had a really good weekend, switching to Fusion Motorsport for this latter part of the season. Jacopo Martinez went on the attack. Again, if you can't win the championship this weekend, he wants to finish in 2nd place and ahead of Roman Kamiab. That means getting overtakes done in these qualifying heats. Unfortunate for Manuel Miguez, his winning streak came to an end, but he did come back a little bit in the latter stages, got back up to 13th place. This was Maniak down the inside of Trailing. That was in the battle for 7th place, but Trailing would get Maniak back on the way into turn 9.
Yep, certainly would, and that race certainly did end quickly. Overtakes thick and fast all the way throughout. That was Drew Roltz getting squeezed out of the way there. Jacopo Martinez trying to get through on this one. This was that moment on that final lap. 1 step forward, 2 steps back for Jacopo Martinez. Gained 1, lost 2. Checker flag came out though, and Kostoja adds another one to his list. He leads the intermediate classifications, goes into tomorrow, not worried about a championship, but focused on winning a final. That's exactly what he wants. Well, there are plenty more races to go. The seniors are coming up next, and we head back to qualifying heat A versus C for the senior OK category coming up next. And, well, looking forward to this one because, again, we've got Jimmy Elias out there, we've got Yidi Peschel, we've got Lewis Werrell, and we've got Joe Turney all in the front 2 rows. That is a group of 4 drivers that I would love to see racing against each other.
Who've all had good weekends as well, so they know they've got opportunities to, with a good result in this one and their final race later on this afternoon, be right at the sharp end for the superheats. But for one driver in particular, he's got a bigger thought in the weekend. Joe Turney's going for a championship this weekend. We caught up with him earlier on in the weekend.
Obviously, we're staying concentrated to do the best job we can. So the points look good at the moment, but still nothing's been won yet. So it's definitely still possible to lose the championship from this position. So we need to do a good weekend and score some points to make sure that we win the championship. Well, of course, if we have a good weekend here, then we'll go to PF with confidence. But either way, we've got a lot of days to test there and to build the confidence and do the job there. So it's still a track that I haven't actually raced at for about 6 years. So yeah, I think still got a lot of things to learn there.
Well, great to catch up to Joe Turney there before this weekend. Like I say, he's had a big break from PFI, but he knows how to pedal there because he's won races there before in his racing career. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Jimmy Elias and Yuri Peschel start this one on row number 1. Lewis Werrell and Joe Turney go from row 2. Jacob Mikulev and Noah Montero round out the top 6 on row number 3. Left David Cosma and Miguel Costa on row number 4. David Walter and Vilma Svan round out the top 10 on row number 5. Then it's Ethan Jeff Hall and Kasper Henriksen on row 6. Luna Flusha and Ilya Kaczynski round out row number 7. Tom Luye and Levi Aron round out row number 8.
Alpec Soy and Ludovico Busso start on the 9th row of the grid. Mateusz Giacardi and Marco Brovko start on row 10. Santino Panetta and Cole Hewitson start on the 11th row of the grid. Hewitson, who retired from his previous race, having not even made it over the start line. Row 12, Kuba Reisky and Guillaume Bouzard on that one. Row 13, Marcus Juncker and Leon Brunner. Sebastian Hayden and Louis Castellini start on the 14th row of the grid ahead of Nico Lachnalate and Fred Sarex. They're on row 15. Last of the rows in this 32 kart field, row 16, Christopher Nieter and Louis Aguiar.
Confirmation there on your screen. Jimmy Elias has switched sides of the grid. We have not seen that so far this weekend. You're giggling, I know why. A satellite Kart Republic driver is now starting right in front of the factory Kart Republic driver who is fighting for a championship, and this will benefit many drivers, but most importantly, it benefits Joe Turney.
They are all one big family. They said this last time out in Slovakia that yes, you have the works team and you have particularly those two teams of VDK and Victory Lane. Such as the level of performance, it is basically like an extension of the KR works effort. So that is a shrewd play by Victory Lane. But we're about to find out if it's going to work. Towards the line. Are the lights going out? No, they're going to go round again. And for Yuri Peschel, I mean, there was a part of me that was thinking like, well, we've seen the collaboration between the Kart Republic teams, or Kart Republic running teams. Has there been a bit of a similar discussion, do we think, with Yuri Peschel? Because Yuri Peschel, in one of these strange things that can happen in karting sometimes, could actually give Gabriel Gomez a bit of a helping hand here by not winning this race. By finishing second, dropping a couple of points, elevating Gomez up to second place in the intermediate classification. I don't think it would happen because Yuri Peschel wants to go out and win this round this weekend. But it would be helpful for Gomez if Peschel was to lose a couple of points at this stage.
It would be beneficial, but then it would also be beneficial of having to deal with the likes of, well, I say deal in a very loose term, as in have maybe battle away with Joe Turney on this one. Yeah. You know, he could back him up into the pack, he could keep him close by, he could keep him busy, you know, get an overtake done here, an overtake done there, push him further down, because like you saw the other graphic, 8th across the board. If he finishes 8th in the intermediate classifications at the end of the day, he drops down. Are we racing?
No.
We are not racing. We go round again. Second false start for this group. One more, they might be in a wee bit of bother. But yeah, that is, again, just a thought. It's a hypothesis. I didn't even say that word correctly, but there we go.
It's a theorem.
It's a theorem? Theory.
Well, there's many theories flying around in this.
Whatever you want to call it, it's one of those. And yeah, again, we could be talking absolute Coswell up on this one, you know, because we normally do. And whenever we think of, oh, that's happening, again, I'm going to look back at Slovakia for this one, when we're saying, oh, you know, you gave the position up on that last lap, why did you do it? We go speak to the team and they say this, and then the driver says that, and then they say that, and then we just go, we actually have no idea, because no one's telling us anything. Everyone has kept their cards so close to their chest this season.
They have indeed. We haven't even discussed this driver here, Noah Montero, who has done a fantastic job of literally being Joe Turney's rear gunner throughout the races so far. They're in the same group, so they're always in this formation of Turney on the row ahead of Montero on the same side of the grid. Montero has got some good scores on the board as well. Formation lap coming to its completion through turn 14. Are we going to be good this time around? Elias has swapped sides, so it's Elias on the right-hand side of your screen, Peschel on the inside. To the line, lights are out, we're racing once again here at Kristianstad. This is a very important run to the line. Peschel's holding it down the inside, Turney's gone around the outside of him. Elias holds the lead, but Joe Turney has crucially got ahead of the fastest CRG in this field. One of the wildcard CRGs, Ethan Jeff Hall is out of this race on lap 1. But right now, still early stages, the switch, the tactic has worked for Kart Republic. Their main man, Joe Turney, is up to second place from that second row of the grid. But here comes Peschel down the inside. Peschel takes it back. What a move by Jindrik Peschel.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Peschel on that CRG has maybe had a word by the factory team and just said, hey, you want to help us out? And he's done just that. He wasted no time there, immediately put himself through. Now again, like you said, if he doesn't win this race, Peschel, that helps out Gomez, but he needs to get past Jimmy Elias, because Elias is still ahead of Gomez at the moment. So if he can get past him, he helps him out even more, but he's got to back him up into the pack a little bit. But again, the second problem that he's got is that it's Joe Turney right there just behind him. So he needs the likes of Lewis Werrell, he needs Montero, he needs Cosme, he needs Svan to all close up, and he's going to go for it. Jiri Peschel down the inside, leads the way. That helps out Gomez, second to none, but now Peschel is ahead of Gomez. So now he's got to back them all up behind the rest of the field, and then he's got to drop down a position if he wants to help out. That could be complete. That's just all a theory. That is conspiracy theories at its finest from us in the commentary box.
A famous racing driver no longer with us once said, if in doubt, flat out.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the case for Jiri Peschel. Right now, he's got to go and make sure he can book these points. He can there's still a potential opportunity where CRG could swap Peschel and Gomez around. But we've got a proper race on here. On board now with Montero as Turney's gone down the inside. Elias doesn't fight that one too much. Turney back through into second place.
Now, what does this do in terms of things? I mean, it helps out Joe Turney and pushes himself forward. We'll see what happens in the intermediate classification. Now, Turney at the moment is 6th in the IC with this position. Every position gains does help him out, but again, what we were talking about, 8th or lower.
8th, yeah.
8th or lower. If he's 8th or higher, he's fine. If he's 9th or lower, he's in problems.
And the good thing is, at the moment, that doesn't actually change any of the position. It actually drops Elias a swap. It's McLaughlin who gets up to 4th. I think that is all about just giving Joe Turney a bit of a buffer, giving him a bit more safety to those behind, because, yes, 8th place in the intermediate classification, 8th place in the final IC after the two heats, and an 8th place in the final. That is the bare minimum he needs to do, irrespective of what Gabriel Gomez does to take the title this weekend. Takes 6th place here, it just reduces the amount of work that he has to do tomorrow. The other factor in this is all on the assumption that Gomez finishes top of the intermediate classification. Right now, he's not at the top of the intermediate classification, so that, again, reduces the workload for Joe Turney in terms of those championship points. Kart Republic playing a clever game at the moment, trying to increase their odds and just take the pressure off. The longer this championship goes on, the longer it's not decided, that's when I think the hopes for CRG will rise, particularly if it gets to the final and it's still not decided, because again, like we've been talking about in Academy, a one-off race, one-off final, end of the year, anything can happen. But right now, Joe Turney now going on the attack at the scene. We saw him do this yesterday in the second round of the heats. His first heat was quite conservative by, his characteristics of racing. The second one, he just sniffed that opportunity to work his way through to the front to get a 50-point score. I'm getting that feeling again here, Anthony, that he's closing up to the back of Jiri Peschel. the next couple of laps absolutely crucial in this one.
It certainly is right now, and well, Elias is going to be the ultimate rear gunner here in the fellow Kart Republic chassis, but satellite team of Victory Lane. Of course, these are all conspiracies that we come up with, and I hope our maths, well, I say our maths, your maths, backs up what we think about these sort of positions and where they are right now, because if it doesn't, it'll look a bit silly. Dust getting kicked up in the background, not on your camera, and I think some debris off a kart, and there is a yellow flag coming out and a kart grinding to a stop, and there it is on your screen. It is the 163 of Jakub Raschke, unfortunately out of this race, but that is an absolute disaster. The CRG will go no further, and I'm curious to know what actually came off his kart there as he ran wide at the exit of turn number 6. Back at the front here, we're on lap 7 of 13. Peschel still leads the way, sets the fastest lap of the race on this one. Now has a big choice to make here. Does he continue to push and potentially get closed in by Joe Turney, or does he try to defend it? And Turney's going to settle that decision for him. A huge lunge down the inside at turn number 9, and Turney leads the way. Is Peschel going to fight back immediately? One would suggest the answer to that is yes. Whether or not he can is another story.
In terms of IC, that brings Turney level on points with Elias. Elias still has the tiebreaker, though, because of the result from timed qualifying yesterday. Is Elias now going to go on the attack of Peschel? Down into turn 4 they go. Peschel not looking like he's got as much speed at this stage of the race. 6 laps of this one to go, including the one that we're on. There's been a change for 7th place, by the way, as here comes Elias. Down the inside of Peschel, takes 2nd place. Good move there by Elias. More good news for Victory Lane. Jakub Mikulev, we need to sing the praises of. Mikulev is having a weekend. He's had a few struggles earlier in the season. This has been a gargantuan step forward for the driver from Malta, and has just taken 7th place away from Vilma Svan.
Yeah, he certainly has. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this one, because in the intermediate classifications at the moment, it's Ramikas from Gomez now in 2nd because of that position change. So yes, okay, Turney's got past and Elias has got past, but that's promoted Gomez into the spot that he needs to be in if Turney finishes outside the top 8. And Turney's 6th at the moment, and he's leading the way. He's not going to go any higher than 6th.
At this stage.
And they've got another race to go.
It's one of those complexities of an intermediate classification that, strangely, Turney overtaking Peschel hasn't benefited him, it's benefited his title rival.
Yes.
But again, we've still got another round of these races to go. That difference of 6 intermediate classification points, you know, depending on what happens in the 5th round of each, we could be looking back at this race and going, my oh my, that was a really big 6-point gain for Joe Turney. It's again, when you're in doubt, I think you've just got to push for it. Joe Turney knows as well, the higher he goes up the IC table, the harder it gets for Gomez, the easier it gets for himself when we get onto those super heats in the final tomorrow.
Yeah. If you want access to the live intermediate classification points and the live timing, you can get that. If you head on your mobile phone device or tablet or laptop or anything, you can head to the FIA Karting website. The live link is on there. You can click on that and it comes up with everything you need to know. The intermediate classification in the bottom right-hand corner of that screen tells you exactly what we're talking about in terms of points. Here, though, Peschel holding on to 3rd place as we go on to lap 11 now. Elias is there in 2nd place. And, well, if Elias gets in front of Turney, if he would do that, that would, in our minds, make no sense after everything we've been saying so far up until this point. But again, everything we have been saying up until this point could be absolute rubbish. It might not be false at all. It's not done that to benefit him at all. He's in his own race.
One that is clear to us is if Montero could get past Peschel here, this would be a big one for Turney. Peschel is one of those drivers currently in the intermediate classification between Turney and Gomez, and it's the gap is only 3 points at the moment between Peschel and Turney. If Montero can get through, it would reduce that gap to 1 single point in the IC. Again, it wouldn't switch the positions yet, but it could be a key one once we get to the end of round 5 of all of these heats. And you've got to say, Montero is absolutely all over the back of Paschal like a bad rat.
He certainly is. Down the inside through turn number 4 and 5. Over the crest, they get air through that corner, through that part of the track. Down the hill they go again in towards turn at number 7. They slightly climb the hill here, but again, a little wide there for Paschal. Checks over the shoulder, but the move isn't going to happen yet. That's where Turney got the move done. I think that caught Paschal off guard quite a bit at that stage of the circuit, but he stays behind as we're nearing the end of this lap. The last lap board will be coming up soon for the drivers as we exit out of the final corner. The last lap board comes out, but it's still Paschal there in 3rd place. Turney and Elias are clear at the moment. No drama between those two. But this one here, it's all down to Montero. Is he close enough for it, Andrew? We just don't know.
Paschal is very good on corner exit. That's meaning it's difficult for Montero to get into striking distance, into here, into turn 6, and similarly into turn 7. You just see Paschal creep away as he gets on the power. Meanwhile, front of the race, Joe Turney and Jimmy Elias. Works Kart Republic team, customer Kart Republic team in Victory Lane. Elias has done a very good job for the wider Kart Republic family in this one. Joe Turney isn't going to move himself up the intermediate classification in this round, but he's going to put himself in striking distance of a number of drivers going into the final round. Turney takes his 2nd win of the weekend. Elias elevates himself to 3rd place in the IC and breathing down the neck of Gabriel Gomez going into that final round. Paschal holds on for 3rd. That could be key for the CRG side of the equation. Noah Montero scores points again, high up in the top 5. Lewis Werrell completes that top 5. We don't know yet how key a race that was, Anthony Jordan, but what we do know is Joe Turney out there again, taking the race win, taking the opportunities when they present themselves in a low-risk scenario.
Yeah, and we are going to have to wait until the very last race of the day to find out that information, as Joe Turney will be out in that last race later on today. Gomez will be out in the next senior race, and that will be his last race. He needs to do one thing and one thing only in that one, and that is win it. That's going to be easier said than done, though, because he'll have Finn McLaughlin for company in that one. But that's later on. Right now, Joe Turney takes the win ahead of Jimmy Elias, Idris Paschal ahead of Noah Montero. Then it's Werrell, Kozma from Mikalev, Kaczynski. Then it is Svan from Henriksen, Costa from Cross. Then it is Planeta from Volta. Aksoy rounds out the top 15. Big gainers all the way throughout that one. The biggest one, Santino Planeta, 8 places gained. 16th place downward sees Matteo Giaccardi from Tom Luye. Then it's Ludovico Busso from Sebastian Hayden, who also gained 8 places in P19 ahead of Louis Castellini. 8 places gained to round out the top 20. Leviarin from Marcus Juncia from Mark Brovko. Then it's Houston from Sadax, Brunner, Carasso from Lana Latte, Nita rounding out the 29 finishers, 3 retirements, Buzar, Rashki and Jeff Hall. Jeff Hall retiring before the race even starting. The highlights from that one, well, very close. The switch over from Jimmy Elias to benefit Joe Turney certainly helped up at the start here. Montero getting squeezed there, shows how violent it is through that chicane on the opening lap. Straight away, Paschal on the charge in, not wasting any time, gets in front of Turney. Later, getting in front of Jimmy Elias, and that benefited everyone at that sharp end, but he dropped down later on. This was Turney going down the inside of Jimmy Elias, getting up into 2nd place. There was the later retirement, unfortunately, for Jakub Rashki, out of the race. Something coming off his kart, and the kart grinding to a halt to the exit of turn 7. There was the change for the lead, and Joe Turney taking that one away from Paschal. Then came Jimmy Elias through, and all the meanwhile, while you're thinking that benefits Joe Turney, surely it promoted Gabriel Gomez up to 2nd in the intermediate classifications. That's how the point system works on that one from his races earlier on. This was Noah Montero again fighting back, but he would have to settle further down in the order in P4. Joe Turney, though, takes another win of the weekend, helps his title fight but my goodness, is it getting close going into the last race of the day. Gomez is second, Turney is sixth. It could all change. We just don't know. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our latest race winner, Joe Turney. Joe, second race win of the weekend. We can tell by your brow that was a tough one out there.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone's really close at the front, so difficult to win these heats, especially starting there on the outside. So no, a good race there. So some more points.
And the family of teams, Kart Republic teams, working together there. Jimmy Elias, a good rear gunner for you through that one.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, in the end, we all help each other out when we need it. So yeah, I'm sure the time will come where I'll be helping them.
One race to go in the qualifying heats. You stay sixth in the IC, but you're right there. Another race victory, and you'll hop past potentially a couple more. How much do you think about the intermediate points at this stage of a weekend like this?
At this stage, it's not that massive. I mean, still got a pre-final tomorrow and a final, so a lot of racing still to do. Just take every heat as it comes and do the maximum.
And setup-wise, you know, it's getting into the real warmth of the day now. Any changes you're thinking of before that last race, or just same go again?
Slight things, but I mean, we're pretty happy with where we are, and we know that we'll have a tough heat in the last day, but the last heat of the day. So yeah, nothing we can really do to find loads of speed, but we'll do the best we can.
I know it's a quick turnaround, but thank you, Joe, for your time. We'll see you later on.
No worries, thank you.
Joe Turney there, 2 wins out of 4, 1 race to go, but it's now time back to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Indeed. OK, Junior Heat D versus E now making its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Archie Lovett and Dean Hugendorn start this one on the front row of the grid. Ili Christian and Vladimir Ivanikov going from row number 2. Kenzo Craigie and Filippo Sala on row 3. Yor Pokala and Efim Duranov go from row 4. Then you'll have Asher Ostin and Remy Samchek on row 5. Luke Kornda and Jean-Baptiste Rousseau on row 6. Armin Kari Osman and Oliver Kinmark go from row 7, ahead of Jesse Phillips and Kinish Grau on row 8. Sara Matsui and Zhao Zijun go from row number 9. Marcel Sabu and Paul Andriotis round out the top 20 on row 10. They'll start ahead of Jarek Clark and Maka Savalev on row 11. Jagrat Troja and Eduardo Goffroyd round out row number 12. Benjamin Yangard and Max Endicott go from row 13. They'll have Kip Malowski and Clara Kowalczyk for company on row 14. Mats van Ruin and Alexander Dahlstrom round out the top 30 on row 15. The final 2 rows, Eddie Nilsson, Sonia B, then it's Alex Brunner and Dean Pedersen who round out the 34 kart grid. All 34 drivers are out on circuit as they have ended their out lap and are on their formation lap this time around. The intermediate classifications as it stands, Christian Costor leads it for ahead of Dean Hugendorn. Hugendorn starting second in this one, starting his final qualifying heat of the day. We won't see groups D and E out again on the circuits. This will be their last race of the day. And for Hugendorn, does he have a chance here to start on pole position for those super heats? Possibly so. We just don't know. We'll find out at the end of the day, but it's still impeccably close in the intermediate classifications at this moment in time. Drivers making their way out of the final corner and into the tram lines. It looks good. There's a bit of space in the background, and we are indeed going around, which is good. It gives my colleague Andrew Mather some time to catch his breath back as he climbs up the mountain of stairs into the commentary box. Andrew, good chat with Joe there, but again, keeping cards close to the chest.
Always keeping the cards close to his chest, as does Joe Turney. But it's warm out there. It's really kicked up. We saw this yesterday as well. Air temperature 26 degrees. It's quite humid out there as well. Still good racing conditions, but it's particularly after, 3 full days of running with our day-to-day, Friday yesterday for the first round of heats and the time qualifying and the free practice, and Thursday as well as a free practice and test day. The physicality of this circuit is increasing now as more and more of the Maxxis rubber goes down. This is where the drivers really earn their mettle across the course of a weekend like this. And you asked about Dean Hoogendoorn and whether he can start in the front row for a superheat. I very much think he can start in the front row for a superheat. The question is, which side will he be on? Will it be a pole position? Will it be a second place? If he can put, again, some scoreboard pressure on Kostoja, this could be a very interesting last round of heats.
It certainly could be. Into the tram lines we are racing, and down in towards turn number 1. Great start for Lovett. Holds on to that race lead as they side their way through the chicane for the first time, but it's gone terribly wrong in the background, and out of the race goes, unfortunately, Jarrett Clark. He will go no further. That is at turn number 1, and he is out of this race as he walks back to the pit lane.
It's been a really tough weekend for Jarrett Clark, and that may well be hopes of getting through to the final gone. I think he'll still make the superheats in the top 72, but it has not been the kind of weekend that Jarrett Clark would have wanted to close his FIA Karting European Championship campaign with. Into sector number 3. Archie Lovett has the advantage at the moment. He's had a very good first lap. As having a little look down the inside there is Illy Christian in yellow helmet racing for the Works Tony Kart team. End of lap 1. Lovett from Craigie. Craigie had a very quiet day. He was on good form yesterday. A third and a second place for the Mercedes AMG junior driver. And then it's kind of just slipped away from him. This is a good opportunity for him to get back on track. Edging ahead of the battle for third as Hoogendoorn goes down the inside of Christian and takes third place. This is a key scrap. These are two drivers high up the order into the intermediate classification. There's another one of the Tony Karts is forced out wide there. I think that was Joel Pokela losing at least one spot. But good move there from Hoogendoorn. Gets himself back up to third place.
Certainly does. Race going on right now, and still very close in this midfield section here. See there, Vanikov trying to squeeze his way past Asher Osteen, but he's got the close company of Joel Pokela just behind. Back at the front here, Craigie is on the charge here. 3 places gained as he started this race. P5 is pushing his way forward right now and is looking confident, but again, he's had some real tough races in this one. He's looked sharp at the front end of this one. He's dropped down at later stages. There's Dean Hoogendoorn, currently in third place. Fastest lap of the race. He's looking the most worrying in this one as Craigie down the inside takes the lead and says thank you to Archie Lovett as he moves forward.
Two drivers who know each other pretty well through their young racing careers. He had a quick sight of Saro Matsui going wide through turn 2. Unfortunately, Saro has moved down to 26th place, but Kenzo Craigie next lap. Let's see what he's got. What has he got in clear air? We've not seen Kenzo Craigie in this position too much across the course of the season, but we know he's got the capability to win these qualifying heats. Has done so before here and there across the rounds. Towards turn number 4, Hoogendoorn on the prowl as well. Leads in the IC at the moment, but remember, drivers on that list do have races in hand. Hoogendoorn down the inside takes second place away from Archie Lovett.
Yep, nicely done. Again, that extends his points. Here comes Illy Christian down the inside and squeezes the Forza out of the way, and backwards goes Archie Lovett even further now. Asher Osteen getting through as well. Can Joel Pokela? The answer to that is no. He stays behind, so does Ivanikov Sala as well. I mean, Kari Osman jumping up and down the order there. In fact, actually, one driver tumbling down the order is Marcel Sebu. Yellow flags are out on the circuit, and I can see from my commentary box position there is one driver out and walking away, and I do believe that is in the form of Marcel Sebu. Unfortunately, the driver of the 230 is out of this race.
A real shame there for Marcel, and that's not going to be a good score in this last round of heats for all of these drivers. Kenzo Craigie continuing to lead. Bit of a train forming up behind Illy Christian there in third. Asher Oxley having a good run here. The strongest run we've seen from Asher so far this weekend. Joel Pokela down the inside. Archie Lovett, well, had a great run last time out. A really tough one now around the outside. That's going one of the RFMs. Filippo Sala, take a bow. We've seen quite a few overtakes through turn 9 this weekend. I don't think we've seen one round the outside, Anthony Jordan.
Yes, there's a certain co-commentator friend of mine who would say pulling a Slim Shady there of round
He
the
would.
outside, round the outside. There is Marcel Sebu, unfortunately, out of this race. Yeah, no, absolutely superb there. Again, we've not seen overtakes like that. It's always been the dives to the inside, but then you think, yes, turn 10 is immediately afterwards, and it is an opposite corner. So, yes, you can send it round the outside and then hold it round the next. You get the switchback. Change here, though. Dean Hugendorn has taken the lead of the race right now. He's looking absolutely rapid, and he maximises his points tally right now. 232 now. And he puts himself in a really strong spot here in his last race.
Really strong spot. This could well be the race that puts him on pole position for one of the superheats. The question remaining would be, which one would it be? Because he'd be on 232. He'd be clear of a race-winning Dries van Langendonk to the last round. Dries van Langendonk's backs would be 229. We'll come back to that because this is Åsum and Ivanikov going side by side into turn one, and Sala's on the move again. Sala down the inside of Ivanikov into turn two. Ivanikov fights back. Here comes Lovett back once more. Has had a bit of second wind, it would seem, in this race. Oh, that's all getting a little bit robust, and off they go. All three of them run wide, and Lovett looks to be out of the race. Well, he's got going again now, but it lost a huge number of positions. Same story for Ivanikov. Not a good moment for those three drivers there.
No, indeed. They all concertina it up into each other. Vladimir Ivanikov gets a warning flag. But there was so much happening into that one. It was pretty hard to unpack. So I wonder if we could see a replay of that moment there just to see what exactly happened. And you can see there Filippo Sala's kind of gesturing there saying, that wasn't my fault, that wasn't my fault. But of course, race control will be watching that one, and they will make the final call and send it, of course, to the stewards. They'll be in constant communication with our race director. Down the inside, more change. Is that Jean-Mathieu Rousseau gaining positions in this one? I think it is, or could be Jesse Phillips. Right, here's a look at what was happening there. So Ivanikov going defensive here. This is on Asher Åsum. That was in towards turn at number one. Åsum gets through. Then Sala sideways, just squeezes his way through. That's fine. That side sealed and done. Then later, you have Ivanikov down the inside. Now he's going wheel to wheel with the Forza cut here. But here in towards this next corner, what happens now? So you've got the first bit of contact. Sala's head goes backwards. Then Ivanikov's head goes backwards. And all three go wide off the circuit. So it's what would you make from that?
Yeah, I think Archie Lovett might have just got a little bit too hot and into the back of Filippo Sala. Race control and the officials have far more angles than we do in the box to make a proper and firm judgment on that one. But 2 laps of this race to go. Hugendorn leads. Craigie in second place. This is the fight for 9th place on your screens. Filippo Sala and Efim Duranov. Duranov holding on to a top 10 position here. Oh, actually, no, more going on the attack. It needs to, because he's had 2 retirements. As Duranov today. There's an investigation for the 287 that's just appeared on the gantry outside the commentary box window. I think race control are quite busy in this one. This has been a bit of a scrappier race, and yes, the 287 is Archie Lovett. That is not a surprise, as is that Ivanikov out of the race. Yes, so. It is. Yeah. So the 254 will not see the checkered flag. We're on to the final lap.
We are indeed, and well, Dean Hugendorn's lead right now is superb. He's broken away by 1.2 seconds right now, making his way around the final few corners of this lap. And again, throughout this is superb from Dean Hugendorn. Where has he come from so far this season? Well, here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, he's coming through, and he could be starting on pole here.
He could be starting on pole round the final corner. He's going to book himself very high up the intermediate classification. Goes into the clubhouse in the lead, 232 points from a possible 250. Dean Hugendorn secures his best run through the qualifying heats this season. As we've been mentioning, he has been knocking on the door. He got his timed qualifying right on Friday, and he has fully exploited that to his advantage. He's taken those opportunities and scored very nicely indeed. It could be first in the intermediate classification. We'll have to wait and see what Christian Kostoja could do, but I think that is going to be at least pole position for the second superheat, because Dries van Langendonk is still to run. Dries van Langendonk can't catch Dean Hugendorn. The best Van Langendonk can do is 2:29. Baglin similarly cannot catch Hugendorn. The best he can do is 2:25. So it's just a question now as to whether Christian Kostoja on 1:94 with one race to go can score enough points to get back ahead of Dean Hugendorn. But a big haul of points as well for Hugendorn and for AKM. They will be absolutely delighted with that race victory. 1.5 seconds clear of Kenzo Craigie. Ili Christian scores well again in third place, goes up to second place in the IC at this moment. Joel Pokela makes it to Tony Karts in the top 5. A top 5 completed by Asher Ockstein. Best results of the weekend so far for Asher there. Jean-Matteo Russo in 6th, Jesse Phillips 7th, Kanish Grau, Filippo Sala and Efim Durinov all in the top 10. Kit Bolowski, again, it's got to be high up a league table of number of overtakes and positions gained in 2024. 16 places gained that time for the Fusion 247. Bolowski in 11th ahead of Remy Samchek in 12th place. Jagrat Detroja, good race there from Detroja, up 10 spots to 13th. Makar Savalev, Oliver Kinmark, there in the top 15 as well. Xiaozi Yun in 16th. Paul Andriotis, Dean Pedersen, Edward Godfroyd and Aminkara Osman in the top 20. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. That's how the race ended before it had even begun for Jarrett Clark. He would be out on the spot. Not the earliest retirement we've seen so far this weekend, but one of the earliest. And out of the race on turn 1. At the very front, Archie Lovett, very good start for Archie Lovett. Had a decent lead at the end of the first lap. A couple of karts, one kart going very wide through turn 2. Dean Hugendorn, it's always difficult starting on the outside when you're not a pole sitter, when you've not switched, when you're there, virtue of a second place on the grid. Hugendorn didn't fall too far back. He immediately went back on the attack, on the offensive to get back through, as that was the moment where we saw one of the KRs running wide. Change for the lead on lap 3. Craigie down the inside of Lovett to send P1 at that point of the race to Prema Racing. Hugendorn, though, again, continuing that progress back up through the order. He really had to work for this one. Got up to second place. This was a good scrap involving Filippo Sala. This was one of the overtakes of the weekend. Round the outside went Filippo Sala to the inside to finish it off through turn 10. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the Italian. Race would continue, and Hugendorn would be in the lead by the start of lap number 7. One of the big flash points of this race, Asher Ockstein and Vladimir Ivanikov side by side through turn 1. That opened the door for Sala to step through as well. Ivanikov would immediately respond. This was a nice move down the inside, but fortunes were to change very quickly when Ivanikov, Sala and Archie Lovett would get into close quarters action into turn number 6. That would put both Lovett and Ivanikov out of contention. Lovett would receive the notification of being under investigation later on in the ace. Sala would at least carry on, lose a couple of positions and still be able to get into the top 10 by the end of this race. And for Ivanikov, would rejoin the circuit, but would in the end retire later on in the race. It would be Dean Hugendorn's race victory. He would elevate himself to first place in the title, in the intermediate classification, and is waiting now on Christian Kostoja to see if he can go to first position by the end of all of these races. Well, there we go. That is the end of the day for Groups D and E, and I do believe we can now head down to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here in Parc Ferme with our race winner from that one, and now intermediate classification leader in the junior category, Dean Hugendorn. First of all, where has this pace come from? This is absolutely superb here in Sweden.
Yeah, it's definitely unbelievable. Like, compared to Slovak, it was definitely, now the speed's definitely there. Like, I'm really surprised about the speed. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah. You can rest now today. The racing is all done. You can have a nice chilled evening. But let's talk about tomorrow. You're in a really strong position right now. You could potentially start on pole position for the Superheat 1 or Superheat 2. We just don't know just yet. But how confident are you that you could start in that fastest Superheat?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident for starting pole position in the Superheat. Although tomorrow it's probably going to rain also. And we did some testing here in the rain. Looked pretty good, so I pretty have a lot of confidence already.
Excellent. Well, that will certainly shake things up, won't it? But all the way throughout today, are you happy with the results? Are you happy with the team? And there's nothing you want to change going into tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely nothing to change. I think it's really good.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. It's been a superb weekend for you so far. Let's hope this momentum keeps going in towards tomorrow with the Superheats and the finals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Dean Hugendorf, a brilliant result for him at the end of that one. He can now rest and recuperate, ready for a busy day tomorrow. Andrew, there's more races to go. Let's head back over to you. The next race is coming up very, very soon.
Thank you, Anthony. Indeed it is. And it's back to the senior category. The OK drivers getting ready for this next heat, the start of their final round of qualifying heats. Groups D and E going first. And it's a big one because one of our championship contenders starts on pole position for this next race. Gabriel Gomez hasn't finished a race lower than second so far this weekend. 2 seconds, 2 wins. Who is to say that he couldn't do it again in this one? Let's take you through the grid of 31 drivers for this one. Gabriel Gomez starts on pole position. Joining him on the front row is VDK Racing's Finn McLaughlin. Leo Nielsen and Joseph Smith go from row 2. Zach Drummond and Matt Corby on the third row of the grid. Andrea Dupe will be the single driver on the fourth row of the grid. Tiziano Monza will take no further part in the meeting. Mark Dimnitsky and Scott Lindblom start on row 5. Tom Dussel and Vegard Clemenson start on row 6. Pedro Hilbrand, former European champion, starts on row 7 alongside Blake Nash. Emily Koivisto and Gerasim Skulanov starts on row 8. Elena Lee Rolfson and Marcus Shulkunas go from row 9. Hugo Marti and Aaron Garcia go from all Spanish row 10. Michael Adair and Augustin Sepulveda start on row 11. They're ahead of Filippo Donaldson and Peter Stiller on row 12. Vilgot Leek and Sebastiano Pavan start on row 13. They're ahead of Hugo Reimetz and Noel Sundberg in this one. They start on row 14. Penultimate row of the grid, Simon Ping and Sophia Zanfari go from row 15. And it's a 31 kart field, due to be 31, but it will be 29. As mentioned, Tiziano Monza does not take part in this race. Victor Gustafsson has also not taken to the circuit. So, the scenario for Gabriel Gomez, bit of assumptions in play here. He was targeting second or higher in the qualifying heat. Why? Because that's the positions that he needed to be in the scenario that Joe Turney was potentially going to win this. Now, I don't think that's going to happen here because Joe Turney's a bit further back. So Gomez can afford to finish a little bit further down to keep himself in the title picture. But realistically, that's when we start talking about the point swing. A big number of points, 71 points between Turney and Gomez at the start of the weekend. Gomez wants to get that gap down. If he could get it into the low 60s, possibly even the 50s, by the end of these qualifying heats, he's still in play. He needs to be within 76 points of Joe Turney to take the battle into tomorrow. That's the maximum number of points available through the super heats and the final on Sunday. He starts on pole position for this one. It's a very simple scenario, I think, for Gabriel Gomez here, Anthony. It's win or bin. Yet again, he's got to go out there and take this 50 points.
Exactly. Well, he did it earlier on. Could he do it again? Judging by what's going on here, the answer is no, because we're going around again. And, yeah, what on earth happened there? That kind of all concertinaed up there, and karts just got spat out left, right and centre.
They did indeed. So we'll go round again. Reminder of the intermediate classification at the start of this fifth and final round. This is why we saw one of the CRGs just hopping out of the tram lines there, and then a couple others joining in sympathy.
I think that's Mark Dimnitsky.
Yes, it was.
Mark Dimnitsky has got, well, he's got a gap in front of him that he should be keeping. And that gap wasn't there, as Marcus Shilkunas, unfortunately, is out of this race. Kart has said no, and he is out of it, walking to a marshal post. That is disastrous.
It is indeed. That's a real shame for the Lithuanian. So, Ramek is on 194, not in this race. Gomez second on 188. on pole position. Elias on 182, Peschel also on 182, McLaughlin also on 182. McLaughlin is in this race. For the Kart Republic family, a Finn McLaughlin victory would be very useful at this stage of the round.
Yeah, it certainly would be. Well, with now 3 drivers out of this race, 2 non-starters and 1 just retiring before the start of this race, we are down to now 28 drivers in this race now. So again, real shake-up. Over the crest they will come here at the Åsum Ring circuit in Sweden, and we are green flag and racing. Brilliant start for Gomez, exactly what he needed. Can he maintain that gap though, as McLaughlin will go on the charge here. Down they go through the chicane in towards turn 4 and 5 to the lowest point of the circuit now as they climb back uphill over the crest. Wheel to wheel, they are 3 wide, going down into the braking zone of turn number 6. 1 car going off wide in the background. It looks to me like it could be one of the Fusions, but crucially at the front, it's Gomez and McLaughlin who are leading 1-2 right now, but it changes as McLaughlin goes to the inside. Gomez fights back. Gomez knows he needs to win this one. He is not backing down, and now it brings in the likes of, I think, who is that? It's Leo Nielsen, yep. Another one of the Kart Republics. 2 Kart Republics versus a CRG. Oh my goodness me, here we go.
If Gabriel Gomez is going to be European champion this year, he's going to have to defend off all Kart Republics from all angles, and he's not able to do so there. Because McLaughlin, well, that wasn't a very McLaughlin-like move. That wasn't a big dive into a hairpin. That was a sling down the inside into turn number 2. Out of the race is one of the Fusions. It's Scott Lindblom. It's the local favourite, the young driver who stepped up to the seniors. Tough weekend for Scott Lindblom. He's not going to finish this race. But this is testing times now for Gabriel Gomez. We knew he was playing around with the saving of the tyres in the previous race, which he won. But is he now starting to suffer from some of the exploits early on?
He's going to go for it.
No, he's going to fight back down the inside, takes second place away from Nielsen. Here comes Matt Corby as well, another one of the Kart Republics.
Oh,
Here comes Nielsen again down the inside, trying to retake second place. Corby gets all crossed up in the middle of the chicane, and here comes Drummond. Zach Drummond out of nowhere slots his way through. What a start to this race.
And Drummond's going to go for it now on Gomez, and through will go the fellow CRG of Mark Dubnitsky. That was not in the rule book for the CRG team going into this one. Absolute drama has unfolded for the teams on this one. Gomez now switches to the outside. He's lost out to, I think, another as well. Yeah, he's lost out to Matt Corby. Corby's gone through. Gomez is down to 6th. And that still keeps him second in the IC, but he's going to lose out on loads of points. Remember, Turney will have another race later today, and if we can try and close that gap up, he's battling away now with Andrea Dupe, who was plagued by mechanical issues earlier on. He's going to keep his nose to the inside, but he's going to lose another one. He is tumbling down the order right now, is Gabriel Gomez, and he is struggling here in this race.
This could be the defining moment in this year's European Championship. Gomez is having to fight at this stage. He's holding off the VDK there into turn number 9. He's got to drive down the middle of the road pretty much for the rest of this race, it feels, and it's still a long way to go. 9 more laps. Can he do this? Meanwhile, Finn McLaughlin out front is overhauling Gomez in the intermediate classification. That's going to help out Joe Turney in his quest to secure the championship today. It may still roll on to tomorrow, to the superheats, but could have Joe Turney just in a scenario where he just needs to crawl round, pick up some points through that superheat, and he'll be champion. Gomez having to fight so hard. Dubnitsky still there in 4th place ahead of Corby. Gomez now down to 8th place.
Yeah, indeed, this is a shaky one. Big send down the inside. Dubnitsky gets through on Drummond and also gets past Corby. Corby tries to come through as well. Now Dubnitsky up to 3rd place. Dubnitsky might have a role to play here.
Might do, yeah.
Yes, okay, he overtook his teammate. He might have seen that He was struggling a little bit out there and thought, right, I will deal with this. I'll catch up to Nilsson. I'll catch up to McLaughlin if I can, but that's chattered out the way as he gets squeezed out wide by Drummond, and through goes Drummond and Domnitsky. Tumbles, down to P14.
Not good at all for Mark Domnitsky. On to lap number 6. Here's the fight for third place. Zach Drummond and Matt Corby. As Corby down the inside, brilliant move into turn 6, gives him third place. Zach Drummond will lose a few points. Andrea Dupe fighting back after those technical problems earlier. Gomez is back on the scene. What has happened here? Gomez, we thought he was going down the order, we thought he was out of it, and suddenly he's come alive again. The pace has come back to his 102, and now he's fighting, trying to get back in that top 5.
You can never doubt on that Brazilian to back off in one of these races. He is fighting back fiercely in this one as he attacks now the back of Andrea Dupe. He is right on that rear bumper there in P6. Keep an eye on it. There's a look at the intermediate classifications right now. McLaughlin in the lead of this one, extends his lead by 10 points ahead of Gabriel Gomez. Gomez is still good where he is. Here comes Dube down the inside. Giz is going to give the room for Gomez to gain a position here now. Can he do it? On the outside, it's risky. Gets the switch back. Goes wheel to wheel now with Drummond. Squeezes his way through. Round the outside of Dupe. That's high risk, but it's high reward as well. He doesn't gain both, but he holds on to that one position.
Brilliant stuff here in the final race for these drivers before we go to the super heats tomorrow. Finn McLaughlin is still comfortable and is still doing a very good job for the Wider Kart Republic set of teams. But what can Gabriel Gomez do now in the remaining 6 laps of this heat? Can he elevate himself back up? He's going to lose out to McLaughlin in this particular group of drivers, but that's the only driver. He'd still be vulnerable to the likes of Elias and Peschel and potentially Turney as well. He's fighting to take the battle on to Saturday. There's all kinds of overtakes going on. Aaron Garcia is coming through the field. Nearly had to the price of one. Oh, a little bit of a touch there with Nash. Drummond's involved once again. Joseph Smith is now on the scene. Joseph Smith wants another top 10.
Well, look at this now, all starting to heat up here as we're on lap 8 of 13 right now. Smith, right on that rear bumper, is trying to push his way through, but it's just not happening. Garcia holding on to this one. This is back further up. Gomez in front of Dupe, pushing his way forward. He's back up into P4. He's extending these points just that little bit more, but he's got to dig deep right now. The gap between himself and Matt Corby up ahead is 2 full seconds. There is time, but that's a mighty, mighty gap.
It is indeed. And, well, Finn McLaughlin trying to repeat what he did in the pre-round. Another move there by Zach Drummond getting down the inside of Joseph Smith. That is for 8th place. 4 more laps to go as the leader comes round the final corner. Aaron Garcia and Blake Nash. Blake Nash is another driver who's had a bit of a quiet weekend, but might just be coming into form at the right time. Has gained 8 places so far in this race. Aaron Garcia is hoping for some mathematical miracles, I think, out there, because remember, he has had 2 retirements up to this point. On to lap 10, Anthony. Finn McLaughlin has just gone purple through sector 1. What a race he's having.
Yeah, I mean, what a weekend he's having, indeed, because, I mean, he's at the top of the intermediate classifications at the moment. He's pushed strong. He's delivered what he needed to. Again, he's not in that championship fight, but he's certainly digging deep. Down the inside, though, changes further back, as that looks like Aaron Garcia getting past Blake Nash and moving up now into P6. Sophia Sanfari has just picked up a warning flag. She needs to be careful. She's moved her way up through the field, but again, needs to just be careful with what happens out on track. Keeping an eye then on the rest of the field right now. Drummond here is under a big amount of pressure. He's got through past Nash. Joseph Smith is next driver on the board.
Warning flag for Pedro Hilbrand in the 619, the former European and World Champion, currently 15th on the road in this one. Finn McLaughlin, 49.875. He is finishing his Saturday in style here as Smith goes down the inside of Nash. Lovely move there. That is the Briton up to 8th place.
Certainly is. Nash again looking to the inside as through goes. That's Sepulveda going through in the 624. But off P10 is heating up now, and Well, Joseph Smith now struggling just that little bit, going backwards. And Dubnitsky is on the recovery and is just behind this, so still may have a part to play in this race. Keeping an eye on the Gomez and Corby battle. Gaps come down, but it's still well over a second at the moment. So again, I don't think anything's going to happen on that one, especially with McLaughlin clear by 2.3 seconds from Leo Nilsson.
Yeah, really good run here from Finn McLaughlin. To be clear, it moves into the top of the intermediate classification, but we've still got another 2 heats in this round to go. He still could be overhauled by Ramikas, could be overhauled by Elias, possibly Peschel as well, depending on how the tiebreakers are working. Leo Nilsson, I know I keep saying this, there's another driver who's got another radar, but he's having a very useful end to the day. Was 10th and 9th in his first 2 heats yesterday. But this second place, another case of taking points off Gabriel Gomez, been a very assured race from the Swede on home soil.
It certainly has been on this final lap, though. And there is your race leader, Finn McLaughlin, the Irishman who has delivered this weekend. He's had, well, ups and downs, he's had sideways moments, but he's always kept his cool, he's kept his calm. He knows how to perform at this circuit, and he's delivered it again this weekend. Again, he's not fighting for a championship, but he's putting himself in a really strong spot here to deliver what could be a fabulous day tomorrow, and maybe a final win this season would go down lovely for the Irishman. Out the final corner, it is Finn McLaughlin on top here. Exactly what he needed to do, puts him in a really strong spot as the rest of the field cross the line. Nilsson, Corby, Gomez, Duke, Garcia, Drummond, Smith and Sepulveda from Dubnitsky rounding out the top 10. A driver there at the end, tumbling to the order, and I think that was Hugo Marti in the 130. It was, who unfortunately this time around, he broke down on the end of his last race after the checkered flag. This time he breaks down before the checkered flag. That is very suboptimal for him, but he'll walk his way back to Mark Verme. He won't be too happy with that one. There, Aaron Garcia, what a race he had in that. 14 places gained for Aaron Garcia, and finishing that one in P6. A superb performance from the Spaniard, pushing himself up well in that order. There's a look at the full results. It's McLaughlin from Nilsson, Corby from Gomez, Dupe from Garcia, Drummond from Smith, Sepulveda, who also gained 13 places in that race to finish P9, Dubnitsky finishing in P10, Blake Nash from Tom Dussel, Emilio Koivisto from Vegard Clementson, and it was Peter Stiller in P15 gaining 9 places. Sofia Sanfari did receive a warning flag, but 14 places gained, was up into P16 ahead of Pedro Hilbrand, Alina Lirolsen from Hugo Rajmets, and then it's Noel Sundberg, Skulinov from Adair, Leek, Donanzan and Peng round out the 25 finishers, and plenty of retirements in that race we'll go over, and the non-starters. The race highlights from that, a clean start for the front two. McLaughlin and Gomez breaking away in the early stages though, but Gomez holding on to the lead straight off the bat. Later on though, there would be the first initial change for the lead. Gomez would fight back instantly. That would bring in the likes of Leo Nilsson, who would join the fray, would try to go down the inside of McLaughlin. Would not be able to do it on the exit though. McLaughlin would have another attempt though into the chicane. Like we're saying, not his standard move that he likes to do. We've seen him overtake time in, time out in the hairpins. This time, it was a slide down the inside into that chicane, and just gets that move done. Scott Lindblom, unfortunately, out of the race in the early stages. Disaster for the local Swede out of this one. He was the second retirement in the race after Marcus Schilkunas earlier on. Then the three-wide battle here. This was for P2, and backwards at this point would go Gomez. Through would go Leo Nilsson. Then you would get the likes of Matt Corby try to come through. Then Zach Drummond, out of nowhere, squeezed his way through. This was the other angle of it, around the outside of turn number 1. You just see, being off the racing line, going into the chicane, when a driver's down you inside, you just can't turn in it puts you on the back foot in the second half. You lose all the speed going down the hill in towards turn 4. And that's how all this happened here as well. Gomez just tumbling down. Dubnitsky went through, and so did Andrea Dupes. So did Matt Corby as well. And then at that point, Gomez was really on the downfall. We thought he would have been out of this race. Dubnitsky on the charge down the inside of Drummond. Corby would fight back as well, but it would all go wrong here into the final corner, and just that little bit of contact would squeeze out Mark Dubnitsky, and he would end up tumbling down the order. He would drop all the way to P15, so that puts the question mark over Zach Drummond in that race. Corby would get through on Drummond. He would push his way up. Drummond at the end of that one would drop down to P7 as Gomez then started to fight back. He would get back up into P4. He would push his way forward, getting past Andrea Dupe there and sitting in his final position as there were 3 wide in the background there. This was how Aaron Garcia made up those 14 places. Just snuck in behind, squeezing through the likes of Drummond, Joseph Smith as well, staying behind Blake Nash at the end of that race. But again, just pushing himself forward all the way throughout that one. And again, that last move on Blake Nash there, just kind of sealing it. There was McLaughlin taking the win. He's delighted. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, though. Andrew Mather is down there with a couple of our drivers.
Thank you very much, Anthony, down here with Finn McLaughlin. Finn, we've not got a lot of time, but I've got to ask you, that move, how did that feel?
Yeah, I knew that move would be very important for the race, so I knew I had to do a move where no one would expect it, so I did it there.
Expectations for the rest of the weekend? Feeling good for the superheats?
Yeah, very fast, so I'm feeling happy.
Good stuff. Thanks for the quick bit of time talking to us. We'll see you again tomorrow. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed, a very quick one there. The juniors very eager to get their next race out, and it's qualifying heat A versus F that is out on circuit. Let's quickly fire through that starting lineup. Dries van Langendonk and Nicolas Schaufler starting this one on the front row of the grid. Van Langendonk, this is his last race of the day. Can he secure his championship at the end of the day? We are going to be finding out very soon. And Kalesia with Jack Iliff starts just behind them on the second row of the grid. Kirsten Kostoya and Rocco Coronel go from row 3. They'll have Iskander Sofakari and Arata Endu on row number 4. Scott Marsh and Thomas Pradir go from row 5. They'll have Kasper Reipold and Bruno Grick on row 6. Andrea Mani and Louis Cochet on row 7. Matteo Rivals and Sebastian Lettermarki round out row number 8. They'll have Devin Grabko and Meryl Peldis on row 9. Oscar Arias and Louis Brazoret going from row number 10 on the top 20. Roland Nagy and Kerry Fairhand go from row 11. They'll have Mark Pilapenko and Florentine Atema on row 12. Francois Cadal and Alexander Uznim on row 13 ahead of Jakob Vung and Enzo Ruggiero. Then you've got Amir Sabrov and Alex Malota on the 15th row with Ludwig Musi and Georgi Zazov, Kasper Nilsson and Ebi Razum at the back of the grid. Now there is a kart that has pulled in to the repair area, and I can see that it is the 661 of Ludwig Musi who is in the pit lane, and I suspect maybe, well, it's a new airbox going on there, the kart, so maybe that had been dislodged out on that formation lap. He is trying his best to help his mechanic. His mechanic is working furiously to get that reattached. The band going over it to help secure it. Looks good, gets the green light back into the kart. The drivers are making their way into the final corner now, so he might have to start this one from the pit lane. Yes, he gets that. Yo, you wait there, the grid's coming round. You're going to have to start from the back. We're going round again, so it's a false start. That gives a little bit of time for Ludwig Musi to close back into the original starting spot. And the good thing about it is that it was 31st, so that's basically at the back of the grid. So he's got time to retake that position. Oh dear, and that's another airbox that is coming off a kart there. Now, who is that? That's Georgi Zazov. So Georgi Zazov with the same issue there. Is that just a loose one, or is it something about the curb, or was it just replace the airbox? And again, they're getting the green flag. They can go because the grid is about halfway around the lap at the moment, so they're miles clear. He heads back out. What's up with airboxes?
Yeah, quite bizarre in that. Big thanks to the team in timing and scoring. Championship, this is a big one. We had 3 drivers at the start of the weekend who could mathematically win in OK Junior. The lead one of them, Dries van Langendonk, is of course in this race. Now, the more important thing in terms of the picture is Kamiab and Martinezzi. They are both well outside of the top 10. Dries van Langendonk just needs to hold position there in fourth. He could even drop down a couple of more positions, and he could secure the FIA Karting European Championship in OK Junior in this race. What must be going on in his mind right now as they go into the tram lines once again? Eyes on the lights. Do they go out? Yes, they do go out. And here we go. Dries van Langendonk has one race to secure the title here today. This cart's off towards the back of the field. They've rejoined the circuit now. There's more circuits off in turn one. One of them may be Alex Malota in there. Bruno Grieg, I think, has had problems as well. Roland Nagy has been slow out of sector number one. Bosco Arias as well.
Is Nicolas Schaufler one?
Nicolas Schaufler possibly. Yes, Nicolas Schaufler has not come through sector one, so we'll keep an eye out for the bright orange.
There he is.
Yes. He's a long way off the back of the field, so Schaufler in trouble. Kostoya already up to second place. All of this is going on, not affecting Dries van Langendonk. Nice position for him. End of lap one in the lead. 1 lap closer to becoming European champion.
If I could ask a favour from you here, Andrew, and that would be, can you think of the maths of where he would finish if he's currently third over the line? What would that do? Would that be enough?
It would be enough. The third place in the intermediate classification would more than be enough. At the moment, it's looking like Martinezzi and Kamiab aren't even going to score unless there's an absolutely dramatic set of circumstances, not just affecting Martinezzi and Kamiab, but several of the drivers in around the teens. They're not going to be scoring points at this stage. So Dries van Langendonk could even afford to slip all the way down to maybe even around 10th place in the IC. As long as he's in that top 5, I think we're saying that he's comfortably clear of any other competitor with the remaining points on offer tomorrow through the superheats and through the final. Back at the front though, change of lead. Not the first time we've seen this. I actually think this has been quite useful for Dries van Langendonk, having a driver in the shape of Christian Kostoya who just wants to win. He's setting quite a nice pace for the championship leader.
It's setting a nice pace and puts the pressure off him a little bit as well, because he's not thinking, oh, I've got to win all these races. Actually, no, if I can sit behind you, then yeah.
You do the hard work.
You do the hard work, I'll sit behind you and I'll enjoy the riches at the end of it. But yeah, certainly a very interesting one there. Kostoya again, he's already gained 4 places in this one. He has been absolutely sublime over the course of this weekend. He is putting himself in a really strong spot here. And with that, that puts Kostoya on pole for that superheat tomorrow. But Van Langendonk there in second place is looking even better right now. Are you doing some points at the moment?
We're doing some points based on some different scenarios. And the very simple way of saying this is Dries van Langendonk, as every lap ticks on by, is getting closer and closer to becoming champion. He could afford to lose a couple of places in this race as well. He's got a comfortable advantage, really down to the demise in a way of Martinezzi and Kamiab as Coronel's going on the attack. That's a nice move past Ando for 7th place.
Yep, nicely done. Pushes his way forward out there. I saw very briefly as a lot of dust gets kicked up in the background there. I think one driver getting caught out wide on that last lap. Yeah, again, so many drivers having trips to the stewards this weekend. There's been some close quarter racing out there. Some drivers have come off a little bit worse, and yeah, there's been some up and down. So there's been some post-race penalties going out, fair few to some of the drivers. Live on board here, the Ward Racing of Arata Endo in 8th place at the moment, chasing down Rocco Coronel. We've got the live outboard view on the right-hand side of your screen. We've got the live onboard view on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, fabulous views from the production team, and the driver from Japan sends it back down the inside. Coronel's going to hold it on the outside though, and will have to concede the spot. And Arata gets through and moves up another spot. Well, the rest of the field now on lap number 5. We're halfway through this race. It's still Kostoya who leads the way from Van Langendonk, Kalija from Marsh, Pradir, Eilif, then it's Endo and Zulfikari now getting through, I believe. Now it's Kena Zulfikari is up into 8th place. Rocco Coronella's having to deal with the likes of Sebastian Lettermarker just behind as well. So it's all kicking off just that little bit in the pack as we go on to lap number 6. The sun now is getting lower in the sky. It's kind of in driver's eyes as they head down in towards turn number 4. And puts a tricky one on the drivers. Of course, those Iridium visors coming out now as more changes here in the background. Is that Peldis or Louis Cochet making the moves there in the background? There has been some big changes throughout this field. Some big movers up in this one as well. Louis Cochet is one of them after getting past Peldis. We just saw that one. Louis Bransway just behind as well. 7 places gained. Florentine Atema has gained 8 places. Alex Malota's gained 11. So there's been some really big moves on this one. Costoya, look at this. He is broken away right now. He is clear by 1.1 seconds. He has no drama from the likes of Van Langendonk. And Van Langendonk here, we've been working it out. And, you know, Andrew, you've been working hard on the maths here, trying to work stuff out. And it looks to me like it's getting lap after lap, closer and closer. This is going the way of Van Langendonk at the end of the qualifying heats phase.
Yeah, to as briefly as I can go through the scenarios, any kind of victory over Roman Kamyab for Dries Van Langendonk would knock Kamyab out of the title picture. That's happening, unfortunately, for Kamyab by quite a distance. Martinez was a little bit more complex, but Martinez not scoring any FIA Championship points at all has opened the door for Van Langendonk. And we're talking Van Langendonk needs to be like 12th, not even that high up in amongst the point scorers in the intermediate classification to convert into the championship points that he needs to secure it. He's sat in 3rd right now. The worst that can happen really is maybe 4th, 5th. Christian can't beat him. Kalija and Marsha, you know, it's as the laps are ticking on by, they won't be able to beat Van Langendonk. It's only really the likes of Noah Baglin and maybe Manuel Miguez who could make Dries Van Langendonk drop down more positions in the intermediate classification, and that would be 5th. He has got a quite big cushion at the moment over Martinez and Kamyab to secure the title today.
Yeah, exactly, and it will be in this race as well that it happens. On to lap number 9. One more lap to go after this one. Costoya from Van Langendonk. Van Langendonk's closed the gap up a little bit more. Maybe he wants to give us a bit of a show at the end of this one. Maybe win the race and the championship, of course. That's all provisionally, of course, but win the championship at the end of this race. Could he do it? Here, though, Scott Marsh is closing in on Kalija. The battle for 3rd place is certainly on right now. Can Marsh gain this position? Because Marsh as well has had good results over the course of this day today. I mean, he's up 5 places right now. He's got Torrance Rudea behind him as well, also up 5 places. Again, it's this deployment of fresher tyres, or is it just pace this weekend? Been on it, despite the fact that he didn't have a great qualifying.
I think it's a continuation of a trend across the course of 2024 that Scott Marsh, as he's been, you know, getting himself involved in the Tony Kart Works team, just keeps getting better and better and better. And yeah, it's good value again for that 4th place. A couple of notices from race control. The 232 is under investigation. That's not any of our front runners. So it's the Skåne Sulfikar. He's currently in 8th place. No indication to us in the box as to what that is for. There's no matter at this stage. The 262 has also received the warning flag. That's Amir Sabarov, currently 23rd on the road.
Well, it's all fallen down to this one here. It's the final lap of the race, and Costoya has done what he needs to start this one on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. He's put himself in prime position, but Dries Van Langendonk, by our calculations in the commentary box, that is all he needed to do. He doesn't celebrate across the line, but we believe that that's all he needed to clinch the championship. For Dries Van Langendonk, we'll confirm it, we'll get confirmation of points. Of course, everything we talk about is provisional here, but we will work it out. But for 2024, he missed out on it last year. He clinched the World Championship last year, but the Belgian Dries Van Langendonk is European champion in 2024 here in Sweden.
The last time we saw a driver secure both the world title and the European title at a junior level across 2 years was Freddie Slater back in 2021. It's a great day for Belgian karting as well. It is the first time in a very, very long time that Belgium have had one of their own as the Junior European Champion in direct drive karting. The first in the OK modern era. Dries van Langendonk has delivered. He can have a celebration day tomorrow where he has his superheat and the final, safe in the knowledge that he has got the job done. He has been on form since the very start of the season. Others have challenged him. Nicholas Schaufler had a good go at Valencia. Christian Costoya had a good go at Val d'Argenton. Martinez as well, but in the end, it was Van Langendonk's title all the way. There is your provisional results from that last heat for Groups A and F. Costoya from Van Langendonk, Kaleja in third, Marsh in fourth, Pradir completes the top five, Arata Endo, Rocco Coronel, Sebastian Lettimarchi, Iskender Sulfikarian, Louis Bazare complete the top 10. Bazare, good drive there, up 10 spots into that top 10. Louis Cachet 11th, Jack Eiliff 12th, Casper Reipol in 13th, Bruno Crick in 14th, Meryl Peldes in the top 15 as well. Andrea Marni, Kara Freerhand, Alex Malota, Mark Pilipenko and Florentine Hatton were all in the top 20. Good drive there from Malota. He was the biggest mover in that race, up 12 spots. Mateo Rivals 21st, Georgi Zazov after that drama before the race finishes P22. Amir Sabarov, Alexander Uznim, Kasper Nielsen, Devin Branco, Ebbe Rasem, Francois Cadal and Nicholas Schaufler, all of your finishers down to 29th. 4-5 retirements in that one. They were Jacob Bung, Roland Nagy, Ludwig Muzzi, Bosco Arias and Enzo Ruggiero. But there, on your screens, provisionally still, we must mention that, but barring some quite big events, your 2024 FIA Karting European Champion in OK Junior is Dries van Langendonk. Let's have a look at how he did it in that final heat of the day for Groups A and F. Dramas at the start. Bosco Arias and Enzo Ruggiero would retire from the race on lap one. This was the view on board through turns 2 and 3. Rocco Coronel up ahead, fighting through into 7th place. But it was, again, a very quick start from Christian Costoya, as we've seen across the course of the weekend, fighting from the third row of the grid, immediately down the inside. You'd be excused for thinking this is a replay from another race, because it was another example of him going down the inside of William Kaleja into turn 7 on lap 1, and then going on the attack later on to get past Dries van Langendonk. Moves going on here through the field. Great to see the onboard camera and just how close the racing is in OK Junior. This was the move on Rocco Coronel from Arata Endo. A good move, a good race there for Arata Endo. It's been a tough weekend for the Japanese driver. Can be proud there of that 6th place finish in the final heat. Drivers will, of course, be waiting to see whether they get through into the superheat. Some of them we've had in different days and weekends. It's the top 72 who race on. That down the inside, another good run for one of the Forzas. Iskender Sulfikari getting involved, more overtaking, this time on the 204 of Jack Eiliff. It really was a great run from Ward Racing. In the end, though, for the heat, it was victory to Christian Costoya. We should mention as well, Christian Costoya secures pole position for Super Heat 1 tomorrow and takes 25 championship points. Puts himself back in the mix in the fight for 2nd place. But it's Van Langendonk's day. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Here with our race winner from that one, and at the moment our pole sitter for Superheat 1 tomorrow, Christian Costoya. Superb work from you this weekend. You must be delighted with the results.
Yeah, this weekend was all good. The team made the best. We managed well as possible. Now think about the championship. I think we get some points important for tomorrow, and let's see tomorrow if we can stay there in the podium.
Yeah, that championship fight is still up for grabs for the rest of the field, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. It's all happening for you out there, so we'll wish you best of luck for tomorrow. Congratulations for today. Any words you want to say to anyone out there?
Yeah, I have thank you always to my family that support me, Marco Parolin, all the Parolin mechanics, especially also my dad. And let's see tomorrow if we have a good day.
Excellent. Congratulations, Kristianstad. Thank you so much. Let's bring in Dries van Langendonk at that one, second on the road. Now, of course, we'll say this provisional with a capital P because you didn't celebrate across the line, but we do believe that that is all you needed to do there. No matter what happens in the next OK Junior race, you, Dries van Langendonk, are European champion. Congratulations.
Yeah, what a season for me. A lot of good results, obviously, also with the team. It's been an amazing season. They've done an amazing job at setting my car up just how I like it. So, yeah, just amazing job. This race, quite some pressure going into this race, but I think I managed it very, very well. And yeah, to be to be European champion. Yeah, it's just amazing feeling. So yeah, just still full attack for Sunday, and yeah, hopefully we can celebrate on Sunday as well.
Exactly. We'll leave those major celebrations for tomorrow, but that's World Championship from last year, now a European Championship this year. You've done what you needed to do there, and you're looking forward to what happens next year. Is it a step up?
Yeah, definitely a step up. So yeah, I think this might be my last race in junior. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously nice to end it this way, and yeah, obviously senior's another chapter. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it a lot. So yeah, we'll see what it brings.
You've got the recent support as well from McLaren. You're part of their young driver program that was announced a bit before this weekend. That must be a fantastic feeling in its own as well.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a fantastic weekend, obviously, to bring the European Championship home with McLaren, and yeah, I'm buzzing right now, so yeah, very, very happy.
Excellent. We'll let you rest up. The carts are fired up for the next one. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there from Kristianstad and Dries van Langendonk. Andrew, let's head back up to you. It's the seniors back out on track.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, it is the penultimate heat for the senior category. OK, groups A and F going for their final of 5 qualifying heats. And this one will not decide a championship. We might have to wait a little bit longer for the seniors, but it could still have a bearing on the picture for tomorrow. Let's take you through the grid. Jimmy Elias and Dimitri Matveyev on row 1. Lewis Werrell and Louis Iglesias on row 2. Jakub Mekalev and Vivek Kanthan start on the 3rd row of the grid ahead of David Kozma and Andy Konsani on row 4. David Walter has a good record round this place, starts on row 5 alongside Jakub Kamenik. Ethan Jeff Hall looking for a good result. Is on his own on row 6. Timo Jungling has not taken the start for this one. Luna Flusha and Roland Kuklein start on row 7. Tom Douillet and Maxi Rafalik start on row 8. Alpak Soy and Murilo De Rocca are next up on row 9. They're ahead of Matteo Giaccardi and Ian Eichmann's on row 10. Santino Panetta and Dom Simek start on row 11. Kuba Reisky and Javier Avramidis start on row 12. Marcus Juncker and Radek Vavra go from the 13th row of the grid. Sebastian Hayden and Maria Neto go from row 14. Nico Latte and Suleiman Zanfari start on row 15. Christopher Nita completes the 16th row of the grid. 30 drivers out on circuits. The intermediate classification midway through this 5th and final round currently looks like this. McLaughlin 2.32, done for the day. Gomez 2.26, also done for the day. Zach Drummond is 3rd. Get the picture, also done for the day on 1.99. Ramek is still to race on 1.94. The highest ranked driver in the intermediate classification in this race is your pole sitter. Jimmy Elias is currently 5th in the IC on 1.82. If he wins this race, he goes equal on points with Finn McLaughlin and to the championship picture ahead of Gabriel Gomez. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. Lights out once again here at Kristianstad. Good start for those on the inside of rows 1 and 2. It's Elias from Werrell heading down towards turn 4 for the first time. Looks like everybody has got through the first few corners here. Busy grid of 30 drivers into turn number 6. Immediately, Elias and Werrell looking to break away from the rest of the pack. Jakub Mikalev's had a good start as well. The Maltese driver up to 3rd place. Another driver taking the advantage of starting on that inside. I think it might go back even further. I think David Kozma has got up to 4th place there. He started on the 4th row of the grid.
Absolutely superb start then for the field as they make their way into the final sector, pushing their way through on this one. But like you say, we'll keep an eye and we'll call them out over the line. But certainly, I'll agree with you there. There has been some big movers in this race. It's Elias from Werrell. It is Mikalev up to 3rd place. Kozma up to 4th. Volta up to P5. Gain of 4 places. Matviev and Iglesias have gone down. P6 and 7. Flusha is up 5 places into P8. Tom Luye is up 6 places into P9, with Ethan Jeff Hall rounding out the top 10. I'm really pleased with Ethan Jeff Hall. He's kept his guns out there. He's had a tough weekend in his first appearance out here. And yeah, certainly kept his head strong. Still in this race, still gaining positions. That was David Kozma down the inside, is into the pit lane, unfortunately retiring Javier Avramides. His weekend's gone from bad to worse, and unfortunately he'll go no further.
Yeah, that's. I think it's going to be the end of the weekend for the Australian. It's been a real series of woes for Avramides, and hopefully he'll be able to come back stronger at the World Championships in the United Kingdom in September. There is David Kozma up to 3rd place. Had a decent weekend, still very much learning at this level. But right now, once again, Elias and Werrell start to get into the business of pulling away from the rest of the field. Louis Iglesias has just gone purple through sector number 1. Bit of useful pace. We saw this from the CRGs yesterday. They ran quite strongly in the later part of the afternoon, the early evening. Quick update on the IC. So Elias taking the lead in this race, as we mentioned before the race started, moves him level on points with Finn McLaughlin. This is where we start getting the tiebreakers out, and we go back to the time qualifying that happened on Friday morning. Virtue of Elias having a better performance than McLaughlin, a better ranking from that TQ, Elias would take the lead in the IC and has taken the lead in the IC as this kart's off down in the middle of the field. Luna Flusha has had a warning out there. I think it's Roland Kuklen, it might be Kubarowski as well, who have gone off in sector number 2. So Elias back to the top of the IC. McLaughlin 2nd, Gomez now down to 3rd. Now it doesn't put him out of the title picture because again, Joe Turney's a little bit further back, but it's another one of those cases of the more of the drivers who can get ahead of Gomez in the IC, that reduces the task for Joe Turney in terms of doing the minimum score he needs to secure the championship. Joe Turney does have another race to go, of course. That's the heat that ends us today. It goes off from 6:30 local time. But Elias looking good, and looking good he could be on pole position for one of the super heats with this performance.
Yeah, certainly so. It's had a really strong performance here. It has the Frenchman pushing strong at the front here. Werrell doing his best in 2nd place, trying to close in. Now, I'm going to ask a favour here for not just myself, but the viewers at home here, Andrew. Do pray tell, if Gomez is 3rd at the end of the intermediate classification, that's the points he gets. Yep. What does that mean for Turney? Where does he need to be to keep that fight, or he win the championship?
Turney, if in a scenario of Gomez being 3rd in the IC through this phase, Turney would have needed to have won the IC, and he can't mathematically do that.
Right.
He can't get past the scores already in the clubhouse of particularly McLaughlin, because if Turney wins the race, he goes to 229. So 232, that's gone. If Elias holds this position at the front of the field, that's another driver that Joe Turney can't beat and can't get the FIA championship points on the board today to secure the title. Now, whether he can when we go to the super heats tomorrow, that's another question, which we'll do lots of maths overnight.
Lots of overnight maths there. Lovely. Nothing like a good page turner to get you to sleep at night. Ethan Jeff Hall is the fastest driver out there. That doesn't surprise me. He's had retirements earlier on. Retirements mean fresher tyres. Yeah. And, of course, he's using those right now to his advantage. And, yeah, with that fastest lap of the race, is closing in on Iglesias up ahead. That's the battle for P6. That's a little further down on your screen. This battle here, though, this is still for the race lead. Elias leading the way from Werrell. Kozma in 3rd place, still very close behind. But Jacob Mikalev is still in the position here in P4. He's able to latch on to the group ahead right now, try and break away. We're on lap 7 of 13 at the moment. Let's have a look further down the order. Who has made a big impression on the field? One driver that stands out to mind is Santino Panetta, the Argentine, currently up 7 places and is into P14 as down the inside. change as through goes the likes of, is that Ethan Jeff Hall on Iglesias? No, it's not. It is Iglesias on, I think, Dmitry Matviev, or it could be completely wrong, and it's actually someone a bit further down in the order. I'll try and figure out who they were, because my timing screen at the moment has slightly frozen in the commentary box as they go through. It updates now. It's Elias in the lead, and I think it was Santino Panetta getting past Tom Luyer. That was for the move, and that puts Panetta up 8 positions now into P13.
Progress there from the driver representing Argentina into the second half of this penultimate race. Luis Iglesias very quick in sector number 1 again. The CRGs are definitely coming alive, because Ethan Jeff Hall's just put in the fastest lap of the race. Down the inside, Matviev on Mikulev. Lovely move, textbook overtake through turn 7.
Yep, superb stuff. No drama there whatsoever. He's had quite a few of those moves over the course of this weekend, has Matviev. And he is a quick peddler. He's won several races in his career. He's pushed strong throughout this season. It's been a tough one, though, this season. He's had to dig deep a little bit to fight back in it, because he currently sits inside the top 10 in the championship, but he's not scored a great deal of points over the course of this season. Only in Slovakia is where we saw his fight come alive. But it all seems to be coming alive in this one, because he still sits 4th in the intermediate classification, and again as a driver ahead of Joe Turney.
Absolutely. Heading into the latter stages of this one, change to 25th place. Sebastian Haydan has got past Nico Lachalate, as down the inside. Lovely stuff there. Swap the CRGs. And that is going to be Ethan Jeff Hall up to 6th place now. This is a really impressive run from Ethan Jeff Hall. Luis Iglesias has had a very strong 2024 season, and I think Luis Iglesias, likely to see Gabriel Gomez maybe moving on. Maybe he'll stay with the senior category, but if he does move on, Luis Iglesias is the likely successor, you may be saying, into the CRG leadership. So that the fact that Ethan Jeff Hall has come in as a wild card and is giving him a properly good race here is a very good sign for the young Briton in that 6:23.
It certainly is. And like I say, he is really pushing deep as Ethan Jeff Hall. Right, we're on to lap 10 of 13 right now. It's still the hottest part of the day, 25 degrees out there. It is a warm, humid evening here in the south of Sweden. I'd never thought warm and humid south of Sweden would be something I'd be saying in the same sentence, but I've been proven wrong. It's my second time here in Sweden. I've got to say, the weather both times has been absolutely fantastic.
With the places, particularly in Europe, that we've been this year, mate, we've had snow in Spain. It's been a bit of a crazy one in 2024.
It has. We were in Spain in the winter time, so people think, I go to Spain in the winter. It's hot. No, it's still cold, but yeah, all the way throughout this one, these drivers have been plagued with weather conditions. Like you say, Valdaugenton, the rain that was coming down all the way throughout that one. Slovakia, the lightning and thunderstorms, torrential rain they had to deal with over the course of that weekend. And like you say, yes, in Valencia they had to deal with the likes of snow, really cold, freezing conditions out there, and they're hugging a heater in the commentary box. And right now I'm wishing I had an air conditioning unit in the commentary box. It's certainly been an up and down season for them. But right here, right now, we watch this one, and we watch the likes of Jakub Mikulev dig deep right now, trying to defend off from Ethan Jeff Hall. On to lap 12 of this one. The last lap board will be out this time for him. Jeff Hall right now, like you say, he looks like a different driver, doesn't he, in his first appearance with CRG. And like you say, I think they've just said to him, mate, honestly, it's not gone your way, go for it. Just dig deep, don't think about anything. Use those tyres that unfortunately you didn't get to use earlier on, and just pin it, have fun.
And he definitely is doing in this last race of the day for groups A and F. Leaders coming round to see the last lap board. Jimmy Elias knowing that one more lap in the lead as well. Down the inside goes Ethan Jeff Hall. Lovely move there from 5th place, going past Mikulev and using that tyre advantage nicely indeed. Elias was of course on pole position. He was the fastest driver through qualifying. So whilst Yuri Peschel can also draw on to 232 with a win, Elias would still have the tiebreaker. So I reckon this is going to be a performance that gives him a superheat pole. It's just a case of which superheat it'll be, as it's all getting a bit boisterous in the middle of the pack there Luna Flusha having a good battle with Santino Panetta and getting through into 12th place. But Jimmy Elias, we said it at Slovakia, he kind of turned the page and became a new driver. And since then has just got quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah, he certainly has. On this final lap then, out of the final corner, Jimmy Elias will cross the line and will win here in Sweden once again. Elias crosses the line and he secures at this moment a pole position start for Superheat 1 tomorrow. He is joint on points with Finn McLaughlin, but Finn's not out again this weekend. So Finn, at the moment, provisionally, of course, is on pole position for Superheat 2, but there is still another race to go. We just don't know as, unfortunately, at the end of that race, is that Maria Neto? It is, unfortunately, at the exit of turn number 1, has ground to a halt. The young female Portuguese driver out of this race, and looks to be there a little bit of discomfort, but understandably after a long race such as this. Jimmy Elias, though, makes his way back to Parc Fermé. He can be absolutely enthralled with that result. Puts himself in a really strong position for tomorrow. Lewis Werrell finishing in second place then ahead of David Kozma. It's Dmitry Matviev finishing in P4 ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall. Jakub Mikulev finishing ahead of Louis Iglesias from David Walter. Vivek Kanthan and Andy Consani. Jakub Kamenek and Tom Ludier in the top 12 ahead of Santino Panetta, Maximilian Rafalik and Alpak Soy in the top 15. Maria Neto took the checker flag and finished at gaining 12 places, then pulled it over at the exit of turn number 1. Hopefully all okay, but a very strong performance from her indeed. Giacardi finishing in 17th place ahead of Luna Flusha. De Rocca finishing in 19th ahead of Eichmans from Simek. Zanfari from Hayden. Vavra from Junsha. Lanolate from Christopher Nita, rounding out the top 27 drivers out there. Biggest mover was Maria Neto with those 12 places gained. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. And initially, great getaway for Jimmy Elias, sweeping and holding on to that lead. No drama for him whatsoever, able to break away from the rest of the field. Action happened, though, in the background. Matviev getting the moves done, finishing that race in P4 at the end of that one. Firstly, getting past Louis Iglesias, who ended up dropping back all the way to P7 at the end of that race. We saw the changes happening later on in the race. That was where we saw the likes of Santino Panetta gaining the spots there on Tom Ludier. Tom Ludier later on would get the position back, though. Matviev again climbing up those positions. Then the two CRGs going to battle here. Iglesias and Jakub Mikulev getting through. Later the 623 as well, gaining positions. This is Ethan Jeff Hall squeezing his way through again, getting that move done. So it was Ethan Jeff Hall gaining those moves, at that point of the race. But at the end of that race, it would be the case of Jimmy Elias taking the win on that one. Luna Flusha in the latter stages also sending it down the inside, trying to gain those moves in the latter stages. She would drop down a few places, though, at the end of that race, battling away with Matteo Giacardi. But let's head down to Parc Fermé. Andrew Mather is over with our race winner from that one, Jimmy Elias.
Indeed, thank you, Anthony. Jimmy, it just keeps going from better to better, doesn't it? How much are you enjoying racing here this weekend?
Yeah, I enjoy so much, but now we need to work well for tomorrow and try if we can win the final. Will be nice.
Your tactics have been absolutely spot on this weekend so far. You've done a little bit of help for the wider Kart Republic family as well. How much discussion do you have with the other drivers and the other teams ahead of races like this on a championship decider?
Not a lot, but yes, I help Joe Turney, but yeah, it's fine for the championship, so I help him how I can.
You seem to be on this almost like crescendo in terms of speed and making a noise in this class. What's the key thing, do you think, that's changed since Val d'Argenton that's got you to the front?
Just to work a lot with the chassis, everything, the team, and nothing else.
Has the track changed much over the course of the last 3 days? Is it going to be different opportunities in terms of overtaking when we get to the Superheats tomorrow, do you think?
I don't know, I don't think so, but yeah, the track takes more and more grips, so we see tomorrow what we can do.
Well, I'll let you get off to your debrief, Jimmy. Brilliant work once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jimmy Elias there in a very strong position, looking to be on the front row for one of the super heats tomorrow. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Last two races are about to take to the circuit, and they will kickstart with OK Junior qualifying heat B versus C. Now, we've already been speaking provisionally, of course, of Dries van Langendonk. I believe he's done exactly what he's needed to do. Championship is his way. By our calculations in the commentary box, we'll get full confirmation of that, of course, at the end of this race, and of course going into tomorrow as well, no matter what happens out there. But in this one, Noah Baglin is the driver to watch in the juniors, because he's been battling away fiercely in this one. He's taken so many qualifying heat wins, but the same can be said for Manuel Miguez for Spain alongside. He has also taken some fabulous wins over the course of this weekend. Had a little bit of a struggle in his last race, battling away with the likes of Dries van Langendonk, but this time around has a close fight with that man on your screen there, Noah Baglin for the Prema Racing team. We did speak to him earlier on, and he seemed confident, said everything's gone better. He's getting used to the circuit now. The setup's there with the car. It all started at Slovakia, and it's just got faster and faster as the season has gone on, and the weekend here at Kristianstad has gone on as well. But as the sun begins to set off in the distance here, we are nearing the end of the day. We are moments away from getting this race started. It all kicks off with Baglin and Miguez on that front row. Don't forget, though, Devon Waltz and Drew Waltz are starting this one on the second row. It's an all-American row, too, and the brothers certainly going to work in this one. Who will get the whole shot in towards turn number one between those two? Engines fire up as the whistle blows. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly take you through the full starting lineup. It's Noah Baglin, I should say, and Manuel Miguez on road number one. Devon Waltz and Drew Waltz go from row two. They'll have Ludovico Mazzola and Ein Kraling on row three. Roman Kamiab and Boris Lysen go from row four. They'll have Gustavo da Silva and Benjamin Manak on row five. Henry Domain and Alfie Slater go from row six. Zhang Jose and Tobias Ageni round out row seven. They'll have Daniel Kelleher and Jacopo Martinez alongside. No matter what, Jacopo Martinez, he's not within the point-scoring opportunities. He's pretty much out of this weekend. Well, he's not out of the weekend, but he's out of the championship fight. Marco Gas and Oliver Rasmussen, ninth row, with James Nocianis and Sky Parker on row number 10.
Sonanzi and Mariano Lopez go from row 11. Hubertus Palm and Lewis Islin start on the 12th row of the grid. Melvin Kaluzdian and Alois Giardet start on row 13. Then it's Filippo Pancotti of Italy, alongside Tyra Sundberg of host nation Sweden on row 14. Mika Runitz and Oscar Gallen complete the top 30 on row 15. Gregor Callas and Hampus Holmberg start on row 16. And then completing the 34-strong field, it's row 17, Maximus Unt and Adam Anderson.
Well, the field now starting their formation lap. Air temperature currently 25 degrees. It is a warm day today. And we spoke very briefly with one of the drivers saying that it's going to rain tomorrow. And, well, I'm looking at my stuff on this one. Well, it does say tomorrow, Kristianstad, thunderstorms, and high of 21 degrees. So it's going to be the coolest day tomorrow. It's going to be... Oh, thunderstorms for a championship decider in the seniors. Would you like that?
Thunderstorms for a championship decider potentially in the academy as well.
In the academy as well.
They haven't caught a break so far this year. There's your list of winners so far in 2024. Dries van Langendonk with 2 round victories. Jacopo Martinez as well with that round 2. Not far away that Dries van Langendonk could have taken a clean sweep. Remember that magnificent finish at Jacopo Martinez. And if that one race taught us anything in 2024, is that Jacopo Martinez never, ever, ever gives in. And this is going to be another example of him trying to fight through from the 8th row of the grid. Eyes on the lights. Do they go out? Yes, racing once again in OK Junior. Good start for Baglin. He'll lead into turn 1. It's Devon Waltz who's got the advantage on the inside of row 2 over his brother Dew. Oh, there's a bit of a dramatic moment. Is that James Anagnostiadis going off in the background with the Mercedes-AMG suits? Falls all the way to the very back of the field. But, well, I didn't know James Alagnostiadis was that good a dirt racer, but I suppose they do have a little bit of that in Australia.
There you go, Rallycross, a second career choice maybe if karting doesn't go his way. But for right now, he's still looking very strong in this race. Out of the infield section now in towards the final sector of the track. And Baglin again has broken away, but this time has Manuel Maguez with him. And this time Maguez hasn't had to deal with a huge swamp of karts all trying to fight for position. This is all kicking off here, and it's looking very spicy right now as through goes the likes of Domain. Domain right in the top area there. He's got Ludovic Amazola there for company, and Gustavo da Silva right in between them as well. Pushes him forward, and he gets him past both of them. Domain now up to P4.
Yeah, good move there from Henry Domain. The Birrell of da Silva looking a little bit down the inside of his teammate 4 this weekend. Domain defensive into turn number 7, controls the pace off of the main overtaking opportunity around this Kristianstad circuit, the Åsum Ring. Roman Kamiab hasn't had a top 3 finish so far on the road, at least this weekend. So this could be a big race in his now not title fight, because Dries van Langendonk has done more than enough to secure the title today. The attention now switches to see whether Kamiab can overhaul the points deficit to Jacopo Martinezzi that was there at the start of the weekend to take second in the championship.
Certainly so. That fight is still on in the Junior Championship, of course. We've brushed over the lead at the moment. That can't be caught. But second, third, fourth and all that is still to play for in the standings. So that's going to be an exciting one. Baglin still controlling the lead right now, but Filippo Pancotti has the fastest lap of the race. Filippo Pancotti currently 21st place. It shows that the pace is there all the way throughout this field, and it shows how competitive the Junior Championship has been this year. There's been instances where we've seen multiple winners over the course of the qualifying heats phase over every single weekend, and even in those finals as well. Here's a replay here. The two Birrells side by side, just squeezing through. And that is Gustavo da Silva just, I think, holding on to that position. Ludovic Amazola dropping down to P8 at the end of that.
Was indeed. I think you're absolutely right in terms of just how competitive this division has been this year. I think that's also what makes it so impressive that Dries van Langendonk has done what he's done. That he's been able to keep himself up in what feels like the top 3 constantly. He's down the inside. That's a nice move by Maguez. It's showing that he's not just a trick of him being in clean air that's just been taking the race victories. He fought back in that difficult 4th race when he fell down to around 15th, 16th place. And there's another move from the surprise package of the weekend, back up to 5th place.
Yeah, indeed. And again, chopping and changing here. Nice change. Crailing through the inside of Gustavo da Silva as well. Pushing themselves up. Silva dropping down the order a little bit here now. He's getting caught out by the rest of them. Now he's got one of the other Waltz there. Now there's 2 D Waltz on that list. We'll confirm that it's Devon Waltz who's in 2nd place. Drew Waltz has dropped down to 8th place in that one. That's what we're seeing right there. And he's got Benjamin Maniac for company just behind. Jacopo Martinezzi in 10th place. 6 places gained. And like you said there earlier on, he's not given up throughout this weekend. He has pushed on throughout, and he's constantly been gaining positions.
And the good thing for Martinez is it's showing that the cart underneath him has very good race pace. Now, it could be one of those. Again, there's some thunderstorms tomorrow. That's going to shake things up, and it's exactly what. Oh, it's out. Is one of the Birrells. Is that Mazzola off the Renault? It's Lewis Islin. Lewis Islin off the road. The other of the wild card Birrell ARTs. Unfortunately for Islin, that is going to be the end for his race.
Yes, indeed it is. Well, the race will continue despite that, and we're on lap 6 of 10 at the moment as we continue to watch this. Now, Tobias Jenny's just picked up a warning flag. He'll need to be careful for the rest of this race. There is Martinezzi right there on your screen. He's got Gustavo Silva just behind, Benjamin Maniac just in front as well. Pushing himself forward in this one and keeping that momentum going. Like I say, he's up to P9 now. That's another position gain. And again, just super strong over the course of this weekend. Fastest driver on circuit at the moment is Benjamin Maniac, who sits in 8th place, and that's the driver just ahead of Jacopo Martinezzi, so it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for him. There's Domain at the moment. P4. Manuel Miguez in tow at the moment, trying to recover back to the front here. But in the meanwhile, we've not really spoke about them. Baglin and Devon Waltz are clear by 1.6 seconds. And, well, Cam Yapp's closing in on Devon Waltz, actually. So we could see a battle for P2 very soon.
Yeah, we could indeed. And I say, it's down the inside. That's a lovely move by Miguez. Another one into turn 7, past Domain for 4th spot. But yeah, if it does rain tomorrow for Martinez, the gap between himself and Cam Yapp was 12 points at the start of the day. Now, the unfortunate thing for Roman Cam Yapp, he's having a strong finish, but he's still not in the top 10 in the intermediate classification. So, at best, we're thinking maybe 11th, maybe, in between 11th and 15th, which is at max 5 championship points. So, if the gap is closing between Cam Yapp and Martinez, and we'll confirm in due course, Martinez is still going to have probably somewhere in the region of 8-9 championship points in his back pocket. Yes, he'll be starting a little bit further back than than Cam Yapp in the superheat. But if you then throw a little bit of rain in, all the cards go up in the air and Martinez could have his chance to race through.
Basically, it makes tomorrow, for a spectator point of view, a fun day.
A very fun day.
A very fun day. For a driver, it's another hard day's work in the office.
Months and months and months of racing, and it all comes down to one day to decide second in the championship.
And it's raining.
And it could be raining.
There we go. Perfect. Well, that's tomorrow. Today, right now, what we're seeing right now, OK Junior in their last qualifying heat of the day. We are on lap 8 of 10. We're going to cross the line now. We're going to go on to lap 9 of 10. The last lap board's going to be out this time for the field. And for Baglin, he's clear, 1.1 seconds. There is 0.6 of a second between Devon Waltz and Roman Cam Yapp right now. But Miguez is there in P4. He's got past Domain. And Domain is the battle that we're seeing here, who's got the close company behind Kraling just behind. Kraling's had one of those, I don't want to say average days, but it's been just that. He's had up and down results. He's been in the middle all the way throughout.
I think his racecraft has been pretty strong, though. He's been racing in some different national series, which I've been discussing with him. He said, he's learnt a lot with racing a different, say, standard of driver that is feeding back into his racing here at the very top level of how to get stuck in, how to make overtakes work, and then stay in front. So Arjen Kraling is having a good finish to the day here. He's having a go at Henry Domain's 5th place, but for Noah Baglin, this is going to be a tremendous win. Noah Baglin, that was a bit of a close moment, involving, was that one of the waltzes? Yes, it was.
I think it was Kraling going backwards.
And Kraling loses spots as a result of that. Noah Baglin, based on his reaction from yesterday's pole position, where he just missed out on getting another lap in by 2 seconds. So competitive, he'll be going, great, you're on the front row for a superheat tomorrow. He'll be going, but I didn't get the maximum points in heat 1, and that's why I'm on the outside. Irrespective, what a run for Noah Baglin to come back from that adversity to take 4 wins out of 5.
Yep, certainly so. He'll make his way across the start-finish line and will take another qualifying heat win. He will secure a front row start then, starting alongside Christian Kostoya in Super Heat 1. Dean Hugendorn will be on pole position for Super Heat 2 tomorrow and will have the close company of Dries van Langendonk starting alongside. But there on your screen, Baglin takes another win of the weekend.
Brilliant stuff, absolutely fantastic from Noah Baglin, and he can be very proud of that effort. That is his strongest run in the FIA Karting European Championships to date, and as Anthony says, will be on the front row for the Super Heat, the first Super Heat tomorrow, and also have a good opportunity of getting a front row for the final if he races well there. Also into the pits come all of the drivers to go through the mandatory post-race checks with the scrutineers and the technical delegates. Let's have a look at the provisional result, the final provisional result of the day for OK Junior. Noah Baglin wins by 1.3 seconds ahead of Devon Waltz. Good run there for Waltz, seventh place, in the IC. Roman Cam Yapp 3rd. Good strong finish may mean he just creeps into the top 15 and scores some championship points. We'll confirm in due course. Manuel Miguez in 4th, Henry Domain 5th, Benjamin Magnac 6th, Jacopo Martinez 7th. Don't think it's going to be points for Martinez, mainly as a result of the retirement that he had in Heat 2 yesterday, but still a good effort from the Italian, and he'll be in the fight for second place in the championship tomorrow. Drew Waltz 8th, Ian Kraling 9th, Daniel Kelleher completes the top 10. Boris Leisen, Marco Garst, Gustavo da Silva, Zhang Haozhe and Ludovico Mazzola start all in the top 15. Oliver Rasmussen, Filippo Pancotti, Tobias Szczeni, Melvin Kaluzdian and Alois Girardet completes the top 20. Here are some of the highlights from the last heat of the day in OK Junior. Great start for Noah Baglin, as he's done throughout the weekend so far. The only race he's not led at the end of lap 1 was his very first race of the weekend, which was the A versus B race. There was the dramatic moment of dirt tracking for James Anagnostiadis. Anagnostiadis would recover back to 21st position. A good effort there from the Mercedes Junior. Battles going on inside the top 10. Gustavo da Silva in the 223 for Birol ART getting involved on the way to securing a top 15. Another good race as well for Benjamin Maniac, has switched machinery across to a Kart Republic run by Fusion Motorsport. Another top 10 for the young Spaniard in 4th place ahead of Jacopo Martinez. Ian Kraling went on the attack as well, securing another solid result for Kart Republic. That all took us to the middle of the race. It was unfortunate news for Lewis Islin. He would become the second retirement from that heat, the other being Mika Runitz 1 lap before. Also going on out there, Henry Domain had a strong run and battle with the likes of Manuel Miguez and Benjamin Maniac. In the end, it would be 5th place for Henry Domain. Jacopo Martinez, as mentioned, would get stuck in there as well. But Noah Baglin would make it 4 wins from 5. Finishes on a score of 225 out of 250. One of his best, if not the best, of the season so far. The intermediate classification, still provisional, of course, we should stress, looks like this at the end of the qualifying heat today. Kostoya from Hugendorn, Baglin and Van Langendonk in the top 4. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here in Parc Fermé, in the sunshine here in southern Sweden. Manu Miguez, what a weekend for you. Great results over the course of this weekend. We want to give you a bit of airtime on this because a surprise package. You've been absolutely fantastic here this weekend in Sweden. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. I first in the first heat, and in second too, and in third. In the fourth heat, I put a new tires in the, and the tires was not going good. And in the last one, I put another one tires, and it's going better.
Yeah. Well, it worked out well in that last one and the first ones for you all the way throughout. You've put yourself in a good spot for tomorrow's super heats. What are you hoping to achieve at the end of those races?
Yeah, I think we can do good work for tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the whole thing. Of course, you've not made a final yet this year. This could be your first. Are you looking forward to that, racing in a final here in the FIA Karting European Championship?
Yeah, my first because I'm unlucky in all the race, crash. I make a bad qualifying and I start behind and too much crashes and difficult. But now I start be more in front and I can do it better.
What's been different about this weekend from the other rounds? What changed?
No, I'm faster all the weekends, but this one I make it good qualifying. Yeah, the chassis and the engine is going very good.
Excellent. Is there anyone you'd like to say hello to and thank you at the end of today?
Yeah.
Say it away.
Yeah.
Yeah? Amazing. Well done, Manu Miguez. Congratulations. We'll see you out later tomorrow.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you so much, Manu Miguez there at the end of a very hectic day of racing. One more race to go, Andrew. Let's head back over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Great stuff down there with Manu Miguez. And yeah, he really is one of the stars of the weekend. One race to go here today at Kristianstad. It's the final qualifying heat for the OK category. The seniors back out, groups B and C, looking to finish the day in style. And get the calculators out, ladies and gentlemen, because this could be another key one in the championship picture. There are your drivers on the pre-grid, getting ready to go here. And my, oh my, there is some talent on this grid. Thibaut Ramekers Now, I think he may have swapped positions because you can see Thibaut Ramekes in the number 2 slot there, but he definitely has pole position for this race. So has Thibaut Ramekes taken the option, as is his prerogative as the pole position holder, to swap the sides of the grid like Jimmy Elias did in round 4, and look who's directly behind Thibaut Ramekes now. It's that man, Joe Turney. Joe Turney looking to maximise points. With the result from Gabriel Gomez in his previous race, Turney does have a chance here of getting past Gomez in the intermediate classification. The question is how much by, and who else can get ahead of Gomez. That we're all going to try and work out across the course of the next 20 minutes or so. But the drivers who could beat Gomez, Turney as mentioned is one of them, Ramekes is one of them, Peschel is another. Now the question is there a mathematical scenario? I'm going to be honest with you right now, ladies and gentlemen. We've not quite done all the maths yet. The big question is there a mathematical scenario where all 3 of them can get ahead of Gomez? That we will find out. And there's also the small matter of a pulsating race to be run and another pole position to be decided for the super heat tomorrow. Ramekes, if he was to win this race, he would take it. I think he could also afford to finish in second place. Could be a similar story to what we saw last time out in Slovakia, where Thibaut Ramekes exchanged positions with Joe Turney on the last lap of the superheat to aid Turney's championship bid, knowing he didn't need to win his last heat to be on pole position and take the maximum championship points. Could we see the same again in this one? Yuri Peschel is going to fight. We know he's going to fight. He's got a job to do, not just for the CRG family of teams, but for himself. He's been on absolutely resplendent form so far this weekend. Could get himself onto the front row of a grid, one of those grids for the superheats tomorrow, if he takes the race victory. So he's going to be well and truly pumped up for this one as Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the box.
Yes, indeed. Now, I heard on the PA while I was walking my way back up here, did I hear a certain Ramekes has switched sides?
He has.
He has. Who starts behind him?
Joe Turney.
Excellent. There we go. We thought we might see something in the case of that one. Let's see what happens here, because Joe needs all the help he can get here. Like I say, sits 9th at the moment. He needs to gain some more. Let's see through the starting lineup for this one. Ramekes and Peschel on the front row, but they have switched sides. Bataro and Joe Turney on row number 2. Salim Hana and Noah Montero round out row 3. They've got Kai Rillarts and Miguel Costa on row 4. Matthias Morgata and Vilmos Svan go from row 5. They'll have Lewis Francis and Kasper Henriksson on row 6. Noah Wolf and Elliot Kaczynski on row 7, with Tilias Kolovas and Levianin on row 8. Jensen Graham and Ludovic Busso ran up row number 9.
Bernardo Bonaldi and Mark Rovko go from row number 10. Sebastian Koppang and Cole Hewitson start on the 11th row of the grid. Deng Haoshan and Guillaume Bouzard start on the 12th row. They're ahead of Tor Raugstad and Leon Brunner on row 13. Alexander Spetz has had a lot of overtaking today and is going to need to do so again from row 14 alongside Louis Castellini, as there's problems for Elliot Kaczynski, which we'll get back to in a moment. Iva Mestera and Fred Sarek start on row 15. Elias Kivisto starts on row 16 alongside Louis Agria. I think we've got a few drivers not taking the start in this one. No, I'm just going to update my live timing. Can Elliot... Oh, that is one of the beyonds. That's Hewitson.
Yeah.
Well, my goodness me. Cole Hewitson had a retirement earlier on today going over the start-finish line on lap 0 to lap 1. This time, Anthony, that poor man there doesn't even see the starts to retire from.
No, and that is a really big shame. And with those results, that might be a weekend over for Cole Hewitson in his first appearance in the FIA Karting European Championships. But Cole, don't be disheartened in that one. We did have a chat, and you said to yourself, I'd be back here next year doing all of the championships, and hopefully we do see
be first in the intermediate classification at the end of the day. So it could be a similar situation to what we saw in Slovakia if there's an opportunity there to aid Joe Turney's championship bid. There is also Joe Turney's side of that bargain as well, that he's got to get himself up the order to be tucked under behind Timo Rämäkäs, but he has had 2 wins so far this weekend, and one of them was against, well, 2 of them were against Jiri Peschel, one yesterday and one earlier today. The formation lap continuing past the red line now, so no overtaking. Drivers need to form up into their 2x2 formation to get into the tram lines and be ready for the start of the final race of the day.
It's been a long old day, hasn't it, Andrew Malad? 24 races in total, and the last one gets the go-ahead. Lightning start, but can Turney gain on it? Yes, he can. Into second place. It's Rämäkäs and Turney, 1-2 right now as they break through. Peschel's still there in third place. We saw him retaliate quickly last time. Is he going to do it this time around into the same corner? The answer is no. Could he do it now? Turney goes defensive. Can he get him on the exit? Again, the answer's no, but Turney's in a fight for his life right now in P2.
He is indeed, but the thing is, Turney, if he wants to get ahead of Gomez in the intermediate classification, needs to win this race. Second is not going to be enough by our calculations. We'll confirm if there's any changes to that in due course. Rämäkäs galloping away once again, as he did at this stage of the round in Slovakia around a month or so ago. End of lap 1, it's Rämäkäs leading from Turney. Peschel third, Montero fourth, Bataro fifth. What does that do in terms of the IC? Well, it puts Rämäkäs up to the top. Elias to P2 as Peschel goes down the inside of Turney for second place, and Bataro's on the scene as well, gets past Montero. Can Bataro start to help out the CRG cause? Can he get ahead of Joe Turney? How much pace is there at this stage in the 105? He's had some tougher races here today. How are the tyres feeling for the championship leader? That is a big move, another big move from Jiri Peschel. He keeps fighting his way through these orders and once again is there in second place.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Rämäkäs would lead the way in the intermediate classification. Gomez would go down to fifth in the intermediate classification. Now, what does that mean here, my man Andrew?
Well, quite simple case. The title is not being decided today because Turney's in sixth place. Yes, Gomez is a little bit far off absolute maximum points as Bataro goes down the inside.
Oh, this could change things.
Repeats the same move that Peschel did one lap ago. That's going to push Turney back. Now, the good thing for Joe Turney here, he has a good advantage over the next driver in the IC. That is Dimitri Mathias. That is an absolutely cracking move by Miguel Costa down the inside for sixth place. So Turney can slip back here and not lose a spot in the IC, and as doing so, not lose points in the championship hunt. But it's going to be, we'll do the maths, I reckon he's still going to be about 5 or 6 points short. That's going to be his task going through the super heats tomorrow to see if he can close it out before the final. But it's not at the moment being decided today.
There we go. So no matter what happens here, it's going to be a close one tomorrow in the potentially thundery, rainy conditions tomorrow. That will certainly shake things up. Rämäkäs with the fastest lap of the race. He is breaking away now, 1.9 seconds clear from this battle here. Peschel is at the moment dealing with the likes of Bataro just behind. This further back though, Salim Hanan, Morgato battling away. Both have got past Miguel Costa after Costa did that outrageous move earlier on down the inside, found a gap out of nowhere and pushed his way through. He's dropped down once again, though, into P7. Going very slowly, multiple cuts off the track here. This is Ivo Estrada, and I think Louis Aguirre off the circuits. They have tumbled down the order, and I think are out of this race. They're going to try and get it restarted. One can, one can't, and unfortunately, I believe that is the form of, I think that's Louis Aguirre, who's not got going again. It is. Ivo Estrada managed to get restarted. Change here though, Bataro up into second place now. Peschel down to third, Turney still there in P4, and Morgato is in P5. Morgato's lost his chance of fighting for the championship win this season. That's over, but he's still battling for the lower places in that order. Can he affect here Joe Turney?
He could well do in terms of this race. This is another repeat of the move. That's Mataro down the inside of Peschel. That's a good move for the Works CRG team. I'll tell you why, because it breaks a tiebreaker between Gomez and Peschel. It pushes Peschel 3 points further back in terms of the intermediate classification. Gomez is now back up into 4th. Now again, this isn't going to decide the title. It just means it's going to increase the workload a little bit for Joe Turney tomorrow. It's another few points in Gomez's back pocket. He'll move on to 255 championship points. At the moment, Turney there in 6th would have 247. So we need around 8 points to cover anything that Gomez could do tomorrow.
Yep, indeed. Well, that is going to be a fight. It's not too much of work to do. I think, you know, but that's where it gets a little bit dramatic, because the driver could think, that's not a worry. That's only a small amount of points. We can do that. But then it turns out, actually, there's a little bit more work.
I will just clarify, because it's something a bit weird. 255 is the maximum of points, and as things stand, that Gomez could get. That's on the basis of him winning the final IC, winning the final, and getting the fastest lap point. So effectively, that's the tally that Turney needs to get beyond.
And that's 250 championship
that's 255
points.
championship points. So Turney would need 256 to be absolutely sure.
Oh,
that's a big one from Miguel Costa. Didn't quite work out, but my oh my, that was a dramatic one for the onboard camera.
My goodness, that caught me off guard there. That was a huge lunge, and you know, Costa did that earlier on and it worked out for him. That was the one that we were like, my goodness, he came from nowhere. He tried it again on that one, and well, the door very firmly slammed closed there, and that was lucky to not be anything there. Change here though. Turney is up into 3rd. This is vital, and this is how it happened.
Peschel looks to be struggling at this stage, so that is going to bring Joe Turney to 220 intermediate classification points. Now, Peschel still has the advantage. They're tied, but remember again, Peschel better qualifying than Turney yesterday, so Peschel's holding on to 5th place in the intermediate classification. In terms of championship, if Peschel loses one more position in this race, if Mateusz Morgato, for example, was to catch the driver from Czechia, as we have a look at a replay, this is the this wasn't sent from, this was sent from the other side of the Åsum Bridge in Denmark by Miguel Costa there. Didn't quite work that time on Kasper Henriksen, but you've got to tip him for trying.
Yeah, you do, and very lucky there for Kasper Henriksen. Not lucky for another driver. Sebastian Korpeng, unfortunately, is the latest of the retirements, and unfortunately is gone with, I think that is Deng Hurtian, also out of this race in the 6:35. They will go no further. Turney here. Is he closing in on Mataro? Well, with the time they've got running out left, I don't think he's going to close that gap up. But again, we've been proved wrong many times before. We might get proved wrong again.
And we don't know what the state of the tyres are and whether he's going to need these, or whether he's held his half set for tomorrow's superheats. But at the moment, he's still in 6th place in the IC. If Turney can find one more position in this race, or Peschel loses one more position in this race, it's worth 2 championship points. And when you're Joe Turney and you're needing, you know, you could count the number of points that you need between now and the end of Sunday on your 2 hands. 2 championship points, very useful at this stage.
Certainly is, and could certainly prove the difference between a 1st or a 2nd in a championship. So there's a look at the season winners so far. Valencia was Gomez, Valdaugenton was Turney, Slovakia was Thibaut Ramekers. 3 different final winners out of 3 rounds. Sweden at the moment, well, is looking to be our first back-to-back of the season. It could go the way of Ramekers, as he's winning this one and he is leading the intermediate classification. That helps out a driver in particular in the form of Joe Turney, but where they're going to be, I think they're going to be pretty spread out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a key one for Thibaut Ramekers again in the start right as well for the superheats. But again, just this young man, since we first saw him race at the start of the season, has done nothing but impress me. He's a very quiet driver. He's, you know, not one of a flamboyant driver in the paddock. He is laser focused on his racing. so young still as well. I know I've said this a lot in 2024, but it's easy to forget he's still in his first year of senior racing at an international level. This young driver is a star in the making. I'm absolutely sure of it. It's not going to be his championship year this year, but who's to say what we'll be looking at in 2025?
No, exactly that. Eyes focused on current championship leader Joe Turney, who sits there in third place. Like we say, doing the maths, he will not be champion at the end of today. He will have work to do tomorrow in the finals day, during those superheats and finals, of course. But it's so tantalisingly close here, Andrew. It's like this will be the longest night for Joe Turney right now. He's missed out on a European title in his racing career. He's missed out on a world title in his race career. He was tantalisingly close last year. We know how that ended between himself and Gomez. This year again, I'm sure there's no love lost between them after that World Championships at Franciacorta. And of course, we head to PFI next. As we go on to the final lap of this race, we'll talk more about the championship later on tomorrow. But Ramekers so far this weekend has delivered, hasn't he?
He's on for 4 wins and a second place. And it's absolutely tremendous performance once again from VDK Racing's Thibaut Ramekers. We've already seen a Belgian take the title in OK Junior. If you're a Belgian motorsport fan, the future is really, really bright. You've got one driver in Dries van Langenhoek coming through the ranks. Yep. You've got Thibaut Ramekers coming through the ranks. You could have an Academy Trophy champion tomorrow in the shape of Gilles Herman. They took the clean sweep of the podiums last time out in Slovakia. Thibaut Ramekers is going to start on pole position for Superheat 1 once again here in Sweden. He takes victory in the final race of the day. He moves himself to the top of the intermediate classification comfortably by 12 points. What a display once again from Thibaut Ramekers and VDK Racing. They are the package to beat in Sunday's final.
They certainly are. We'll have to wait a bit of time to see that one, as tomorrow is going to be a packed day. Of course, we'll end the round of Academy races, the superheats, and of course the finals tomorrow. Make sure you set your alarms for that one. But for Thibaut Ramekers at the end of today, he can be delighted with the results. Like we were saying, 4 wins and a second for Thibaut Ramekers. Absolutely superb. He cannot be beaten at this point, and he will start on pole position tomorrow. He will have Finn McLaughlin alongside him on that front row of the grid. Jimmy Elias will start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow, and he will have Gabriel Gomez alongside on that front row of the grid. That's going to be the ultimate test. Well, the drivers make their way back into Parc Fermé. The results from that race: Ramekers, Bataro, Turney from Peschel. Morgato finishes in P5 ahead of Salim Hanar from Noah Montero. Then it's Kaczynski, Henriksen, Svan, Costa, Wolf from Rillarts, Kolovos and Buzar, who round out the top 15. Biggest mover being Guillaume Buzar with 9 places gained. Luis Francis from Ludovico Busso, Mark Brovko finishing in 18th place ahead of Jensen Graham, Leon Brunner ahead of Bernardo Pinaldi in 21st place, Alexander Spetz gaining 5 places to finish in P22, Levi Yarin finishing in 23rd place ahead of Louis Castellini. Then it's Elias Cavisto finishing in 25th place after gaining 6 places. Fred Sarex, Ivo Restrada rounds out the 27 finishers in that race. But there on your screen, the Belgian Thibaut Ramekers is on top. He starts on pole position tomorrow after an absolutely superb day of racing. Here's how that last race unfolded. Of course, Ramekers switching sides to help out Turney there. Turney getting the start he wanted into second place, trying to push himself up in those early stages. This is the onboard view here from further back. Of course, Noah Montero and Miguel Costa with the onboard view here, and you can see how low the sun is in the sky there in the driver's eyes as they go through that chicane and down into the braking zone. Oh, turn number 4 here. So difficult, as then you have the sun behind you as you go through. This is the outside view from that start, and again you can see here how good that start was from the likes of Ramekers and Turney, able to break away in the early stages. The rest of the field slotting through. Some drivers getting caught out on the outside line there, but crucially everyone getting a clean getaway. It'd be later on when we would see the retirements. Unfortunately for Cole Houston, not even starting this race. Early stages from it, and well, Turney would go backwards in the early stages. This was the big send from Costa. That was the first initial one that actually worked out for him. Leo Nilsson dropping backwards in that order. You can see as well, No Montero just struggling to keep with it. He would drop back a little bit as well. Morgato gaining the positions. He would have a really strong end to his day, finishing in P5 after gaining 4 places there as well. Davide Bataro pushing his way in the early ones. This was the big scary moment here for Miguel Costa down the inside there, trying to get the move done on Casper Henriksen, not able to get it done, and a big hit there, front to rear contact. Joe Turney getting the move done on Yidi Peschel in the latter stages of that race, and then on the final lap, again, Miguel Costa just losing out on another position with the rest of the grid. It beat Ramicas who would win on top, and let's catch up with Ramicas, who's down there with Andrew Mather in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, down here with Thibaut Ramicas. Thibaut, the winning streak continues. Another maximum haul of points in the FIA Karting European Championship. Another race victory. How good was the feeling behind the wheel in that race?
I'm feeling really good because I think I make the perfect day with 3 hits in 3 races. So yeah, the pace is here, and yeah, I'm really happy.
How's the tyre strategy working out for you guys? Because I know it's been a big discussion as everyone's been getting on top of the Maxxis compound.
We keep the new tire for the last heat and maybe for tomorrow, but we put no, and it's really good because we have a lot of more grip in the track, and yeah, feeling good.
How proud are you of the team's efforts? VDK Racing, you know, it's not a works team, but the results that you're getting, you are as good as a works team, if not better. It's unbelievable form that you're in.
Yeah, I think it's the best season for the team. We did 5 wins in different championship, so yeah, we are really happy with the team.
Last day of the season here for the FIA Karting European Championships tomorrow. What's the game? How do we play it? Starting pole position for the Superheat.
I hope I win it, this final, but it's gonna be rainy, so I don't know. We will see.
Is that something you look forward to, racing in the rain?
Yeah, I like, but I prefer when it's dry.
Good stuff. Well, Thibaut, congratulations once again. Another P1 on the scorecard for this season. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. There's the thoughts of our driver, top of the table in the OK category. 4 race wins and a 2nd place. An absolutely brilliant set of races from Thibaut Ramicas. What more can we say, Anthony Jordan, about the talents of the young Belgian for VDK?
Well, there's not much more we can say, but I'm sure tomorrow we will find out if we can say even more, because in around 15 hours' time, we are back here live at the Åsum Ring in Sweden, just outside this town of Kristianstad, for the last races of the weekend and the season. The MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. It starts with the Academy for their last round of qualifying heats. It goes into the Super Heats. And then, of course, the finals, kick-starting at 5-2 with the Academy, then the Junior, and then to end it, the final for the Senior category. We've crowned 1. There's 2 more to go. Let's find out what's going to happen. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box, there is 1 more day to go in the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship live here from Sweden. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Tortuous, rough, special stages bring the 192 crews. The rally heads off on the southern loop of the
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might
be